bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebahagiaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Saya rasa mungkin Nova Escobar akan jadi mangsa, tapi ada slash daripada Momo. Sungguh cantik sekali, 3 pemain dilekatkan dekat bahagian belakang, digabungkan pula dengan tarian daripada Blazing Duet daripada Shi.
Sesuatu.
Eternal Guard digabungkan pula dengan Final Slash. Semuanya terkerahkan kepada Nova Escobar. Kita jadi korbankan dari Momo menerima nasib yang sama. Heavy spin daripada Gary membantu Shizo. Lihat juga bagaimana Shizo yang akan mengeluarkan damage dari dekat bahagian belakang dengan menggunakan Blazing Duet. Mega kill untuk Shizo. Shutdown terus diberikan kepada Nana, tapi Chico berjaya untuk dapatkan Huni. Lihatlah Zeno Mahmud bersorangan dekat bahagian belakang, cuba untuk cutting lane tapi tidak berjaya. Momo mendapatkan kill seterusnya. Zeno Mahmud bersorangan ketika ini juga.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa. Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu skala kejutuin dan hampir di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lines. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh lama benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Someone has to say something.
Tangka MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MPSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And although it's sad, it's also very happy to say that hari ini adalah last day of our regular season. Maksud tu, kita akan masuk ke playoffs and of course, crown the upcoming champion. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? Alright, hari ini kita ada 2 perlawanan sahaja. Manakala kita akan saksikan Team Hak menentang King Empire Esports. So, Team Hak kena mendapatkan at least 1 point untuk dapat nombor 6 di regular season. Manakala King Empire Esports kena menang 2 berbalas kosong untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh to claim the top 3 for this regular season. Untuk match kedua, Selangor Red Giants menentang Niners. Adakah Selangor Red Giants akan pecahkan rekod 2 balas kosong tanpa kalah untuk musim ini? Ataupun adakah Niners boleh layak ke playoffs? Alright, this is going to be a very, very interesting day because we only have 1 slot left untuk playoffs. So guys, sebelum kita ajak pasukan kertas pentas, apa kata kita tengok dulu kalau audience kita dekat MPSJ sudah ready. Kita boleh tak buat vibe check? Boleh? Boleh? Alright, let's start. Stadium MPSJ, are you ready? To me dia kurang sikit. Satu lagi boleh? Satu lagi Kuat kita boleh dengar dekat live tau. So kuat. Stadium MPSJ, are you ready? Alright, to kickstart the last day of this regular season, apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan kertas pentas MPL Malaysia, King Empire Esports and Team Hawk.
Team Hawk!
A testament to downfall and a rise for success. They secured a trophy in their first season and stumbled in the following, but now they're back to chase the position and their dreams. With this potentially being their last run, last hurrah, let's welcome the Panthers, Ye Bombay Team Hawk!
King Empire Esports.
They came into MPL Malaysia with the intention to conquer the league from the get-go, and they bring forth the pride and ambition of a lion, dominating the early season fiercely without any warning or mercy. Can they add another victory to the campaign of expansion? Ladies and gentlemen, King of the Jungle, King Empire Esports!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, I'm pretty sure semua orang dah tak sabar untuk start match pembukaan hari terakhir regular season. Tapi sebelum tu, mestilah kita ada code untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah. So apa lagi? Jom join the fight dengan kita untuk mendapatkan in-game freebies. Alright guys, the stadium looks set. The players look set and so are the casters. So apa kata? Let's start our day. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, final day of the regular season for MPL Malaysia Season 13. Two best of threes lined out to close out the curtains. And happy Mother's Day to every mother and mom to be celebrating. My name is Husky alongside Gideon Q, and we will be the voices of today's broadcast.
Now today, we've got two very important matches. One to ensure that somebody gets a higher seed for the upper brackets, and the other to make sure they even qualify for the playoffs itself. For the most part about it, this is high-stakes games on the very final day. Considering how Saturday went, we're really hoping that this Sunday, these teams end the regular season strong.
And on top of that, we also might have a chance to just witness history happen for the very first time in this local league. A perfect regular season, which might be an inevitability judging by how one of the teams playing today has been performing so far.
Yeah, I mean, considering that, you know, we all talk about the curse, the regular season curse of whoever is sitting at the top usually does not win the overall tournament during the playoffs. I don't want to go in deeper into this. I don't want to bring up curses. So let's look at the standings, and maybe this will give you an idea, because SRG currently sitting at number 1 with 0 losses. This, as Husky has mentioned, is history in the making.
Yeah, and I think the only team that has made a run as close to that was Todak, and that was a couple seasons ago, right? They didn't have a perfect regular season, but they had a perfect playoffs. But of course, the elephant in the room, at least for the first series, is going to be between Team Hawk and King Empire Esports. It is all about getting into playoff slot. It is all about whether King Empire can have a chance to overtake Todak in that third place.
I mean, this is important, right? Because if they do take Todak down, well, not take Todak down, but overlap them in terms of points, they're going to have a much better seeding as they get into the playoffs. And keep in mind, the play-ins is still a very dangerous place to be in. Once you get into the play-ins, it's still single elimination until we get to the double elimination stage of the playoffs. And that's where it's like, okay, you can relax a little bit, you have a little bit of a second life, but at the same time, you really need to grasp the gravity of this situation playing against some of the toughest teams that we have here in MPL MY.
Yeah, and a lot of permutations can happen today, right? Even Niners have that slight chance of overtaking Team Hawk and making it into playoffs. But that one, we'll keep it for later on, because right now I think Team Hawk, they are in a very peculiar spot. They have at least secured play-ins for now, but whether they can overcome King Empire and at least stop KGE from making it further and getting a better seeding, it comes down to this best of 3.
Yep, it's so very important that these teams are going to be at that tip top of their shape, looking good. Not only that, we also have to give a shout out to the 20% off the MLBB in-game items, especially if you scan that QR code and you're already partnered up with Hotlink.
Yeah, and you can use Hotlink to secure lightning-fast 5G connection for your Mobile Legends Bang Bang games. Only with Hotlink. Enjoy superior 5G network, latency, and smoother gameplay. Again, only with Hotlink.
With that being said, this upcoming matchup, we're expecting, well, at the very least, what version of Team Hawk we're going to get, because they have been quite the coin flippy team. Sometimes they're looking like especially good against some of the strongest teams we have here at the MPLY, and then other times they're losing to the bottom 4, so kind of difficult to say compared to KGE, who's a lot more consistent all across the board.
Yeah, and I would say one thing for KGE, we have noticed, as consistent as they are, teams have figured out, or some teams have figured out the general playstyle, right? What to do against KGE in terms of the bans. For Team Hawk, they brought in the last minute addition Maima, and Maima so far has been solid, right? We saw Lisa just now on the stage as part of the technical staff, so a bit of a change of roles. But today's hot topic is all about the side lanes. We're looking at Smooth and Sasa for KGE. We're looking at Sakin and Iris for the Panthers of Team Hawk.
Yep. We don't know what version of Team Hawk we're going to get, but at the very least, we know that KGE, they play for their side lanes very often, and particularly for our Kage here in the gold lane, Sasa. Now, Smooth, he is stable, he is independent, but teams have been targeting his hero pool more oftentimes than not to say, hey, you know what? We're going to deal with Sasa by bringing in outside influence to his lane.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams, Homeboys, RSG, I think SRG also demonstrated that example, right? Smooth, get his Benedetta out of the way, you give him any other heroes, makes it so much more manageable. Now we can just make sure our laners have an even lane with Smooth, and we bring all the pressure to him, and Sasa now does not receive help from the side lanes, right? We've even seen games where Smooth is forced to relegate his lane and just help out the team and not get anything in return.
And let's compare this to Team Hawk for an example, because Iris, again, also very similar to Smooth, independent laner, but very much a playmaker given the right heroes. And Sakin, I think overall, he's been pretty standard, but he hasn't been able to achieve hyper-aggressive gold laners, right? Let's look at the report card, because they've got wide for Yi Bombay, currently in 6th, and last season they ended up in 5th. In their last 5 matches, they were only able to achieve 3 wins, and 2 of those losses coming in from the bigger teams.
And I think this is a very concerning state for Team Hawk if you're looking at kind of this track record alone, right? Which means that, well, they're taking out the bottom feeders. You know, Barracuda in 9th place currently. You know, Monster Vicious in 8th. Nine is just barely making it through. But still, at that point of time, it wasn't a problem for Team Hawk. They couldn't overcome Toda, couldn't overcome RSG MY, and that could be something that KG is going to target today. But one thing that I think Team Hawk has been doing pretty well is in terms of average total, right? They're ranked in the middle in 4th place.
Yeah, no, I think the early game has been going decently well, right? I mean, the first blood rate is going to be in the lower echelon, only being in 7, but even their first tower, 53% overall. If we pair that up, it means after their turtle, they're almost guaranteed to get a follow-up tower, maybe a tier 1 early on in the game.
Yeah, I want to look at KG's report card because this is what I'm worried about, right? In terms of average turtle, sure, they are a spot ahead, the spot above Team Hawk. But when it comes to first turret, they are in 8th place. KGE not really that proficient when it comes to taking first turret, and it has been the bane of a lot of these games where they start falling behind. Look at SRG against Tola, against Homeboys. First turret has always been what stops KGE's momentum.
Yeah, but that's not really what KGE is about, right? Because again, they need time to scale. They wait and they really play like a Python where they strangle you out at the very end and slowly chip away the map until you've got nothing left to play, right? Look at their average DPM, 12,000. Third in the league so far. That's a surprisingly high number for a team who has only 47% in first blood averages, and even first heart rates at 32.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing is average lord. They are placed number 2, right? They have a 1.5 average lord every single game that they play in. That is very, very impressive, considering that you don't really expect kind of this objective-based explosiveness from KGE based on how they play, right? Slow and methodical, but when push comes to shove, Susujin, he has shown that he can carry the team all on his own, and he just needs the support system to back him up.
Yeah, I think for King Empire, it's clear that their mid to late game is going to be a lot better than most teams, especially if they set the situation up really nicely to make sure that there are no outs for their opponent. I do think that Team Hawk does have a chance, but it's dependent on where they find that first blood. So far, I think that Sutsujin has been taking a lot of punishment from some of the bigger teams because, again, if you've already won the draft in a sense of making sure that Sasa has a neutral lane and Smooth doesn't have his priority picks, therefore, the only other person you could really attack in this case would be Sutsujin, who plays tanks, right? Fredrin, the Barats, we've seen it all.
Yeah, and Fanny is almost guaranteed 100% ban, except for that SRG game that we saw. And aside from Sutsujin, X-Win also ends up having a lot more pressure on his shoulders, right? He needs to babysit Sasa, he needs to make sure that the lane goes well, and sometimes they even have to call in Smooth from the side lane. You're like, buddy, I'm sorry, you can't stay in lane, we need your help right now.
Yeah, I think that's their biggest problem, right? Because again, their game plan is super linear, and I think we haven't seen them diversify too much in comparison to Team Hawk, where we get a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I personally want to see how the hero pools kind of overlap, right? Even when we look at the side lanes, between Iris in particular, he does share some similarities with Smooth, the Benedetta being both their signature picks. And of course, we talk about Maima being the latest addition to Team Hawk, Mass a pillar so far. Saken as the IGL has been slowly assimilating into that role. There were some moments of hesitancy last week, but I think Saken was able to remedy it very quickly.
Yeah, I think, one of his worst matchups as of right now is dealing with Roger specifically, something that Sasa actually is decently good at. He prefers the crit build, he doesn't go for the traditional Thunderbelt or maybe even into Windtalker into Endless Battle, right? But let's look at Team Hawk's stats to get a further look into this, because I feel like as a team, the biggest thing is going to be communication, because Noir, Mechanical, he can execute. He absolutely can, but sometimes he does it a little too early, and I think that's where Maima really is able to put a leash on him and say, hey, calm down for a second, wait until somebody can follow up, because again, as a combo starter, you need to make sure that the CC is clean. Any frame that you leave open to some of these professional players, it's a flicker out of there, it's an instant purify.
And he could be the trump card for his team, just based on having that Cho as the pocket pick, right? Every single time Team Hawk needs that X factor, they're gonna give Noir that Cho, and Noir will deliver. And even when we don't talk about Iris, when we talk about players like Janus, for example, in the jungle, we see his Fredrin stats, almost 600 average GPM, 2.2 average kills. He also shares some hero pools, some similarities with Susujin in terms of the assassin pool, right? They can both play the Nolan, they both adore the Fanny pick.
Yeah, both of them adore that Fanny pick, but at the same time, when we look at King Empire, right, with Sasa, X-Win, Detto, Smooth, and as well as Sutsujin, I think this is where Detto really is able to shine on a team that, well, generally, he's not going to be the main focus, right? He's going to be the supporting cast the majority of the time. He's also the secondary carry if Smooth is unable to get to that tipping point for the team. And that's the thing, right? If they're able to utilize their team to not play so linearly around the gold lane and start playing through maybe even Sutsujin or even Smooth, that's what I would like to see a lot, right? Sasa, it's not like he cannot play independently, but his team needs to make that time worth it, which is why I would imagine that Sasa is pretty critical when someone's like, hey, you're going on the opposite side of the map and you're not helping me and you're not getting anything still.
And I think King Empire, they tried that against SRG last week, and I do hope to see that version, right? Sasa, he was doing fine against Innocent. He was winning in terms of farm. Innocent was getting most of his goals from objectives, from kills. Sasa just straight up farmed his way to tie up with Innocent. He won in lane, and all he needs is just a small push, right? A little bit of support from his team, and that's good for KGE because it breaks free from that linear playstyle that we're used to seeing. Sasa is no longer the win condition. Susujin is able to carry some weight. Now they just need some fine polishing on it, and I think that KGE today is going to look so much better.
I'm really hoping that Sutsujin is calling for help upon Detto, X-Win, and maybe even Sasa if necessary, right? I mean, Smooth, it's obvious that he has to help during these neutral objective takes, but I do think that if KGE is looking for a way open into Team Hawk, it's shutting down Janus first, right? Iris is a little difficult to quote-unquote shut down because he will find that moment to kind of flip things over as a big tempo breaker for Team Hawk, so let's move away from his side of the map.
And I think me, just let Smooth handle it, right? Because at this point, if you're KG, I imagine that you're going to start getting used to the fact that Smooth is not getting Benedetta anytime soon. We have a WhatsApp video though from Team Hawk.
Orthodox hero or orthodox composition, so we can surprise KG. For me, the drafting is not a problem. It's just like a gameplay. If you have a good draft, then you can't execute well. I think it's not a good.
Bonding time together. It's not only in the game, outside the game lah. Have activity so they can execution more in the game also.
And there we have it from Team Hawk's technical staff, right? Both of them saying that for Team Hawk, it's all about the bonding. It's all about playing well on top of having a good draft.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the sentiment as well, right? You can have the best draft in the world, but if you cannot execute upon your plan, you really need to... It just shows that there are deeper-seated problems, right? And I think that's why. We are hearing from the words from Lexia, yeah, team bonding, making sure that this team not only trusts each other, but are willing to communicate clearly with each other.
And I think that's something that Maima has also expressively said during a post-game interview last week, where they say that, oh, for us, when I came into the team, we got together very well, and it happened so quickly, right? So Maima was able to really perform and have his influence spread to the rest of the team, which is also a very crucial ingredient that gave Team Hawk the pillar that they need in that mid lane. And I think Detto also plays that exact same role. They are both supportive cast of the team, but they are both very pivotal in keeping that team intact.
Yeah, I think the big difference between Team Hakan as well as KGE in terms of just personalities is once they get into the game, how vocal are they? Oh, hello! Hey, looks like some of your students are in the crowd.
I love them. Thank you very much. Thank you, my boys, for showing up. My boys from Sri Mas. Don't worry, I didn't dox you guys.
Hey, let's go, let's go. All right, coming back into it, right? The vocality in the game is extremely important. I think that Team Hawk has it in abundance, right? I feel like Sakin, he's more talkative when he's in the game. Outside of the game, he's a little bit more introverted. Maima, no difference whatsoever. He will talk your head off. And even with Iris, right? I feel like they are feeling the polar opposite of what they had previously. With one person being vocal, now with multiple people being vocal, it might come to an issue of having over comms, but that's better than having no comms at all.
And I think that's something that we sometimes see throughout the whole regular season, sometimes KG, I think Niners, Barracuda. There are instances where how is the comms going to evolve when you're not having a good game? Are you going to go dead silent? We've seen examples of that. But of course, smooth supporter from KG. Today, as we mentioned, important day for both teams. But for KGE, it's all about dominating this series. And there was a skit done by Ayman Haq and
you know what?
Shah.
You're right.
Yeah. So there, aside from the Paraguay celebration, they posted something where they both were like, yo, this is our final game of the regular season. Whoever loses has to wear our team jersey on the stage. Or
on
something like that.
Oh,
yeah. So,
boy.
And they both agreed to it. I mean, this is also Team Hawk's potential last ride.
Hey,
like, literal last ride. And I think Ayman Haq, he himself did mention that on a podcast.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. Talk about pride. Speaking of pride, let's check out the luck of some of our peepos here in the crowd. All right, we know you got the skin, but the question is, do you get the bingo?
Okay, that's 2 skins.
All right. That's fine. Here we go. Because keep in mind, guys, that the KOF... Oh, wait. He died. This is his first one.
This is his first one.
All right. Hopefully, he stays throughout the day, and we'll see whether he gets the bingo by the end of it.
I thought that was going to be his third. If only we had more time before the draft, we would stay on him until he draws like 30 of it.
Yeah, keep in mind that, again, you could win one of the 3 brand new KOF collab skins and maybe come over to the MPL to try and crack them open for our entertainment and the world's entertainment, because during the event, you can enjoy a sweetness of 50% discounts on the first 10x draw, which you just saw just now, and the daily first 1x draw. So don't miss out on the awesome opportunity.
Yeah, you have Kyoku Zanagi for Valir, you have Mai Shinarui for Masha, and you have Terry Bogard for Paquito, which is my personal favorite. Let's see if we get to see any of those picked up in Game 1. Draft is on the way. It's underway. Team Hawk blue side, KGE red.
Man, both sides just taking out pocket straight away, making sure that they have their iconic picks just out of the way, right? No Benedetta, no Nolan, no Howrith, no Roger. Really strong laners in their own rights, and they have the players who turn them dangerous as well. Lo Yi gets banned out for the side of KGE. Rather smart. They are on red side, to be fair.
Matilda just get let through. Now, will Team Hawk pounce on that opportunity, right? Will Noir get that Matilda, or will Team Hawk say, you know what, we're still not going to go for Matilda, Chip is on the table, that could be an option.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think that Chip is going to be a little bit more effective here for Team Hawk. I'm guessing that KGE saw last week and how Noir played the Matilda initially and was like, you know what, this ain't too bad. As long as we have a double threat here, we can do something. Because at the end of the day, scaling people is going to be their gold laners, both Saken as well as Sasa.
Saken, 4.0 average KDA, pretty decent in terms of his performance as a gold laner. Only 40% win rate on the carry, but carry has sort of fallen out. We talked about Chip, that actually goes over to KGE alongside the Baraz, and Team Hawk, they decide that they want to take Natan because that is the third best choice aside from Harif and Roger.
Okay, that's not too bad here. I feel like KGE, they don't want to lock in their marksman just yet because at the end of the day, they want to see a little bit more of what Team Hawk's draft is going to look like, right? They lock in the Baraz, they lock in the Chip again. Totally fine for the side of KGE. We know that it's going to be a little bit more team fight oriented, and at the very least, when you have Barats, you have more control over the early game in comparison to Team Hawk, where we've seen their stats just now during the report card. That's how they generally want to play.
And of course, we have Sasa's stat as well. Obviously, overall, in terms of KDA, slightly higher than Saken, but everything else, average DPN and GPM, almost same with Saken. One of his most used heroes is actually the Harif. We've seen it a lot of times, but most of the games on the Harif, he has not been able to find success. And Team Hawk, they're going to get that Arlet, which fits well both for Iris and Noir alongside the Carmelia. So this is going to be that Iris Arlet.
Interesting. This is really, really interesting. We've seen Hawk try this Carmilla out before. They're going to do it again. And they have CC to actually work with that Cursed Blood ultimate from Carmilla's side to make sure that whoever is affected by it will all receive the same amount of duration when it comes down to getting locked, getting stunned, getting knocked up. Everything applies here. So KGE smartly take the Valentina, and now they have some form of counterplay, but at the very least, they do actually have the Baratza tank down through that CC.
See value in me?
We get the veteran ban this time, so we're tapping into that jungler pool. But at least for KG, there is a flex choice, right? You have the Baraz, both can be either in Susujin or Smooth's hand. But I'm looking at Team Hawk, and I wonder what are they going to be looking at. It has to be that Sasa hero pool, right? There's not really much left in the tank as an option. They do go for the Smooth Yuzhong ban.
Yeah, I think this is really important that the EXP needs some form of way to control the lane. I think worst comes to worst, KGE might just throw Smooth onto something like along the lines of Damus, I would assume, especially since they are going to be on the red side. So that means they get first pick on the second phase of this pick and bans. So Team Hawk getting rid of the Yuzhong, that's one option. They still need to get rid of more, maybe even a Paquito if necessary, but I think that might just be too much. Then they can start throwing Arlet into the EXP side, give Iris a bit of an advantage, and I think it's going to be fine from that point on.
I mean, there is the export, which also could be an option, but I think it's more for KGE if Susujin will be kind of tasked to play the Baraz. And start banning out that Novaria, so limit that mid pool, which leaves a couple more options. If you want artillery, there's Farsa and Yi for Maima. There is the Faramir still up for grabs. One pick that I think is pretty good into the chip, which I have seen a couple of times, could be a potential Odette. Now, will Team Hawk go for it? We just have to find out.
Yeah, I think Odette is particularly dangerous here as well, but at the same time, I think that KGE has taken all of this into account. The fact that they've locked in the Valentina within that first rotation, within the first phase, really deters Team Hawk from getting too far ahead. Oh, Team Hawk actually banning out the X-Borg here, which means that KGE, I do think that it's generally around. I would hope that they have a little bit more burst than this, right? Sustained damage is good, but against a Natan, it might not necessarily go the way that they want to. We still don't know what the marksman option is going to be, and I think, if anything, I don't think this is a situation to call for carry. I would argue that even a Leslie might not be too bad in this situation. Worst comes to worst, there's always Claude.
Yeah, I'm looking at the jungler as well because it's not confirmed for both teams, right? You call it Gideon, Claude pick for Sasa for KGE, and that means this last pick, there's a chance we go into the assassin pool. We tap into that hero pool for the junglers, right? We have the Fanny, both Susujin and Janice love. And KG, they're on that red side, so there is a chance we see that get selected.
Yeah. It can be a little difficult for KGE to actually start flexing this Barats in towards the EXP side to have an EXP jungle flex for their final pick. I don't think it's a bad idea if KGE actually wants to go for an assassin as well. The only deterrent is that Arlet, but that's under some very big assumptions, right? Let's see what Team Hawk does at this stage of the game, because they can go many different directions with this. They can technically still get the Fanny if they wanted to. I don't think KGE have some solid answers to it just yet, other than Sutsujin maybe catching in mid-air through the steel cables, through the Daytona's welcome. But no, Team Hawk opt to go for the Turizla and as well as Vexana, which begs the question, who the heck is their jungler? Is it Natan? Is it Natan jungle?
Could be. I honestly feel like it could be a Natan jungle. And who is in the gold lane? Carmilla?
Arlet? Either Arlet or Turizla, right?
Is Carmilla jungle a thing?
Carmilla... Not that I know of.
No, me neither.
This is going to be the first time we're going to see Team Hawk whip up something something interesting here. Let's see how KGE respond.
The Fanny is out.
There we go.
Sutsujin's Fanny. We kind of primed this from the start. KG, this time, they're going to do a rerun. Of course, a bit of a switch out, right? Smooth, again, we talked about how it's time for them to accept that he's not going to get Benedetta anytime soon. Put him on the barrage. He's going to be that brick wall into Iris' Turizla. Let Sutsujin be that win condition in that early to mid game, and then Sasa, he's going to be able to pop off in that late.
Interesting. This is going to be Janice on a Carmilla jungle. This is the first time we're going to be seeing it here in MPL MY. Carmilla jungle versus Fanny jungle. You don't get to see this very often. I would assume that Sutsujin is going to have a bit of an advantage in terms of mobility, but let's see how Janice plays this out. We might be in for a surprise.
And I think at the same time, perhaps for Team Hawk, it's all about those team fight combos that you can pull off, right? Not only with the Turizla penalty zone, you also have the burst damage from your teammates. Only one way to find out game one of this best of 3 Team Hawk against KGE, King Empire Esports on the red side, Team Hawk on the blue.
Interesting. For the very last match, in a best of 3, nonetheless, they're willing to pull out a Carmilla jungle. Let's see how fast he actually clears this compared to Sutsujin, right? I would imagine that he clears this first camp pretty quick until Sutsujin hits level 2. Yeah, significantly faster in a matter of fact.
Yeah, X-Win almost managing to really break that momentum. But of course, Crimson Flower level 1, keeps you topped up in the jungle and able to clear the waves as fast as possible. Maybe Coach Wright was right? He talked about having an orthodox pick for Team Hawk, and they certainly did that. But where's the focal point going to be, though, for these two teams? I would imagine it's not the XP lane.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's going to be the XP lane. I think it's going to be up to Saka in here. He should have a decent matchup against Sasa in the lane itself. He's played against Cloud many times previously in his career, and I think that is Natan suits his style a little bit more in comparison to his Roger. However, looking at the jungle pathing so far, Sutsujin quickly going to invade, take a camp, go back to his own. He should hit level 4, and the question is, who is going to make that very first mistake? Who's going to get low enough so that Sutsujin has a target?
And this chip, X-Win, is going to keep Noir away, so protecting Sutsujin's camp. You can see Janice, he also managed to hit 4, but it's going to fall behind slightly in terms of experience. I don't think Team Hawk saw that early invade from Sutsujin, so that information not relayed to Janice. A bit unfortunate, but he will still be able to make it in time for that first turtle.
Good deterrent coming in from X-Win, making sure that, again, he wants to just give vision, give presence, make sure that Team Hawk is always visible on this map. And now the question is, who's going to get level 4 first? Maima and Iris looking to hit it as quickly as possible, and X-Win is going to be able to absorb the wave with Detto in the mid. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, Noir actually wants the level 4 that he gets forced back, and that is going to slow down Team Hawk a little bit. Maima and Iris got the ultimate. Or Janice working on the turtle already. Sutsujin, he wants his purple first before he shows up. See that ultimate Curse of Blood stolen by Detto, and now an instant Daytona's welcome to gobble out the Carmilla. Retribution comes in Sutsujin with the first turtle, but at least Team Hawk will be able to get first blood for Janice by eliminating Smooth.
Dang, that's got to be annoying. The Cursed Blood getting cancelled the first initial time, and by the time Janice was able to get it down, it's already too late, right? 3 prime targets, all conveniently within that Cursed Blood, but still not enough. It's all about timing, and it's all about execution. So I think that Team Hawk, they got to be more careful with these types of plays. If that Cursed Blood does not land, you call it off entirely. You can't have Iris jumping in like that.
And that could be also a potential insurance policy that Team Hawk can always fall back on, right? If we get these team fight goings, if Janice lands that ultimate and Sakin is in the right place, we can instantly obliterate KGE's health pool. But like you said, it's all about timing. You have to be able to find an opportunity, which in of itself requires that higher level of execution. Smooth, despite going down earlier on, is still ahead in terms of experience compared to Iris.
He's doing well. He's doing very, very well. Iris is missing out on his farm at the same time, and Smooth is making sure he's absorbing every single wave. He's not missing a beat. If anything, Iris is the one who has to make sacrifices every time Smooth leaves that lane.
It's going to be a bit tough. Even Smooth is going for the invade. X-Wing will be spotted out by Janus, but that's just not enough damage. X-Wing is going to call in reinforcements. Noir, we force the flicker, turns around with that ultimate, and now they drop the combo. X-Wing is going to go down. Iris takes the portal as well, get the penalty zone off. Team Hawk, they want to fight this, but KGE, they're already on the run, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
I think they could have. I think KGE probably could have gotten a little bit more there. Smooth did not commit his Daytona's welcome to it. Noir also just getting a really good final slash. I mean, with the Cursed Blood, it doesn't matter if he hits the target or not. He just needs to touch one person with that Cursed Blood, and everybody is going to get stunned.
Oh, yeah. So, at the end of it, I think Susujin walked away with a kill, so that is going to benefit him a lot more, considering that he will get this purple buff, and the turtle is right beside that objective. KGE, they're not rotating Smooth here. They have Sasa around. This could be that first breaking point that pushes KGE's lead.
How do they bait it out, right? It's KGE trying to mess the timing of that Cursed Blood, and Team Hawk, they're just waiting for that portal to come down or find a perfect situation where KGE is really pumped up together. These neutral takes are especially dangerous, and I think that KGE might just, or should, oh, hold on.
Is it Crystal Blood? It's going to be stolen. Saken instantly drops the entropy and takes out X-Win. It's going to be a trade for now, but Susujin, he gets melted by Saken. This is not a fight that KGE could take. And Team Hawk, they only lose Noir, but they get the crucial targets. It's 3 for them, and Sasa got to be on the run. Turtle for Team Hawk.
Oh, man. Didn't work out the way that they wanted it to. Saken just free hitting the entire time. I mean, it was a good idea, right? Deto steals the Cursed Blood, drops it on his enemy, takes the initiative on top of the fact that they all get slowed thanks to X with Portal. It looked like a good idea, but the counter engage is just much stronger from the side of Team Hawk.
And I think if you're KGE, it's so much easier, well, if you're Team Hawk, it's so much easier to benefit from the Carmilla ult because you have so many layerings of damage, right? AoE from Maima, you have Saken with the entropy. For KGE, the AoE comes from the Claude, and perhaps the Fanny and Baras is just not as appealing.
Yeah, and even the CC comes with conditions, right? Like X-Win needs to kind of mark everybody and still needs to get an auto attack off to CC, to get his CC down. And even Smooth, Daytona's welcome is pretty much the only reliable way. I mean, the rockets technically can work too, but it's not as effective because it gives time for Team Hawk to kind of spread out.
Yeah. What's the ultimate? I feel like if you are Deto, you are looking for another ultimate to steal. This Curse of Blood is not working out.
It's not it.
He has done it twice, hasn't found success with it. The good news though, Susujin is still keeping up, but he definitely would have preferred to not die in that exchange, or at least get the turtle. He got none. Third turtle respawning on the bot side, and Susujin is at least going to try shoving this bottom wave. Noir finds the ult onto X-Win, but X-Win has that speed boost to get out.
This is so dangerous for KGE to clump up, right? At least Team Hawk aren't running away with the lead so far. They only have an 886 gold lead, now to 930. And KGE, they're not out of the waters just yet. They need some time for Sasa to actually scale.
That should be fine. The healing is sufficient. Deto this time took the Eternal Guardian. Way a better spell, I think, overall. If you want to provide the support in these team fights. Now Noir becomes a legitimate threat. X-Win, you can give vision on the Arlet, but we have seen what Noir can do. He is not afraid to use that ultimate to create an opening for his team.
Yeah, I think even the final slash might be a good consideration for Deto as well. Saken already completing his second item already in that Starlium Scythe. Now for the next turtle fight, and I mean, good luck, King Empire. I'm trying to rattle my brain. How exactly are we supposed to get in on these fights?
The portal is the detriment to his team, right? Because so much AoE from Team Hawk. You can see the application now. Portal gets dropped, but no one's going to come through. I mean, Susujin will, and he's trying to get a kill in return, but Iris now finally turns around with that penalty zone, gets gobbled up by Smooth, but Smooth is taking too much damage from Saken. KG were not able to get much, but the one good news is that Sasa gets free reign on that top side.
The more they delay this turtle, the better it is for King Empire, right? It allows Susujin to go back to his own purple buff. It gets a free tier 1, might even get a tier 2. He gets a tier 2 on the bottom, on the top side of the map.
Oh, Susujin playing with fire just now. Well, at least now he knows that one-shotting Noir is not an option, at least for now.
I think the worst part is I don't even think he can like one-shot Janus as well. I mean, I can't wait to see what the item build is going to be for Janus exactly. I doubt it's going to be full damage, but let's have a look here. Oh my god, fleeting time. First item after the molten core. Holy cow.
Talk about wanting to team fight as often as possible. But despite all that, right, Team Hawk having 4 more kills than KG, having 2 turtles and a turret, there's actually not much of a network difference. It's the same. I mean, KG, again, we talk about how Sasa is really efficient in farming. I think most of these net worth comes from Sasa, and Smooth now finds space to break that bot tier 1.
Yeah, they're understanding that Team Hawk, they really want a team fight, and they're much stronger than King Empire in terms of these team fights, right? 4 minutes, 8 minutes, still predicting by our AI winning predictor, 65% across the board. They need time, right? King Empire, they need time for Detto to scale. They need, most importantly, the Trinity build to be complete for Sasa's side, and then play the map, right? You have plenty of ways to do that.
And the one thing that Chip does is it also changes the dynamic of your team, because your Barrage can split push and join the fight with that Chip portal. So that's why you see Smooth in that bottom lane. Sees Iris, don't worry, you're gonna go to take the turret, but X-Win not that lucky. You really gotta start understanding that you can't just walk up like that, X-Win.
No, they can't. And here comes Janus as well, just running Sasa down. He's not going to have enough damage to kill him, but look at the rest of the map. They managed to crack open a tier 1, and...
and Iris could turn around. Penalty zone to lock Sutsujin down, but Detto this time, with the Stolen Eternal Guardian, make sure that Iris goes down, and the rest of Team Hawk showing up to the party. Smooth is going to try and soak up as much damage as possible with Saken dealing out the damage. Entropy and Final Slash do. Smooth will not stand. Team Hawk finds a trade. But overall, the state of the map is KGE taking control of the side lane.
Yep, KGE is just way faster in terms of these rotations, with the help of Sutsujin as well as X-Win. Worst comes to worst. But these neutral objectives is where Team Hawk have a significant advantage. So King Empire, somehow they have to delay while threatening the side lanes. Goal difference, not too far apart from everybody else, but I think this is a hard rush from Team Hawk.
Yeah, Saken even used the entropy just to close the distance to get to the Lord. They see Sutsujin, portal call in, Iris, penalty zone gets on the 2, and look at the damage from the Curse of Blood! Janus secures the objective, and they get rid of Sutsujin with the help of Saken. And just like that, Team Hawk wrestles back control of this game with that objective. KG loses 2 in the process. Sasa still gets the mid-tier 2.
Ooh, okay. He's really pressing his luck here. Team Hawk are not responding to him in time, but they don't mind the trade because they know they can take all the outer tier turrets with the help of these Lord-empowered minions and the Lord itself. This is becoming a pretty tight game here, but Noir, honestly, the difference maker for the team. I would say that the Cursed Blood is a very good idea, but the fact that Noir was able to flicker with the Final Slash, still at the edge of the Final Slash, catch Sutsujin, really turned that fight because Sutsujin was not affected by the Cursed Blood, and better yet, he had full access to the backline.
Oh yeah, like essentially blocked off. Team Hawk now wants to try to get this purple buff away from KGE. The Lord will be dealt with by Sasa and Smooth. That should not be a problem. Janus steals the buff. Team Hawk breaks that mid-tier 1. Most of the net worth that Team Hawk has right now is on Saken. He is 6-0 on this time. Just got the Winds of Nature. Now he can definitely do with Sasa a whole lot better. Not just Sasa, Sutsujin as well.
Yeah, and the hard part is that he has Purify. So even if Detto is able to get like a full combo with him, or with the Eternal Guardian specifically, Saken can just walk away, and he can heal himself pretty much back to full off of just auto-attacking a minion, or whether it's jungle creep. Saken though.
So close. They had an inkling. It might be there.
Yeah, could have been, should have been, but Team Hawk now kind of evening out the score, right? Same amount of turns have been taken away. The only tier 2s that are standing are Team Hawk's bottom side and King Empire's tier 2 on that top side. And I think now it's about how creative can you get. Detto coming up actually pretty big in terms of damage dealt ranking.
As much as Team Hawk's comp is good in team fighting, side wave management is going to be a problem. Like Iris has been forced to be called back to the base a lot of times because Sasa is split pushing, Sutsujin is split pushing, and they're not worried of not being able to join a team fight as long as X-Win is alive.
Yeah, I think that King Empire are doing the right thing. Just consistent amount of rotations every single time. Threaten the side lane, put Team Hawk at odds, and risking losing an inhibitor if they just so happen to, well, let the ball slip a little too far.
Steady gameplay. This is the KG at its best, I'd say. They have set the conditions right, especially for this comp where they can be anywhere they want to be. Forget about Luo Yi. The Sutsujin Fanny itself is already a staple name.
Yep, 26 more seconds until the next Lord pops back up. Let's see the setup from King Empire to ensure that they get a split push, because it feels like Team Hawk, they're making a hard read. They're expecting...
Oh, yeah. Good check.
Oy.
Very good check from Sasa.
Oh, good thing that he still has his game sense and wits about him. I'm pretty sure he just saw him, yeah. Okay, thank God, thank God. I'm pretty sure Sasa spotted 2 walking into that bush.
Either that or he could easily check with that Art of Thievery. Either way, Saken, Blood Wings, pretty late one considering the amount of lead he has. He wanted to push it as much as he can, but I think we're reaching a stage where Team Hawk and KG, they're on equal level. And KG, we've seen them willing to make these trades. We get Lord, we get turrets, so much better. Noir with the final slash. Flickers actually doesn't really connect the way he wants to be. He gets gobbled up. Actually now will call in the Cavalry's move. Will absorb damage as Susujin finds the assassination onto Maima. Saken though in the meantime gets a double kill. And Team Hawk, I don't think they will be able to, lose this fight. Saken finds a triple kill in the meantime. KGE, they still might have a chance of contesting this Lord. Sasa has the ult. Susujin is going to spot out by Saken. He will back up for now. But it's going to take a while for Team Hawk to really finish up this Lord. Feels like it's taking too long. Sasa gets out with the BMI. Susujin not able to work magic. Can't even get a kill on the way out. Team Hawk, extended fight, but objective secured.
God damn, Noir. Noir is playing out of his mind right now. He's making it really difficult for King Empire to set up a situation where they can actually close and clean up that fight, right? They needed Sasa's Blazing Duet and as well as Susujin to come in at the exact same time from different directions, right? To start pinching on towards Saken, the main win condition from Team Hawk. And honestly, what's keeping Team Hawk relevant in these team fights? I don't think Iris has enough damage to do anything at this point, or to really threaten anybody other than Detto, or maybe even Sasa, but even so, Sasa, he's fully scaled.
And Iris finds the Flicker Penalty Zone onto Detto. Detto gets away for it now, and Sake now, because of blood! We talked about the combo! And where did Sasa go? Team Hawk, in one fell swoop, gets game 1.
Woo! What an even game, both sides playing to the best of their capabilities, and man, they're putting everything on the line here. That's 1 point. Team Hawk is walking over to KG and is just like, give me one more, brother, man. You know what's happening. You know what's happening after this.
About to wear my jersey on stage later, buddy.
Oh boy, what a game that was. A clean combination from Team Hawk to close out that round, but Saken, what an absolute beast.
That's why the priority was on him, right? The Natan pick, they had it planned around Janice, no counter, Camilla. This very creative and unorthodox pick for Team Hawk worked out in the end. And when all the chips are down, when KG are forced to come together, that curse of blood, chef's kiss.
Yeah, no, that was so very dangerous, right? The AoE of that, it is a lot larger than what people would have imagined, especially once you're pushed all the way back up to your crystal. There's not a lot of room to dodge out of the way without losing the entire game at the same time.
I think I pity Sasa. Sasa probably did not see what hit him, right? He just evaporated.
He hit Purify and he prayed.
He prayed. He probably pressed Purify thinking he had a fraction of a second to get maybe BMI or Blazing Duet, and he just got popped. It's dangerous. I mean, Saken at the end of the game was like, what, 10-0? Probably more than that. But he definitely had a flawless game.
He really did. He really did. And I think, Saken played at the best of his capabilities, never pushing himself too far and only pushing himself forward once the backline was compromised. I think this is a very good showing of what Team Hawk is capable of. And unironically, it's not because of the EXP laters. They were basically non-existent.
Yeah, I think, we talked about, let's look at side lane. At least one of them is going to take the spotlight. Saken, our MVP for game number 1. Absolute flawless performance on the Natan. Given priority and paying it back tenfold. 10-0-2.
Oh, so good. So very, very good. Decides to go for the glowing wand to ensure that he has a little bit more health to work with, a little bit more movement speed, but most importantly, so that he can just poke Barats, poke him slowly, and he eventually will evaporate.
And this puts KG in a slightly peculiar position because Team Hawk now has a chance to deny KG a potential 3rd spot finish by the end of the regular season. And I think they have already denied that, right? Because KG needed a 2-0 win.
Yeah. Technically, if they wanted to go up in their standings, they needed a 2-0 win. And without out of the way, at this point, there's nothing else to lose but to stop Team Hawk from getting higher up in the seeding.
I think for Team Hawk, even if they get 3 points, I'm not sure if they would overtake any team, but one thing is for sure, making sure that KG doesn't get that high seeding is pivotal, right? KG will be forced to go the longer road. We see this entire game, Sasa's only death was that final fight. Man was playing flawless. He's taking advantage of Team Hawk's compositions, taking side lanes, he's getting farm, he's keeping up with Sakin, but the team fighting is just not what KG was able to pull off.
Yeah, and Sutsujin was just unable to find Saket, right? Like, a lot of the time, great coverage coming in from both Maima and as well as Noir to ensure that Saket, if worst comes to worst, I'm throwing my body in there. I'm standing on top of Saket to ensure that this sphere connects, and Noir is, well, I feel like his tunnel visioning has kind of been eliminated here. Like, somebody has taken off the shades from him, and he is very aware of who he needs to hit. Obviously, X-Win has been a prime target in the earlier stages of the game to force him to use his ultimate so that Janus might have an opportunity to do that Cursed Blood movement. But at the end of the day, Sutsujin, no access to the backline, and when he did, Sakan is able to outplay it because of the resources being blown by Team Hawk.
And I think Team Hawk also did a very good preparation coming into this series, right? They let the chip through, KG picks up chip immediately, and Team Hawk drafted a composition that compromises chip. We talked about Odette being a very direct answer, but then you look at Team Hawk, you have Janus on the Carmilla, you have Penalty Zone, you have all these big AoEs that is going to really stop KG from taking that fast track portal into a team fight, and every time X-Win walks up, he gets punished.
Yeah, I think that X-Win, if anything, they needed to realize that their team fighting was a lot weaker, so they had to play towards the lanes, right? I think Smooth's lane could have used a couple of ganks here and there. We did see X-Win actually gank that lane once, but afterwards decided to put more of his pressure elsewhere. They needed to kind of split things up, right? Detto could have gone on one side of the lane. We could have expected to see X-Win on the other. Worst comes to worst, if they, if Feces hit the fan, that's when you use the ultimate to call in the backup.
I think also another condition that we sort of talked about was how KG is good that it's not only Sasa being the linchpin of the team, you have Sutsujin as well, but conditions have to be met, right? Sutsujin has had a fantastic early to mid game to give Sasa space. Overall, if we want to talk about ganking the side lane, Sutsujin has to be present, but most of the time, X-Wing shows up once, realizes that can't do it, and Sutsujin never really got to show up in the side lane, right? He's usually there to shout wave against Iris, can't get Maima, can't get Noir, can't even see Saken on the map.
Yeah, I think it's just really good how Team Hawk, their lineup, it's so important to have lane priority here. Because if they didn't have lane priority, especially over the mid lane, right? If Maima was not able to go toe-to-toe against Detto, because X-Win is basically non-present in these lanes, and especially in that mid lane, that means that Maima naturally will be able to outpush Detto. And that's what made it really difficult, right? Like, even for Sutsujin, he doesn't want to take a direct confrontation against Janus, knowing that Noir and Maima can just pop out at any time.
A lot of things that Sutsujin needs to watch out for. I think perhaps you said that, well, they took off Noir's shade, but maybe X-Win in this particular game, that early phase, giving vision of Team Hawk to the rest of KG, that's great, but might have neglected that mid lane a little bit. I don't remember seeing Detto having much space to move around the map, and that XP lane becoming a null factor is, I think, a lot more beneficial to Iris than it is to Smooth.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to KGE being very linear, right? They're very predictable with the way they move. If Detto is up against Maima and they're fighting for control over that mid lane, and all of a sudden Sutsujin comes in and takes the wave, you know something's up, right? Yeah. They're going to go to one side of the map. And I think that KGE, they needed to play a couple more 50-50s here against Team Hawk, and more importantly so, figure out a way to kind of punish Janus, right? I feel like with Smooth, they should be able to start pushing into his side of the jungle at the very least.
And it also comes down to who takes initiative. We know that for Noir, he's going to be the one that goes in, flicker final slash, and then Iris follows up alongside Janus. But for KG, X-Win tried it a couple of times, realizes that he gets bursted down before his team even arrives. Perhaps you got to start considering working with Smooth or having Detto, like you said, steal the final slash. A lot of times I feel like KG, they have the right idea of, let's trade an objective, we get the lanes for ourselves, but you can't keep doing that. And the second Lord is the final nail, was the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of things that can be analyzed off of this game from both of these teams. I mean, KGE eventually realized what their win condition was, just a little too late, and they did even out towards the mid to late stages. However, Team Hawk had already, especially during that second Lord fight, like you mentioned, the final nail in the coffin, a lot of things could have gone wrong for Team Hawk if, let's say, Saken mispositioned himself. Or worse yet, Janus completely completely whiffs the Cursed Blood.
Yeah, all KG needed to do was Susujin gets the lore, right? If he gets the lore, I think this game goes on for a bit longer. They get a lot more time. But the fact that Susujin tried very hard, but he could not even get close to the Lord Pit. It was getting a bit dicey, you know, Team Hawk, they were slowing things down, but they were making sure that Sasa doesn't get to walk up, Susujin gets blocked off, then only they finish off the objective.
Yeah, again, I think this is one of Noir and Maima, one of their better games for sure. You can just feel their impact, their constant, there's constant coverage over the important targets, whether it be Saken or even Janus in that particular situation. Very well done from the side of Team Hawk, and it looks like the coin flip is in their favor today. 14-5, not bad.
Looking really, really good, really solid. Even Janus was deathless. I think he was like, what, 1-0-13? 100% kill participation, or teamfight participation, as you can see on the sidebar. Of course, Hollow famous for this game. We got Saken, the rich guy, and the carry all at once. Smooth, usual role as the sandbag, unfortunately. And of course, best wingman goes to Janus on this Carmilla.
Yeah, at least now KGE have a new plan, right? Okay, unorthodox picks, we need to take away your pillars. I think they really should go onto that blue side and really focus down on making Saken as uncomfortable as possible, right? I'm expecting to see maybe a Saken Clint come out at some point of time if KGE is, you know, if I'm thinking along of the KGE coach. But if they had one more way to hurt their opponents, I think it's limit Noir. Do not let him have playmaking supports.
Yeah, I think you're looking at a potential Arlet ban. You're looking at making sure that if Saken gets his hero, you get a Roger or Harry for Sasa, which gives him a more favorable matchup. But overall, I think for Team Hawk, they have gotten the recipe right. And for KG, perhaps game one, they're still trying to figure out, right? They realize, all right, this Noir and Iris, and even in a game where Iris wasn't the most impactful, he's still able to buy space and time for his team. I think Iris' role this game is not to be the star. It's just, I throw my ultimate, I buy time, Saken, you do your job. Maybe that's something that KG can look at.
Yeah. Oh. This is man, it's such an interesting comp to watch, right? Because a lot of it just comes down to, does he hit the ability? It doesn't matter how much setup. If you just whiff that one Cursed Blood, it's basically over, and Team Hawk have to like pull back and reset all over again.
Yeah. I think this was the last Lord fight we saw. You know, Susujin finds the assassination, had to recall, and I think KG at this point of time was still buying space. But when it came down to Sasa and Susujin, there was no way that they could even get close to the objective. And I think Team Hawk, again, was able to really identify the problem. Coach Wright talked about unorthodox. They definitely made that work.
Yeah, no. This is going to be interesting, right? I'm expecting KGE go on the blue side, right? Yeah. That should be step number one. They need to start taking away these priority picks and at the very least figure out what exactly they want to do on the red side, right? I think that if KGE maintain the red side, I think they want to hopefully get a re-simulation of game number one with an adjustment in the first period of the first rotation of the draft.
Yeah, and we also saw kind of a big difference in that goal lane depending on what Sasa gets, right? On the clock, he's guaranteed, well, at least he's relegated to that late game carry, so he doesn't get that luxury of just pushing out a lane on a Harry or Roger, which he has been doing consistently even against the stronger teams like SRG, Homeboys. Maybe if they have a chance, I foresee this Harry becoming priority. It also comes down to whether they get blue side or where does Team Hawk choose to ban. We have a power distribution in between the junglers. We gotta look at both Janus and Susujin because I think this would be an interesting stats to look at.
Yeah, again, Susujin capable of playing both assassins as well as tanks. Same can be said about Janus, but man, oh man. Average DPM already, you can see a difference there, right? Average GPM, you see that Susujin actually coming up on top. And again, this has to, it really boils down to those 50-50 Team Hawk situations. But hero pool, 9-6, and they have the exact same average turtle kills.
Yeah, and I think the only element that kind of can skew that stats is how Team Hawk adjusts in these objective takes. I think they have been able to really shut off Susujin. I think giving that Fanny away was definitely a planned thing. I believe that they looked at the draft and they were like, you know what, you can take Fanny. We have a way to deal with it. This does put a bit of worry though. Where is King Empire going to take Susujin in that next game? Are they going to still be like, you go onto the Fanny again, or are they just going to put him back in that tank jungler role?
I think that it's, man, I do think that KGE they're a little slower to adapt from the original game plan that they initially set, right? But at the same time, I think there is just a lack of communication from their side laners of how the state of the lane is actually going, right? And even X-Win should be creating opportunities, but it looks like, speaking of X-Win, it looks like they have a player swap. Bitter is going to be coming in, swapping out for X-Win this time round to hopefully maybe, hey, shaking his hands as well. Sasa is like, guess who's the fresh new meat that I'm going to be shouting at later.
Sasa is like looking over like, you better make sure that your settings are correct. You know, I don't want to see you miss any abilities. Oh boy, and such a timing as well, right? Like KG on the back foot, one game away from losing this 0-2. And I believe this is also Vita's first ever game in the regular season.
Yeah.
Let's see how this is going to pan out. But of course, we have a message from Team Hawk, Burn, the manager. Why was Maima brought in? We see that Leicester hasn't really been performing, and so they brought Maima in. So far, it's been doing quite well, right? Depending on the scrims and Coach Wright. I feel like so far, I think Maima is fitting in well.
I think that Maima is fitting well. I think both bring two very different aspects of the game, right? Well, I wouldn't say too different, but they're able to do it in different ways, right? Lexia, he very much can micromanage people if necessary. Does he like doing it? Absolutely not. He wants to be able to kind of focus on himself, focus on his lane. Maima, on the other hand, very communicative, right? He doesn't necessarily micromanage you, but at the very least, he kind of opens up your eyes to the rest of what is it? The situation, the circumstance of the game.
Sees the big picture.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of like a minor talking point of, oh wait, you took away the brains of Team Hawk, what is going to happen? I think, well, they're adjusting pretty well. I mean, even they says settling into that technical role. But for KG, big adjustment, bring in Vita for its very first game in such a situation. Thankfully, it's not like playoffs level yet, but still, right? KG completely shut down. Is this the same guy from just now?
I don't know.
All right, let's go.
He did the 10 draw the last time, and it looks like he still has his 50% off, but here we go.
Okay,
all right, get the skins. This is the okay stuff, unless you get like some really
this one was
crazy.
okay. This is all right.
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Does he hit it? Does he have the pattern? Come on. Aye. Unfortunate. Unlucky, sir. Unlucky. Don't worry.
We'll get him next time.
We'll get him next time. We've seen many different patterns so far here at the MPL. Only, 2 people are able to achieve the one-off instant 3-in-a-row bingo?
You know what they say? A lot of people quit before they make it big.
Hey, that's true. All right, here's another one.
Draw?
Do the roll. Single draw.
Oh, wait.
He's going to hit it.
He's going to hit it.
Unless.
This one is...
Hey.
This one is not fun because it's a guaranteed, but let's see what you get.
Another kill? That's the 3rd kill since yesterday.
Oh, that's the reason he's the main character, I guess. The main character of the KOF universe.
Hey man, it's not just, there's other characters, there's so many characters.
When the first one was released like years ago, you know?
I mean, it's the 97 edition, right? The 97 edition didn't have as many, have big of a roster, but still, great game. Speaking of which, what does Vita bring exactly to KGE that X-Win doesn't? Or is this one of those situations where it's like, they have too good of a read on us, we need to throw some outside influence?
I'm inclined to go for the latter. I feel like that could be a reason. All right, ignore the draft. This is more important.
Yes.
10 draw, let's go.
All right. Oh, that's actually a pretty good Link skin.
Yeah, that is dope. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, get the one off. Oh. Man.
Something about that first row, second column, every single time, seems to be denying players what they truly want. But let's jump into the draft once more. KGE looks like going to be on that blue side, and I don't think they're going to be changing in terms of the bans. The question is, Roger Harith to leave or not to leave?
Blue side Matilda ban. They're trying to guarantee that they get either Roger or the Harith. I think if you are
leave it.
Team Hawk,
yeah,
I think you leave it, right?
Because Sakin can actually go, has shown many times that he's actually quite okay dealing with the Roger and eventually outscales the Roger downright with the Harith. It's just, can you survive early to mid?
Oh, they banned it.
They banned it! Wow!
I think they're banking on KG to take the Harith and then they take Natan, which is what Sakin is comfortable with.
Even more comfortable, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, so Harith goes over to KG, all according to plan. There's a chance this becomes a Sakin Natan +1. they can take the Arlet here as well. It is one of their most picked heroes.
I don't think it's too bad, especially against somebody who's dependent on that Salmon Force, right? Being able to disposition your opponent is a very powerful tool. But here we go, Alexia kind of having a discussion with the rest of the team, with their coach, and really discussing what is going to be the most effective plan of attack here. I think that Arlet into the Todd seems like the straightforward answer for the side of Team Hawk. Do they want to actually go for a jungle EXP flex?
They take the Barats?
They take Barats Arlet instead of the Natan, because Natan is eventually going to fall into their hands. Ooh, chip Barats. Okay, I like that.
Still puts a lot of pressure on Sasa nonetheless, right? Zaman Force can only extend so far. We'll see if this makes any difference. It is going to inevitably change how Noir approaches this game. You no longer have this big setting moves, but you do have a way to play side lanes and have your team be in at the location of a team fight when you need them. It does keep Saken's hero concealed for now.
I think we know that it's going to be Natan, right? And I think that Team Hawk probably are going to lock it in on that first phase just to make sure that it doesn't get banned out. Here we go. We get the Arlet from the side of KGE. Yep, that's nice. That's nice. The question is, do they want to pick up Fredrin early on, or they wait later? Early on.
So Fredrin into a potential Barats. We just have to see how this second phase pick pans out later on. But at least for KG, they're going back to the standard. Susujin, go back on Fredrin. It's all about Sasa right now. Call it Natan, third pick for Team Hawk.
Man, I was hoping that KGE might have considered picking up Hellcurt in this situation, just to kind of turn off the lights. Like, Chip is, he feels like he's global, but if he can't see anything, he can't drop his ult.
What if Vitor is Baloyski? Hellcurt roam.
Hellcurt roam? Ooh.
Hey, if Baloy can do it.
If Baloy can do it, Vitor can do it.
Get the Novaria banned out first. All right.
Oh yeah, we didn't really get to talk about this, right? Mid lane matchups here, and especially against like dealing with the, I want to say quote anti-rotator. The anti-rotator, the person who just blocks the river by building a dam. I think that Chip is very good at doing that, and that's a lot of it is because I learned from watching the games from Homeboys, specifically Zoran. He's really good at, if your mid laner walks out of that lane, oh boy, it's time to summon the squad.
Oh, yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it, right? Tanky got buffed recently for whatever reason. Does damage. It's all around the map. Benefits from actually you getting turrets because it opens up the jungle portals for him. So if you ban out the Novaria, I'm looking at a potential Vexana. Either a Vexana ban or well, they still ban the X-Proc this time, perhaps to protect the Chip and the Barrage. They still can take Vexana. They still have the first pick in the second phase.
Yeah.
What KG wants to do. Do you want to keep shutting down Iris though? I think it might not be that worth it.
Do they want to shut down? I don't think it's worth trying to shut down Iris at this point. I think the question is, how do they kind of cut through these thicker boys right now? Because Harith is going to need some time. Arlet and Fredrin will take way too long to actually deal with someone like Barats in the first place. So are they going to like put Arlet in the EXP, lock in the Grok maybe so they can open up the map a little bit more efficiently? Yeah, they also ban out the Vexana as well so that Team Hawk doesn't have like an easy way of getting in on fights with her long-range capabilities with the Eternal Guard or even the Fear.
There's still a couple of choices in the tank. Are we going to go down to Artillery? There's Paramis left. There's also the Lilia, which could be a decent option.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually smart.
Go for the Valentina, all right.
Okay, so if that's Valentina, and if Arlet go... is there a better roamer other than Arlet as of right now?
Grok?
I think it would have to be...
Or Tigro or Minotaur, right? We haven't seen those two heroes. They weren't even banned in the first game.
Okay. Tigreal makes sense here, but it's difficult because Purify and also Barats has the anti-CC, right? You already have the Arlet to kind of scoop everybody up. So I think Minotaur makes a little bit more sense here. Faramis, Bamas. Oh, okay. Interesting. This is interesting.
Flashback. Shout out to RSG Singapore. Don't dive a Tamus 4v1 on the tier 2.
Don't do that, kids. Don't do that, boys and girls. So, KGE, their plan seems very simple, right? They're going to team fight generally, but they're going to play towards the EXP side for these neutral objectives. If we see Turtle spawn towards Sasa on this Harith, then you're going to see an instant lane swap, right? Straightforward, Team Hawk, how do they respond to this? Because Tamus doesn't really lose in the early game.
Yeah. Great against tanks in general, right? Chip can't do anything, Barrage can't do anything. So they take the CC. Let's play an even matchup. You don't do anything to me, I don't do anything to you. But the good thing about Tamus is that he is a great sponge. If Chip wants to bring the whole squad, Damos, Precious Salty, Precious Vengeance stands there and eats all of it up. And we'll see KGE this time leaning back to that textbook team fight comp, trying to take down Team Hawk in game 2.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting because Team Hawk, they know that KGE want a team fight. They want to stick as close together, so Team Hawk needs to be one step ahead. They can't necessarily play around Iris because he's unable to push the late waves fast. So Noir with the counter engages, it's going to be so important for him on this chip to make sure that he has constant presence and keeps KGE on their toes.
We'll see if the Empire can make a comeback in this game number 2 as they take on Team Hawk again. This time, Team Hawk on the red side, King Empire Esports on that blue.
All right, let's get right into it. Let's see which side of the map they're going to be starting on here. A high-stakes match, and even for the owners as well. A lot on the line, a lot of pride, most importantly.
Yeah, I think the worst thing that could happen to a team owner is having to don your enemy's jersey right after the match. But hey, gentlemen's agreement. We'll see how this pans out. One thing that I personally am looking at is the fact that Team Hawk has this Natan, right? It feels like the range in terms of, in a team fight, the range and the threat radius that this Natan can provide is a bit longer than what KG has, looking at the team comp.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that getting in on top of him, KGE need to kind of like fiddle with the frontliners, right? Kind of pull them out of here. Make sure they come out as soon as possible. This should not be first blood.
Oh, a pullback.
Oh!
Great job by Detto, and Vita gets first blood.
Wow, Noir did not want to flicker that. I'm surprised. I think Noir thought he could outplay it, knowing that the vengeance was up from Vita. Nicely done by Vita, actually.
Very well done. And even has Quantum Charge, right? So he can easily go for these early trades, and Sasa effectively winning this lane already.
Yep.
There's nothing that Sakin can do.
Yep.
More late because of that early death.
Now Sasa probably just deep down inside, he's just like, God damn it, Noir. Now I have to, now I'm gonna be, by the time he comes back, I'm already at 1/3 of my HP. Vita, help me hard push this, and then we can get out of here.
It's like, man, I just won this lane. Come on. Sasa not catching a break.
Not catching a break indeed. Not catching a break. And Sakin loses nothing for it.
Yeah. Well, at least he can safely recall. But good news for Sakin, right? It is still overall even for that gold lane. But Smooth, again, the sponge for KGE. Not really too worried about being pressured in any way. This first hurdle fight though, I'm slightly worried for Team Hawk because KG, they got a lot of spells that has these AoE properties.
Unless level 4 is denied here. Maimo's being really aggressive. He's using a lot of mana just to try and forcefully hit level 4.
We'll find it. Janus, so already on the objective. He's going to pull the Fredrin in. Susun gobble out fat into the wall. Where is the damage? It is not there. And Smooth gets the turtle, and even first blood, Janus completely out damage.
Whew. Good save. Good save. Oh boy, Detto. Oh, if his ult was just the second lane, Sunsujin might have bit the dust there, but now able to regenerate with his passive to back to full health, and look at Smooth. He's just making it difficult for Iris to walk up. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, Sasa getting chunked out here pretty hard.
Still kept his Purify. That's the best case scenario. And Iris is going to be in this state until War Axe. Right? No War Axe, there's no contest against Smooth.
Yep, can't really do much at this point. Has to wait. Just keep your eyes on that mid lane, right? Because this mid lane kind of tells you everything you need to know about this game. The instant rotations, and as well as Sasa being able to absorb it as well. Detto recognizes he's not the main carry here. Oh wait, Smooth jumps out. He still has his Vengeance though.
I think they're trying to force out the resources, so they get the ult out. But the fact that Smooth kept his Vengeance, and the fact the full level ahead of Iris means that he's going to take this recall and not lose anything.
I think Noir is starting to recognize that. It's like, man, I have very little impact in these waves, right? Every single time I want to make something happen, Sasa just drops his ult. He only can burn ult, and Team Hawk, they need more than that. They need a battle spell at a minimum before they consider the dive.
And look at the position, Sakin this time not having that smooth game like the previous one. Vita and Susujin both gonna be in this top side. If Sakin shows up, he's definitely gonna go down. Knocked up, swept back, Vita actually didn't collect the kill, gives it to Sasa. Back up though from Team Hawk. They're gonna show up through the portal. Vita gets traded back by Team Hawk. They need more than just the Arlet. They finally gobble up this time. Gonna spin Detto into the wall. Team Hawk replies with 2 of their own.
All right. Now everybody needs to rotate quick because, again, a lot of goal plating is falling into the hands of Smooth. If Iris is already behind, I mean, Smooth is only going to get stronger from this point onwards, right? Till mid-game, Smooth is a legitimate threat. He can absorb so much damage from the side of Team Hawk. Now, try it again, Janice. Try and take me out. Wait for it. Iris calm still. He has his ult. He has Vengeance. He is literally nothing to worry about. They get nothing out of Smooth other than just health.
No Daytona's welcome. The portal, it took too long for them to get the trade on the top side. Iris couldn't even return to where he came from. Team Hawk still wants to contest this turtle. But again, we've seen how King Empire takes these close quarter fights, that NetherRealm makes it a bit hard for Team Hawk to really push out the damage without Sakin's involvement.
Yeah, and Maima, he already has his own NetherRealm as well. So this is important. Team Hawk now have the right resources for this upcoming team fight. So I think that King Empire drag this out, force a fight. Here we go.
Yes, move jumps straight into the middle, gobble up. This time Janus gets the turtle. Spitz move into his team. The NetherRealm keeps them alive, but they're all surrounded by Team Hawk. And now Janus, he's gonna have to kite this out. Smooth still eating out the damage. Finally pops the Vengeance. He's gonna dive the back, but Sakin, he's gonna show up. So Surge and Smooth both go down. Detto being the third. Team Hawk just weathering the storm and calls in the necessary backup.
Man, Team Hawk played that team fight really, really well. It looked like Sutsujin was just so lost in that fight. He could not get and stick on top of his targets. Worse yet, he ended up whiffing the initial jump. So he was just one charge off from his ultimate the entire fight.
We'll sweep Janus back. Sasa now joins the fight. Zaman falls laid down. Vita collects that kill. At least something in return. I think what added insult to injury was the fact that Sasa, he went and shoved the mid wave and he's like, I'm gonna go back and do his Sakin. You guys get the objective, and they ended up losing the fight. That was definitely a heartbreak, and Sakin being the one who got 3 assists out of that.
Yeah, I mean, Sakin, he's pretty happy with himself at that point because he's scaling up quick. At this point, Feather of Heaven is already complete, but he hasn't gotten into his Starlium Scythe. He's only 330 gold behind Sasa, so honestly, not too far away.
Sasa still doing mighty fine. This time they're gonna find Iris. Iris, late Vengeance. Not enough to soak up the damage. Vita again with the collection. Mardo is gonna show up with the rest of his team, and look at this barrage. So fast.
Instant trade back. A good reply from the side of Team Hawk because Sasa, he does not have enough mana to keep this up. Team Hawk need to take this tier 1 top side.
They're gonna try with the entropy. Just barely. The cannon got taken out a bit too soon. But still, the fact that Noir called his team to the top side, that's where the last tier 1 is, and that's where the turtle spawns. It puts his team in prime position to contest this.
They're gonna do it again though. They still want that top side, but now that Turtle is up, they've shifted their attention. I feel like Team Hawk, they need to have some better coverage next time they do have priority, or better yet, momentum. Oh boy.
Smooth, he's gonna get caught. Noir's gonna show up again with the conceal. This time, Final Slash hitting onto 4 people. Vita sweeps them back, but both sides gonna use the NetherRealm. Both breaking at the same time. Janus is gonna go low. Appraiser's grab with the big slam. 2 for KGE, and they're looking for number 3. Iris wants to hop away. Susujin interrupts that, knocks him up, and it's Detto with the collection. 3 for KGE.
Well done to both of these teams. I think this is one of the better games we've seen this week, and Susujin's not done just yet.
Sakin. Not enough. So close.
So close, but just not. He's a sliver away. I'm guessing even Sakin was like, man, I thought my projectile, my auto attack, especially since it bounces forward, hits you twice, that should have been enough, but it wasn't. Let's look at the damage dealt ranking. It looks like Iris is at the top of the board.
Very, very deceptive if you're playing a CC, right? You never expect CC to be the main damage dealer, but oh boy, she could really dish out some numbers. KG looking to speed things up this time. Going on to Noir. Noir is just going to throw his life. Calls in the portal, but no one joins except for Iris. And that is just not sufficient. Iris, again, used the Vengeance. He just came back off cooldown, and he's going to die. KGE speeding things up a little bit.
Nicely done, Vita. He's reminding me a lot about Noir in the previous game. He is not afraid to engage. Hold on.
That is this connection from KGE, and just like that, mid-tier 2 is now secured.
Vitter is just disgusting. He is not scared to death. He appreciates it. He's like, oh yes, whether it's me or my opponents, as long as my team gets ahead, it's worth it.
Vita again. Just good reaction from Janus.
Nice.
Very nice dodge. Well, just in time for Lord. 15 seconds away. KGE. They're gonna have to go to that bot side.
Holy cow. This was like in a very short period of time, and KGE in the past minute or so were able to accumulate 5K worth of gold ahead of Team Hawk now. And now they're gonna make their way down towards Turtle side, and they're gonna take all the resources along the way.
What can you do as a chip this time? Reinforcements just ain't it. Team Hawk, they don't need a fast track to a team fight. They need the damage, they need the durability. Noir did take the portal to the bot side. It's going to camp here, perhaps find a flank angle. But is Team Hawk going to be ready though?
No, they're going to give it up. Noir has given up his position, so I think that Team Hawk are just going to say, hey, give it to them. Not right now. We need to start catching back up. We need to make sure that Saken is in a more stable position, right? They're feeding him the orange buff as well.
Sasa just got the Holy Crystal 10 minutes in. Sasa having a great game. We talked about just giving him his Harif and letting him do his job. And he definitely has time to shine this time. Well, Iris will at least get this top tier 1. That's the bare minimum for Team Hawk. They're going to lose all their outer tier structures.
Yeah, but this is like stressful, right? Because from Team Hawk's perspective, they know that they're behind. And worse yet, if we're looking at the item comparisons between both of these, as much as you are saying, as much as we'd like to believe that this Brute Force Breastplate is going to be enough, the truth is it really isn't. Because again, MR, Magic Resist, is going to be far more important in this game than it is the armor.
Yeah, especially for Janus, right? He got the Brute Force Breastplate thinking that they have a chance to really fight, but at this juncture, just doesn't feel nice. Let's see if KG can get something done. Peter, Flicker Final Slash, not getting much done. Thankfully, Janus got away, but had to use the ultimate just for the CC immunity. So good defense from Team Hawk. They keep the Lord away, keeping the inhibitor turrets alive, and Iris, in the meantime, which is pushing top lane, so top wave is also going to be secured.
Actually, this is pretty worth it, right? Luckily, Iris is able to kind of slow down and make sure that the waves don't synchronize very well. Because if they had a synchronized wave, after that Flicker Final Slash play and Janus having to cancel his ult, they might have been able to have an opportunity to actually conveniently siege one of these inhibitors without expecting much from Team Hawk, other than Iris to maybe look for an engage.
At this point, see how much Iris can manage the sideway, because realistically, he's the only one capable of doing that. It's not the best at it. Vita again showing up, and this time catching Maima. Oh boy! Sasa finds it. Maima down for 30 seconds, but again, wave just pushed out too far, so Team Hawk have breathing space.
Yeah, Vitter is just making it really difficult for any of the backliners to kind of stay by themselves, right? And even if they have somebody next to them, it doesn't mean that they aren't in danger. They have to keep their space away from Vitter here because he is pulling this trigger. He is actually very trigger happy almost. Maybe he's communicating much better because I'm looking at the player camps, he's just constantly talking.
And Team Hawk this time wants to again protect Tara, but can't do it in the mid one. Vito, another final slash this time. Noir ends up going down. This man might just be what KG needs in their dire moments. And Iris struggling to get KG out of the base, but there's still a cannon minion. Will be settled by Saken. Damage is dealt. KGE, 8,000 net worth ahead.
Oh boy, all right. Checkmate is almost here. In 22 more seconds, Team Hawk have to make a decision. Either play, Iris.
Oh no, he showed himself. He thought that KG were away, but they were there all along.
Oh no.
Just as Lord's coming up.
This is so not good. This is so not good from Team Hawk. King Empire, they've got the full setup at this point, right? They don't necessarily need to take the Lord, but at the same time, I don't think that Team Hawk have the resources to even contest them here.
Say the Lord goes over to KG. How do you defend the base as Team Hawk? I don't think you have much, right? Unless Saken deals a ridiculous amount of damage. I just do not think that there is enough from Team Hawk.
I think that, well, it kind of depends on how far Saken is in terms of his item build, right? Well, we're going to have to pull it up shortly just to see what he has. If he's got 3 items, there might be an opportunity, but it's really up to Hawk how many resources are they willing to sacrifice, and they have to also include death timers as well, because they technically can defend this against King Empire, even if King Empire decide to hard push, right? It's all under the assumption that Maima does have the Nether Realm, which he does right now, which is already step 1. That's great. That's good. But now it's really about how do they desynchronize all the waves crashing in and focus down on the Lord. Because Natan is able to deal with waves very easily if he has 3 items.
I think step 2, in terms of dealing with the wave, is going to be a bit of a struggle. KG got all the waves just in time.
Oh,
Punctual.
synced.
Top inhibitor going down, and Team Hawk, they have to let the whole base go. Last hurrah right now. Position's gonna be matter. Look at Janus, he's lost half his health bar. I don't think KG is gonna wait, right? It's just attempt to go on the Crystal. Final slash deals all the damage from the kitchens. Then KGE pulling it back from the brink. The induction of Vita in the final moments to bring us to a game 3.
Woo! That was one hell of a game, especially for Vita's debut. That was some nasty stuff. That's what KGE needs, a little bit more bite.
A little bit more ferociousness towards the owners. Kingsha and Iman Haq. Oh boy, they're gonna have a battle. This time it's getting real. We're down to the last match. Iman thought he had Kingsha by the throat, but apparently not. They had Vita.
And now Kiss. That's what I'm expecting between both of these. Just
all right.
Brotherly love between the two.
You know what? Lexa's coming back next game.
Lexa's coming back next game.
That would be the ultimate move. Or better yet, Man. Either Min or Man.
Either Min or Man, I'll take it. I'll take it. Jeez, what a game between these two. Both of them. Again, some good ferocity coming out from KGE for once. You don't get to see that very often.
Yes, but the proactivity, right? Something that KG, we've been wanting to see it for a long time. Who is going to take that first move? I know X-Win, he has that mindset, but never really got to show that he can take it a step further. Vita, completely different beast, gets the Arlet, and just dictates the tempo the entire game.
Yeah, he made it really difficult, right? Staggering a lot of abilities and making sure that Maima just does not have his flicker for some of the most important fights of the game because he's always late to them. And especially when you have Netherrealm, you need to make sure that people are covered nicely by the Netherrealm to survive.
Yeah, and so this, then KG is switching it up. I think this is gonna really give them the light bulb effect. They're like, oh wow, why did we do this earlier? And that means that KG right now, they're gonna have the momentum. It's Team Hawk's time to reevaluate what happened in that game 2. I feel like they saw the chip, they took it, and they wanted to really kind of did what KG did in game 1, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, it didn't really work out, and I think we need to see more proactive ganks for anybody who is playing chip, whether it's just like to mess with the enemy jungler or to mess with some of the side laners, right? We didn't see that happen too often. Most of the time, it was a lot of hovering that we saw from Noir.
Yeah, and I think even the first like 2 minutes, we already saw kind of the butterfly effect. Chip got first blooded. The Natan loses the lane, and that really messed up the dynamics, right? Because Chip now is not able to hit his timing. Mid-wave goes boom, thanks to the push from the Faramis. A lot of things to break down, but for now, we gotta take a look at the MVP of game number 2 on the side of KGE. We're gonna give it to, not Kingsha and Yoni, of course, we're gonna give it to Viter. The first ever official match in MPL MY in one of the most important games, and he pulls that off.
Yeah, I mean, he comes off so big this game, right? Not even going for any full damage build, just common emblems, some traditional adaptive attack. Got to make sure he's got that Wilderness Blessing, but most importantly, he has that Quantum Charge to be able to make these small plays when you think you've taken him down to a sliver of health. A single auto attack pulls him just enough to tank before the Vengeance starts turning things around. Viter is what's giving some teeth to the Lions right now.
Even when you look at the item build, he has it all figured out. Just full MR, just a little bit of armor, but mostly MR. Oh, I'm dealing with Natan, magic resist. Dealing with Valentina, magic resist. Baras is not going to do anything to me. I'm not worried at all.
Yep, especially since a lot of his abilities are all very linear and very forward. All I have to do is just Vengeance and end up behind him, and I dodge like a majority of the damage. Worst comes to worst, they told us welcome. I just have to time the Vengeance and I can counter it.
Where was this man when we needed him the most? This is reverse avatar.
This is the reverse avatar.
Shows up.
King Ozai is literally about to blow up the world, and it's just like, now I'm here!
Superhero landing.
I mean, he does save the day, but the question is this because of blue side, right? And I think that with Team Hawk, they're like, man, that was annoying. Our main win condition forced on a long scaling marksman up against a Harith. This blows, we're going back to blue.
Is that, and perhaps and also because maybe Team Hawk just don't know enough of what KG has cooked up with Vita, right? How is that going to change the composition? Nothing much except for the Arlet, which is a rarer occurrence, and the Damus as well. I think Smooth gets to do a lot more on Damus compared to being on an export or Baraz. think the stats showed it all as well. A 13k goal advantage by the end of game 2.
Yeah, and I do feel that at the very least, locking in this CC, Team Hawk is going to be at a little bit of an odds, right? I mean, they're expecting these fights to go really, really long. They don't expect the high burst damage from the side of KGE, and especially with Sasa. They don't have a direct counter to him, right? So at that point, somebody needed to do something, and I think unfortunately for Iris, it's really hard to play make on CC.
Yeah, it's very, very hard. You need to, if you are not snowballing your lane, you gotta wait for War Axe, and even then, in team fights, you have to be able to lock down your target. You have to be the one that zones them away. Kind of like what the Arlet did in game 1, right, on Noir. You have to block people out. But this game, he presses Vengeance, Smooth presses Vengeance, and Iris instantly loses.
Yep, and then they just look at each other. It's like, who's going to attack first? You want to do it, brother?
I mean, CC's going to run out of gas first against the Damo, that's for sure. It even took the support emblem, which is good for your sustain, but again, just not enough.
Yeah, I can't really do too much in these types of scenarios here. I think overall, the pretty standard game coming out from KG, everything kind of lined up as how we expected it. The only thing that we didn't take into consideration was just how ferocious Vitter actually was. Vitter, I'll get it right. It's
Vitagen.
I'll get it right one of these days. But I think that KGE, as of right now, recognize that a lot of this just comes down to draft, right? I think that Team Hawk also recognizes that blue side is just far too important, especially when you're focused around your side lanes, and you always have to somehow get rid of this Matilda.
Yeah. And I think it also went according to plan, the fact that they understood that if Team Hawk can give Sake Natan, they will give him Natan. So Harry was not really a concern for KGE. They can easily take it out. That's why they even went to the lengths of banning out Matilda on that blue side.
Yeah. They just want to make sure that Team Hawk is unable to playmate, which is, again, one of their biggest strengths. And even for Maima, it's not like he had too many good ults to actually steal other than the Final Slash and as well as the Nether Realm. The Final Slash, particularly scary because every time you see Maima walk up to try and steal it, Vitter is like, no, I'm going to kill you.
And I think when you start falling behind, it feels like Nether Realm is kind of the way to go. I'm a bit surprised that Team Hawk didn't go for the Arlet first, well, 2 picks, right? Because that feels like a Team Hawk thing. We just have to see the adjustments for game 3. Even in terms of the total damage dealt, Iris is surprisingly pretty far ahead.
Yeah, he comes into the fight a little bit later than expected, and I think that's totally fine. He gets to the back line. He's making sure that Deto and Sasa, one of them is locked down with that ult, and then he's just chunking away. The problem is he doesn't have a lot of burst damage, and both Sasa and Deto, especially once you're under the influence of the Nether Realm, and it hasn't been, and the temp health hasn't been chunked out, your ult is going to time out before the Nether Realm. That's how sad it is sometimes.
Even when you fight Sasa, Sasa was like, okay, you're doing damage.
Yeah.
Chrono Dash.
Chrono Dash.
I get it. At the start this time.
It's such a good quality of life change, man. I think that Team Hawk, at the very least, this is, it's not an embarrassing defeat, but at the very least, you do have a bit of a takeaway for this upcoming match in game number 3.
Yeah, especially when it comes to adjusting the draft. Now we know that both teams have playmakers, and Arlet, I think that his priority is going to shift up a little bit. We might even see that get banned out depending on who gets on that blue side. In terms of turret damage, nothing much out of the ordinary. Smooth got to do basically anything he wants.
Yeah, just untouched, unfazed, winning out on his lane, joining fights whenever it feels like it, and honestly, not very generous with his Vengeance on.
Oh.
He's more comfortable using his ult than he is with the Vengeance sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, was it like the second turtle fight or something where his Vengeance came out at the end?
Yeah, it came out at the end. We thought that he was going to use it, and guess what? He doesn't even bother. He waits the entire temp HP, comes back up, pops his ult, and even after the ult, he's down to like 15% of his HP and still refuses to use the Vengeance.
It's like, now I really need it. But do I need it? It feels like they're running out of damage. Never mind, just Vengeance.
Never mind. Just right now, I'll try and save myself from these types of situations. But it just goes to show that KGE, they do have quite a bit of depth. And I think that both Team Hawk and KGE need to give winning gold lanes to winning gold lanes if they want to stand a chance against each other. Because so far, it feels like the impact of the EXP overall is very minimal in these games. The mid laners, pretty important, and so far the supports have been showing nothing but stellar performances.
Yeah, I think it comes down to both roamers and that gold lane, right? The roamers will be the one kind of starting the chain reaction. You spill the advantage to the gold lane, and having a gold laner that can win out lane on its own, like Sasa, that is a plus point. But I would say that at least for this game, KG, they were able to unlock Smooth a lot more instead of just having him sandbag a lane. He's He was able to get active. He's able to push turrets when actually needed. The hero allows him to do so. And he's able to just jump into a fight without having to worry about the repercussions from Team Hawk, because Team Hawk doesn't have the damage without Sakit.
Yep, and I think that's something that Team Hawk need to address as early as possible. Janice, on this Marat, as much as I would like to believe that he's doing a pretty good job in the earlier stages of the game, unfortunately, once you have like all the other factors surrounding him, not exactly being able to hit the right abilities at the right time, and worst yet, he's losing his Daytona's Welcome to Vader as well, it starts to become very frustrating because now, from Janice's POV, he wants to get ahead, but at the same time, he's unable to cross no man's land successfully to steal away camps.
One of those few situations where you are building to snowball, and then when you realize that you are behind, it is too late to turn back. Right?
Yeah.
Brute Force Breastplate, I think that's definitely a kicker for Janus. Hall of Fame this time, we have Sasa becoming the rich guy and the carry. Janus sandbag, Deto, best wingman for his team on that Faramis.
So good. Really well done from KGE side. They're looking more like a team. It's good that they're bringing in Vitter, and he brings new invigoration to the rest of the team to make them have some sharp teeth, make them ferocious like the lions that they are. But Team Hawk, again, it's just blue side, right? Can they get access to blue side unless they have another way to really punish somebody? And I feel like so far the people with the deepest pools are the ones that are avoided to be dealt with. Again, a lot of mid laners, right? Not too many mid lane bans. Both Deto and as well as Maima.
Yeah.
Pretty deep hero pools, generally have been playing around. Somebody locks in something, the other person plays Valentina.
Yeah, and I think I was expecting this to kind of change, right? Because I did point out, what was that hero again? Lilia as a potential for Team Hawk. Maybe one of these teams can start looking at, all right, Valentina is a good option, but what if we play a bit more active? What if we have a more active role assigned to our mid laner? Lilia to deal the damage instead of, oh, let's do the Netherrealm and play that out in a team fight. I feel like that could change how these teams approach team fights. That Lilia, for example, into a Faramis instead of responding with Valentina. Overall, I think if there's one team to do it, I feel like Maima can take up that role. We've seen him play that Lilia.
It's true, but I feel like Team Hawk don't necessarily need it as much, right? I still think that the Valentina wasn't a bad option. Really good ult to actually play around. The unfortunate part is that Team Hawk never found the timing to actually leave that lane. That first blood coming in with the help of Vitor and as well as Deto really kind of set the tone for Team Hawk, and losing control over that mid lane means that they lose control over the side lanes over the long period of time, right? So I think that KGE at this point, it would have made more sense for King Empire to actually go for the Lilia than it was for Team Hawk.
I mean, again, all these nasty setup by Vita, whether it's onto Maima, onto Iris, or when it's onto the rest of Team Hawk, really felt like Game 2 is just the polar opposite of Game 1, where KG this time, they were the ones that ended it in one fell swoop, which means we get game number 3, the showdown of a lifetime, and a worthy one, not just between the players, but also between the figures of the team.
Yeah, I think even so, unless the coaches can find a new angle to attack the draft, I'm expecting the same things to start happening again from Game 1 as well as Game 2. I think it's really going to boil down to how many playmakers can you get and how strong your gold lane is compared to your opponent is to set the kind of pacing, and more importantly so, I think that whoever is on the red side, they need as many tempo breakers as possible. People who can like turn fights around, table flip, and even coin flip against your opponents, even if they're 5k ahead.
Perhaps lesser reactive picks and more proactive picks, right? I think, again, having the Arlet, I feel like that is a good example. Terizla, we've seen the Thamus. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Hawk starts bringing back the Carmilla.
Carmilla?
If they get on blue side, that is.
That might be tough. That might be tough. I feel like it's going to be something that KGE will at least start to suspect.
If that Carmilla gets banned out, I would be surprised. That would be something new. We're going to hand it over to Rose with an interview prepared for us. So, Rose on the stage, what have you got for us?
Alright, terima kasih kepada casting kita. Hello semua, this is Rose once again. Tapi kali ni, saya dengan owner pasukan Team Hawk dan juga King Empire Esports. Hi guys, semua sihat?
Hai, sihat.
Okay, kita start dulu dengan Yoni lah kan?
Okay,
Yoni, tadi game kedua, you guys bawa masuk sub. Tiba-tiba apa yang menjadi?
Sebenarnya kita memang dah plan dah benda ni.
Oh, ya ke?
Dah memang plan dah. Sebab kita nak bagi Aiman happy dulu game pertama. Game kedua dia akan play tu dah plan dah.
I see. So memang you guys macam letak your sub terpaling last lah.
Yes.
Last week nak keluar.
Yes.
So apa? Is it a strat so that masa playoffs tu opponent tak boleh baca strat korang sebab play baru?
Ya, betul. Sebab sebenarnya kita orang nak bagi hint dekat tim-tim lain yang beware lah dengan KG untuk playoff nanti.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, kita dah cakap pasal playoff. Tapi, first of all, I want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Team Hawk dapat the last slot untuk playoff sebab game pertama tadi dorang menang. So guys, first, a round of applause. Team Hawk dah layak ke playoffs kali ini. And okay, so Aiman, you guys layak ke playoffs. So what does this mean for Team Hawk?
Kita orang nak cakap agak susah awal-awal. But then at the end we manage to secure playoff. Itu pun selepas orang kata penukaran ada orang kata apa transfer in Maima and Makdin. So I think lepas playoff dah cuma nak bantai KGE je tinggal.
Wow. Dia cakap nak bantai KGE?
Dia awal sangat lah.
Tak. First game kita orang memang confident menang. Second game kita orang confident tapi diorang takut diorang duduk dalam gua lagi, so sebab tu diorang tukar Roma diorang.
Oh, macam tu. Okay, I like that. Okay, so kita cakap dah pasal playoff. Cakap dah pasal duduk dalam gua. Tapi upcoming playoffs, you guys tak dapat nak secure upper bracket. Maksud tu, playoffs ada satu nyawa sahaja.
Betul.
So, actually pasukan mana yang you guys nak jumpa dekat playoffs for your first match?
Okay, untuk first match, kalau boleh kita nak jumpa Team Hawk lah. Kita nak buang dia awal-awal.
Okay.
Kalau boleh lah.
Aiman, boleh tak?
Kita orang KGE tak nak jumpa dah sebab dah boring, ni bukan level kita orang.
Oh, wow.
So kalau boleh next at least atas kita orang lah, RSG. Kita nak jumpa RSG.
Nak jumpa RSG. Hantar RSG balik dulu baru jumpa Team Hawk. Baru jumpa KGE. Macam mana ni dia tak nak jumpa korang?
Tapi Yoni, walaupun Yoni banyak buat konten semua, tapi King Content satu tim je yang lepas. Yang King Content lain tak lepas. So tahniah.
Tahniah. Ya, kita secure playoff tu yang penting lah.
Alright. Okay, apa yang lagi penting ialah fans korang. So, Yoni, you start dulu. Apa kata you suruh your crowd cheer untuk your boys on stage right now?
Okay, boleh Boleh start Okay guys, ready Okay, bila saya cakap KGE, fight. Lepas tu bila saya cakap KGE lagi satu, faham. Okay? 1, 2, 3, KGE! KGE!
Alright, Aiman, kau nak kalah?
Kuat.
Boleh lagi kuat tak?
Boleh. Kita nak lagi kuat.
Alright, go.
Okay, Ibambe, Team Hawk, alright? Ready? Ibambe!
Alright, very well and good luck to the both of you.
Thank you.
Untuk perlawanan ini, very well done. You guys ready ke nak start game ketiga?
Tak sabar.
Betul best of 3.
Alright, untuk completekan best of 3 kita, apa kata kita masuk dalam draft untuk game ketiga match perlawanan hari ini?
Thank you, Rose and Yoni, of course, Aiman, Hawk. Friendly banters. You guys can't wait for game 3. We can't wait for game 3. And guess what, Gideon? Team Hawk on that red side. KG finds blue.
Interesting. Team Hawk opted to stay on the red side instead of fighting for the blue side, even though it was their priority pick. So, Benedetta, Angela, it's all the classics, it's all the same thing, but KGE decide to get rid of the Loyi and as well as the Nolan. Nothing too surprising here. The question is Matilda, are they going to follow the same exact bans, or is KGE going to be like, whatever, take Matilda, it's fine, it's totally okay if the Team Hawk has Matilda.
Let's see if they ban Matilda third. If we go by, this is actually the same as game 2, right? They ban Matilda and then, they ban Matilda still. Now, Team Hawk, do you still ban that Roger? Or
Don't.
I think just let it open, right?
The problem is that I don't think that Sakin is very proficient at Roger because he's very much like the traditional backline marksman. He doesn't have that hard aggression unless he's got the items to back it up. That's when you feel Sakin at his most confident, when the enemies are coming at him and he just has the Tai Chi, that stuff back at him.
So you let the... Do you consider banning out Arlet here?
I think you let Roger go for Sasa on the Harith and maybe consider even a Phoveus for the EXP. That's a possibility because remember, red side, they do get last picks. They can set it up.
Oh, so they Go straight for Sasa this time.
Okay. No Harith. Sasa locks in Roger. I feel like the coach is like a little suspicious. It's like, nah.
Hold on, wait a minute, right?
It's too good. It's too good to be true.
We can opt to not lock Roger now and it would be fine. That would be the ideal situation, right? Just based on the data, it's highly unlikely Team Hawk is going to go Roger unless they want to play that Roger jungle for Janus. That would be a different story.
Ooh. Oh, I didn't think of that actually. That's definitely a possibility, but let's see here.
Yes. I like it.
Smart. Okay. Does Saken look at Janus as like, which one of us? One of us has to play it. I don't want to play it in lane. Do you want to play against it?
I don't think there's much of a choice there, is it?
I mean, we say there's not much of a choice, but these players, again, a lot of it comes down to preference because of how proficient they are. And I think that Saken is a phenomenal traditional marksman player. If he gets his hands on Roger, I'm hoping he has put a lot more hours since the last time we saw him play it.
It's either that or you take the Roger, pose it as a flex, and then you take that jungler for yourself. No, they still go for Natan.
They devolve right into it!
Just takes the Natan and Fredrin instantly.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
So much priority. What was the other team that had like almost 100% priority rate for gold lane? Was it Homeboys, right? Like Nets gets like first pick almost every time.
But, I want to say yes, but even SRG is also considered as well. I don't know, they're definitely within the top 2 for sure, but here we go. KGE, they lock in the Barats, they get the Roger as well. I mean, I don't know why Team Hawk decided to go for an early, to show Fredrin this early on. Because keep in mind, the fact that Susujin smiled there, come on.
Have you not heard of the Iris Fredrin?
The Iris Fredrin, that's also true. That's also true.
But now that there is a Novaria, oh boy. It seems like a Hellcurt might not be that bad after all.
Yeah.
Into a Fredrin nonetheless. Fredrin, Natan, Novaria.
I'm telling you, it kind of lines up. It feels like we're finally getting into the heads of KGE as well as Team Hawk, following their process and their discussions. Now we go into the second phase. In the previous game, we saw that the export gets banned out here. Usually a high priority, and even the Yuzong as well. Both of these two EXP laners are usually taken out of the equation. Something else that hasn't come up yet. Nobody has touched Paquito.
Yeah, no one has. I think both the XP laners have been just given the sandbag role. They banned on the Ruby. Minotaur banned by KGE, so trying to start eliminating those team fighting setters.
I like it. I like it a lot. Get rid of the sandbags. Get rid of the team fight setters. Is there anything that we need to take into consideration here? Maybe single target lockdown, but it doesn't feel that good for the side of Team Hawk because there's just a lot of maneuverability from the side of KGE, and worst comes to worst, guaranteed to lock in Purifies, right?
How do you stop this Arlet on Team Hawk? Aside from Fredrin catching him with the knock-up or the taunt, what other rumors can we look at?
I would say the Matilda, but it's banned now.
Yeah. Florin? The balance supports usually don't feel that good.
Yeah, Enchantress supports in these types of matchups, it feels like they scale too late in the game. Oh, I mean, arguably Rafaela isn't too bad, but this is under the assumption that we have like a strong EXP laner that can maintain the control.
Cho
is also...
Will we see the Noir Cho? Kaja?
I'm thinking single target doesn't necessarily benefit Team Hawk in comparison to KGE. I feel like it's way more beneficial for KGE to have that single target lockdown and then just kind of, you know, play around the flex of the Arlet and the Barats here.
But I also would imagine that because Team Hawk has a Novaria, they might be also thinking on the side what could pair up with Novaria, right? If you still want AoE, I think you have the Tigreal. It's still up on the table. I guess Edith is not that... Edith could be an option. This time KG bans the export.
I don't mind the Edith for Team Hawk. I don't mind it, because at the very least that means they can peel backwards together even if Fredrin's in a tough spot.
They could take Yuzong here if they want.
I don't think Yuzong is that bad. You know what? Actually, take the Yuzong from the side of Team Hawk, right? Yuzong is still open. Wait, let me check it for... Okay, Benedetta still also banned out here.
Charizla again.
Charizla again. Why fight for priority? Maybe they are expecting this Barats to go into the EXP, and this might be a setup for Sutsujin once more. They just want to get a double confirmation.
We still can't be sure where this Roger's gonna go, right? Sutsujin has played that Roger jungle. Damos again for Smooth.
Okay.
All right, what's the last one? Valentina. All right,
standard comp then.
So no shenanigans. Give Smooth the sandbag again. Wow. the Thamus into the Terizla. This is going to be a rough time for Iris.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a rough time, as a matter of fact. Is there anything that really saves them? I mean, Tigreal, I guess. I think that's like the next best bet. Do you really want to give the implosion to Valentina? I don't think they mind as long as Natan doesn't get caught, because even if Valentina is channeling the implosion, Natan just belts her.
But then there's a Thamus, right, who can just easily eat up the implosion.
That's also fair.
What else can you just put? Rafa? Do we just go back to Rafa now?
I think it might just be Rafa at this point, right? Be uninteractive, try to just play for a standard comp, scale up to as high as you can.
Shortcuts in life.
I feel like they go for chip. So Team Hawk wants to directly take on KGE, but we've seen how that turned out. Chip into Arlet. So far the track record hasn't been that good. Arlet won both games.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how these laners are going to get affected here. We need to see Noir be very proactive on the map. He needs to be putting constant pressure. If he's not doing something on the opposite side of the map, it's just wasted, right? Oh.
And they have so many ways to get vision. Novaria, you have Chip, sort of, to kind of run around the map. I think if you are Team Hawk right now, you are looking at this XP lane and just accept the fact that this lane is going to go over to Smooth regardless of what you do, but it's how much Iris can contribute when Chip calls for him in those team fights. Team Hawk back on the red side again in King Empire Esports on that blue. We're heading into the Land of Dawn for the last game of the series, game number 3, to decide the fate of these two teams.
All right, let's jump right into it here. Let's see where the starts are going to be, where the priorities should be held, as both teams are going to be starting to walk up here. Iris on the top side of that map. I would expect that this is going to be an orange start. No, it's going to be a purple start here for the side of Team Hawk. They are both going to end up on EXP side.
And I'm looking at Sakin's emblem. He actually went for the weapon mastery. So it's all about dishing out damage. I'm going to skill it and I'm going to delete you from a fight. But to get there, that's what Team Hawk needs to achieve. Again, Vita doing his usual shenanigans in the mid side. This time Noir, he's not going to get first blood. Thank goodness it's just a Valentina.
Yep.
But top side is already happening.
Yeah, this is to be expected, right? And luckily, at the very least, Team Hawk not giving away that early first blood means that they should be able to actually keep up with King Empire, at least keep up space. Oh, wow.
Oh, so Janus did went for the concussive blast, but King Empire, they were priming for an invade.
Oh my
God.
God.
Still go for it, right?
This is a great invade for the side of King Empire. This is a legitimate set play.
I think Janus had to use his retribution.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful stuff. They know that they have one more camp on the bottom side. They're going to be able to clear their way down here. And since Roger already has priority, they can instantly start pushing up there if they wanted to. So nicely done, King Empire. No holes in their gameplay so far.
They just know that this comp is just a bit stronger in the early game. Sasa should see this. Trying to punish this Roger as much as possible, bringing Sasa down low. But again, still not forcing much resources out. But he's going to be able to zone Sasa away from the wave.
Yeah, losing his HP there, not exactly the most ideal, but that's what I'm talking about. Noir just has to be very proactive on the map. He needs to find these small advantages, and Sakin more than happy to actually let the wave actually freeze underneath, just outside of turret range.
The fact that Vita tries to hot shove it means that Sakin gets to retain his equilibrium a bit longer. Now, I thought he was going to keep that wave longer down there with that reposition, but still overall, Team Hawk, they're going to hit for both Iris and Maima. Janus on the turtle already, gobbled up very early this time. Susujin spits him into the wall, Smooth in the thick of things. Team Hawk needs this turtle, and it's going to be Noir that secures it, but still, first blood goes over to KGE. Vita claims it, Noir has to flicker away, and Iris looking for a way out, still retains the flicker. Both teams disengaged.
Okay, not bad. Again, this is all because Vitor had to take an early recall. He hasn't hit level 4 because he didn't pair up on the EXP side earlier on to achieve it. But Noir did. Here we go. Gank instantly onto Sasa.
Committed the entropy, but Sasa still able to get away. Second attempt onto Sasa, unsuccessful.
Can't really do too much here. I mean, they should start predicting this at this point, right? KGE need to start investing some resources to invade the jungle and then instantly get somebody to respawn down to the bottom side of the map because there's nowhere else for this chip to actually attack.
I like how having that mid-prio is so important for this chip. Noir is already topside. He's actively using that portal a lot more often compared to last game where he had to babysit Maima. But there's really nothing much you could do to kind of alleviate the pressure for Iris. It's just going to be kind of this back and forth. Iris did take Rupture though for that first tier emblem, So that, at least, is going to allow him to clear waits a bit faster and trade against Smooth.
Yeah, and here we go. The invade once more. Wait, Sasa.
Oh boy.
Do it, Noir.
He's going to bring the whole team. Here they come, Sasa. He's not going to get away this time, is he? Sake with the entropy on top of him, uses the Purify, so Susujin can't gobble him up. Iris decides that this is where he gets to shine. They're going to keep Susujin under control, and Iris hops to the back and gives Sake 2! And he wants more triple kill for the Natan.
Oh my god, Deto. Don't die here. It's so important that you live. What a huge play from Team Hawk. A great setup from Noir, and Sasa is probably regretting not taking Purify.
That is the exact play we needed from Team Hawk. Iris can't do much in lane, but oh boy, you bring him to these team fights. He gives his life away, but Saken immediately accelerates in terms of net worth. 3 kills just off of that fight.
Huge. So huge for the side of Team Hawk. They're scaling even faster than before. I don't know if they really care about this turtle at this point, but drag this game long enough and eventually they will.
Weapon mastery. Saken is definitely happy about that. And Noir again. The portal in the back. Iris is going to eat up as much pressure as possible. The taunt doesn't connect. Iris might go down before they get much done. Penalty zone stolen by Detto. Gets it onto Saken. And they're going to jump onto him. Detto with the catch. Saken ends up going down. The Janus, their praises grab. Slams down. But not enough. And King Empire, they respond with 3 kills of their own.
Yep, this time Saken no Purify to make sure that he lives. I mean, I think Team Hawk, they definitely bit more than they can chew here. They got to play a little bit slower. They can't just fight a full 5v5 against King Empire so early on. Smooth is a legitimate problem, right? He's just so strong within the first 10 minutes of the game.
And the connection was also a bit off. I mean, Noir had an angle, but Iris, he just ate out way too much shots. And again, Detto, the catch on the Saken was really detrimental to Team Hawk. Just the blink of an eye, I mean, KGE, they're going to be gone on once more, but Susujin, he's going to be fine smooth. Look at the damage he has on the Saken. Saken had to run. Did you not learn anything from that game from MPL Singapore?
Team Hawk is like, let's bully the biggest boys. Smooth's like, try me.
They're going to try again.
Oh,
this time they get it. This time, they flip the script. They want to run. Final slash misses. All right, they get out of Noir. Yeah, he's going to be safe. Still though, KG have the gold lead, and that's based off of a turtle fight win.
Oh, that's so sad. Smooth was going to get his vengeance in about like 7 seconds there. Man, if he just didn't get hit, but so far, at least for the side of Team Hawk, at least this gives them confidence that Smooth isn't an immortal human being. Even though they tried 2v4, Team Hawk being the 4, ganking this man. Still, they just got to expand his resources.
Without vengeance, he is killable.
He is definitely killable.
With vengeance, no.
Oh boy.
That's the equation.
Oh boy, wait, early lane swap here for the side of Team Hawk. It looks like they want that tier 1 on top side.
They want to free up Saken.
I mean, do they really want to free up Saken here? I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because they have the portal to get Iris in the middle of the fight if necessary.
Maybe that's why they're willing to go for the early lane swap.
I suppose. That way, at least Saken has a little bit more like breathing room, is able to kind of really play from far back and not just show up at the portal and then instantly get blasted when he walks out of it.
I think they want to also utilize the fact that he's 4-1, right? He has items, just got the Starlim sight. If they fight, they're going to have an advantage. And look at Noir from the back. He just saw Detto. He's going to call in the portal with Saken. He's just going to do the fight. The follow-up. It's going to be perfect. He connects the Saken, though. Gone up by Smooth. Needs assistance. Vita finds him with the final slash. But Team Hawk, they try to keep Saken alive. But Sasa hops to the back and finds him. And now the reset's coming online for this Roger. Janus takes the turtle, but at what cost? KGE finds more.
Ooh, huge. What a huge fight here. And greatly played by Detto, able to flicker and predict that Iris was going to be jumping for his butt. He makes it out, and with that Astral Echo actually turning around the fight as Vitor comes in with the final slash, catching people who technically should have been out of range. It just all lined up perfectly.
And Saken ate so much pressure, like showed up with the entropy, gets jumped on by Smooth. The rest of Team Hawk try to escort him out. Sasa out of nowhere with the Lycan pounce. Secured the kill. And Team Hawk realizing that that strat is not going to work. At least not now against KGE. KGE have found a way to remedy it.
Yeah, they need more time. They need more time. They need to get everybody ahead. Maiman as well as Saken being the main win conditions. But you can tell that the damage is not exactly there. He's not like putting Detto down to 50% of his HP just yet. It just shows the lack of resources on the map. But even so, King Empire only 2.4k ahead of Team Hawk. Not that big of a deal. Team Hawk can flip that over in a single fight.
Sake is definitely going to start feeling a bit bad because he died 2 times already. So
after having a 3-0 lead, yeah.
After having a 3-0 lead. And majority of the damage from Team Hawk, just like game 2, is magic, right? They're going to try again this time. Oh boy, Susujin is the target. Sake is just going to do whatever he does with the entropy. He's going to get pulled back with Susujin though. He's going to be jumped down again. Sake getting caught. Iris turns around with the penalty zone. Follow up with Janice the Zone. This could be just enough for Team Hawk to finally crack the armor of KGE. 4 for them in the bot lane.
Wow, that's a huge ult from Janice. Everybody got hit by it. It doesn't matter if you're in the middle of the Appraiser's Wrath or even at the edges of it. If you're squishy and he's low, let's look at the instant replay one more time. Disgusting amount of damage. The backline gets hit, Janice plays it slow, and then when Iris comes in big time with the penalty zone, sorry, Detto tries to cancel it with the penalty zone, it just put him in such a bad spot.
But I gotta say, Saken has to calm down just a little bit. He's getting hit by a lot of these abilities that usually should not hit him. The parades, final slash. No, that positioning is gonna matter a lot. I think the past 2 deaths, he used Purify, but the layering from KG was just too much, so gotta be a bit more aware of that positioning.
Yeah, I mean, he's losing a lot of these resources, but it just goes to show, even if he dies, right, everybody else from the side of Team Hawk can actually have enough damage to clean up these fights a lot more effectively. King Empire, on the other hand, Sasa, he's got to be very careful when he jumps on in. As much as he wants to be able to get those kills, if that Lycan Pound does not find its reset, it's just not worth it. He doesn't want to stay in wolf form longer than he should.
These fights are also starting to get a bit dangerous for KG. Maima, he's deathless, he's 0-9, but Novaria damage only goes up this point onwards. Even the usual Astral Sphere is going to start really eating through the health bars of KGE.
Let's see what the setup is here. It looks like KGE wants
Wow, he already
fight.
flicker Vita. He's going to be looking for Janice at least Saken again with the entropy. He's going to be pulled back by Susujin. Smooth jumps on it, he gets taunted. Then Saken gets given the room to get a maniac in the blink of an eye. And how could they have not done that earlier? Team Hawk, with a full wipeout, and the Lord are going to start marching down that mid lane.
That was not the play by King Empire. That really was not the play. Viter, unfortunately, losing out of his flicker, that costed them everything.
Not enough to end the game yet, but enough to reinvigorate the Panthers. Team Hawk, a solid lead in just one fell swoop. And Saken coming back alive again. Talked about the 3 deaths he had in the past couple of minutes, and he got 4 back just like that. 50,000 damage dealt overall.
He's too strong. He's too strong to be dealt with as of this point. And now that Team Hawk developing a 4.8k lead. Again, one fight. The rally between these two teams have been extremely intense, but unfortunately, I think that King Empire, they need to think outside of the box, but only after they're done with this Lord defense.
You need to get Vita's flicker back up first. There's again, a very fatal mistake. I believe he wanted to go for Janice, but that's just not enough. And now Iris has immortality. This man is going to just jump in whenever he sees the chance. He's not worried about losing his life anymore.
Well, at the very least, Team Hawk, these tempo breakers are doing some great work for them. Really, really good stuff. King Empire, I think they need to calm down for a short second here. Let's look at the items and see what they're going for. It looks like Smooth decided not to complete the Corrosive Strike and straight away just focused on getting tank items. Everybody else, though, Detto. Okay, that's going to be the Blood Wings already complete. 4 items for the side of Saken. 1, 2, 3. 3 items on the way to a 4 for Maima. The scaling is on time. Sasa, could his build be better? No, he's going with the standard items. He decided not to go for the crit build, and I think he's going to go... eventually, he's going to finish up his Demon Hunter sword, so at least he can start poking up Janice for free.
With how fast they are getting bursted, that's definitely the right call. Well, this time they catch Noir. Is Noir going to call in reinforcement though? Astro Echo just ping onto all of them. Iris fights the back already. Sasa forced away from the fight. And Noir is still alive. Man is hanging on. Janice, big ultimate! And a follow-up from Maima to destroy Sasa's health bar.
Oh my god, why didn't Sasa flicker? He had Flicker the entire time, ate the energy eruption. At this point, Sasa should consider just taking Purify every game instead of Flicker.
Oh. And this could be the final blow. Astro Echo again, all 4 of them ping. No spells to follow up from Team Hawk, and they're not in a rush. Lord is just coming up, and this could be the Lord that ends it all.
Oh, they can technically still fight for it, but the waves need to be managed right here, right now, and Team Hawk have full control. I think that Team Hawk, at this point, just bait them out of their base. Come fight us, come try and contest for this neutral objective. The longer you are outside your base, the better it is for Team Hawk to maybe find an angle to backdoor the game.
And this goes back to kind of the draft assessment, right? Team Hawk, slightly longer range in these team fights, and we're seeing that in full effect. Saken, finally untouched. And KG, they're forced to come together. They can't even get rid of the chip in that situation. Iris is going to be shoving that bottom wave.
No.
So well managed.
No. Wait. This could be a backdoor angle here, right? Okay, no, he already used the portal to get into the back and start this team fight. All right, that's fine then. Never mind, no backdoor.
They get the ping. Noir brings Iris in. They split the battle lines. Look at Vita. He's not getting out of this. Saken and Janus will try to chase him down, forcing the conceal out of him. King Empire able to at least retreat from this to get that reset, but bottom wave needs attention.
Yep, it does. And this means that Team Hawk should be able to take this for free. So it's just not worth it, man.
Don't do it. They're gonna try. Smoothie's already in. The stolen ping! Oh, maybe it is worth it! Maybe Detto is the savior! Saken and Noir no longer part of the fight! They're gonna swallow up the third Iris! Where's you gonna go? Flicker away. Mahima's damage. Be careful, Sasa, this time. Flickers to safety. KG might have just done enough under the great plays of Detto to keep this run intact.
Oh my god, so close. So close. And surprisingly, they only trade 2 for 2 despite the situation. But now it's high ground defense time, and luckily, at least Saken ain't there. They should be able to defend this.
They need Sasa. Okay, Iris jumps on the Sasa. Sasa jumps away. Janus, no immortality.
This is free.
Team Hawk can end this.
Kill him.
Gotta give Iris away. Detto not gonna relent. Not gonna let Janus go. Iris, try Sime. This ain't the time yet. And what do you know? The savior. Game 2 was Vita. Game 3 was Detto. KGE staying alive in this game.
What a hero play from Detto. Oh my god. They got so close to actually stealing that Lord away from the side of Team Hawk, but at the end of it all, the fact that they traded 50-50, honestly, pretty good for King Empire considering the state that they were in. Now Team Hawk, they gotta be careful. They're realizing, wait a minute, there's actually multiple threats on the side of King Empire.
Whoa, we didn't know Detto does that.
Yeah, it was all about Smooth. Oh no, we forgot, he's only relevant for 10 minutes. Now it's about his vengeance. Oh, this is an exciting game to watch. Checking the items one more time. Yeah, I mean, look at it. He's building up to eventually get that Holy Crystal. If not, worst comes to worst, he does go for the Winter Truncheon. Either or is totally fine with me. In terms of the rest of the items, looking at everybody else here, Saken full build, not surprised. Iris doesn't even bother going fully with the Hunter Strike. He has too many tank items before he can even think of anything else.
I mean, right now, the pendulum swinging, such a rough motion. One moment it was Team Hawk with a team wipe, Lord Pit, and suddenly it's KG saving the game. Detto, oh boy. We just praised this man. And look at the Lord push advantage. Negative 3.4k.
That's so much EXP that fell into the hands of King Empire. So much gold as well. From what it used to be a 5k, now dwindling down to measly 1.8. And honestly, the gold lead doesn't even matter, right? The extra gold is just to swap out items and start juggling them for situationals. Oh boy, let's see. I don't know whether King Empire has more inside of them to come up with another tempo breaker play against Team Hawk one more time. Because with 2 inhibitors down, I feel like Team Hawk is, despite everything that has happened, in a much better position to take these Lords.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the only thing preventing KG from pushing the envelope a bit more. The fact that they had to do the side waves. That's where we see if Noir can make anything happen. He's standing on one of the portals. I'd be thinking, depending on what information Iris gives him, we might see the potential backdoor.
Yeah.
See Halbert bought by Sasa.
Oh, this is so risky. It's so dangerous. Look at the KGE. They're just running back and forth. They're not entirely sure how they need to play this out. Team Hawk, they've got all the space in the world. It's all about execution at this point and just relaying information back to the team. Now, Deto smartly is the one going back. Just in case Chip shows up, at least he can actually go for the counter portal. Keep in mind that the portals spawn behind behind your opponents, or at the very least behind your allies. So King Empire, even if Deto doesn't find the portal, they can just take Team Hawks.
Well, the Roar got pulled back by Susujin out of accident, but Janus does get the lore though. KG, they want to at least get this chip. They're going to stun him up. Smoke jumps to the front. The catch is going to be on Sakin, but again, Purify out of it. Sasa finds the kill onto Noir. Vita to the back again to keep Sakin and Maima under control. They're going to go away. Here comes This man, when they need him the most, he brings the Empire glory, and the cash was enough to give KGE 3 kills.
Oh man. Deto, the master of ultimates here. Oh my goodness.
The ult bender.
He is the ult bender, dude. He just finds the perfect angles. Like, me in his position, I would have used the penalty zone probably a couple of seconds earlier, but man, just because of his patience, he gets so much more out of it. Every battle spell from the side of Team Hawk, they even find 3 picks during a Lord push in favor of Team Hawk. Things could not go worse.
Only lifeline was Sakin and Maima staying alive, and Maima able to at least push KGE back with that ability damage. Still, KGE not out of the woods just yet. They still have 2 inhibitors down. I suppose that is, if Deto is KG's lifeline, Team Hawk's lifeline is the fact that they have better lane priority.
Yeah, I mean, that's all what it is right now. That's why King Empire can't make a proactive play until that Lord actually spawns. They don't need the extra gold at this point. They recognize that they just need enough for one situational item swap, and then it's just about how do you get Sakin to make a mistake.
I think they have been doing their best to force Sakin away from the fight, right? Like Vita and Smooth, they were just throwing their bodies onto Sakin. Despite them being tank fighters, they could easily kill this Natan if they want to. That previous fight was very crucial because Sakin had entropy and he was not able to get his damage to the back.
Yeah, oh man. This game, it's so tight. It's so tight. Such small margins could turn things around here. And finally, Deto, he's got that Holy Crystal in hand. It's going to be good for him. But so far, waiting for Sasa to ditch the boots. Eventually, he's got to ditch those boots. Yeah. He needs a little bit more damage.
Sakin too. Weapon mastery, right?
Yep.
Got to... It has to be now. I think they probably already ditched it. Let's see. Yep, Sakin ditched it for the Holy Crystal. Sasa did the same for the Rose Gold Media. We're entering that stage of the game. Longest one so far, and it's only the first series. Definitely has exceeded expectations.
Yeah. No, I think the worst part about this all is that I still don't know who's going to come up on top. Usually by now you would have a pretty convincing victor, right? You would know what strategies that they're actually pulling off, but so far King Empire have continued to be pretty creative during these team fights, right? Really patient, especially Deto. Very patient with how long he actually holds on to the IMU, even utilizing the slow part of it very well.
And the craziest thing was the fact that KG, the individual player, making play. Oh no, Sasa, not at this timing. He needs to get out. Knife frame! Oh my goodness, Sasa still gets tagged. Thanks to Extra Echo. And he's gonna go down. Maima might have done more than enough. Team Hawk finding the throws of KGE. Oh goodness, Team Hawk.
Oh, that could not have gone worse. That could not have gone worse. He literally just changed forms, and then he gets jumped on, forced to use his flicker, and waiting on the cooldown to switch back forms, and now he's dead. Team Hawk, some great gank angles here.
The increased hitbox from the Astro Echo was what put them in this spot. I gotta say, it's also these kind of moments where we see individual players really pull out the jack in the box. But KG needs to stand for another 17 seconds. One last push from Team Hawk.
They need to walk up here. They need to walk up and slow down this Lord. Oh no.
They might not have the chance. Iris already found the back sock and he's gonna get pushed away.
Oh, wait, he's stuck!
Can't even respond in time! Deto finds the penalty zone! But it's too late! The Panthers, they have done it! break. 2-1 for Team Hawk.
Oh my god, what a tough, hard, long fight from Team Hawk. Nicely done. GG, well played. Mr. Iman Hawk, the owner here, he knows what he's got to do. He walks on over and he's just like, hey buddy, looks like somebody's got to wear a jersey, brother.
Last time I checked, I think the sizing was correct. So get to work, buddy, get to work.
Holy cow, what a series.
Noir.
What a series.
My goodness. That one pick on the Sasa could not have gone any better. Would you expect to chip the beat out of all places?
You kind of forget about these things because of how mobile he is. Holy cow, Sasa probably wishes he took Purify. Holy cow.
What a game from Team Hawk, overcoming the odds. Let's talk to the team to say about how it feels to win. Rose, take it away.
Team Hawk is officially advancing to our playoffs, holding the number 5 this regular season. 2 babalas 1. 2 poin untuk mereka. First of all, boys, congratulations on entering playoffs. Ini adalah satu, I could say it was pretty a struggle for you guys juga untuk layak ke playoffs. Is everybody okay? Okay? Janice, okay ka lang?
Yeah, good.
Good. Okay, so first, Janice, ngayon na nakapasok na kayo sa playoffs, anong preparation ang gagawin nyo this 2 weeks of break to ensure na hindi kayo unang uuwi?
Siguro sa ngayong mag-unwind muna para hindi masyado pressure pag sa practice. Then, kung pag nalaman ng line-up, then kaysa namin malalaman kung paano yung preparation magagawa namin para sa kalaban.
Alright, so I tanya dia, dengan kemenangan ni dorang dah layak ke playoffs. And dorang dah layak ke playoffs, apa yang plan Team Hawk nak buat masa kita ada break 2 minggu? Dia cakap actually plan Team Hawk is to unwind and relax dulu. Sebab kalau dorang tak relax, dorang tak ambil nafas, nanti lebih tinggi pressure and it's gonna be harder on the team. And bila dorang dah discuss siapa yang players yang dorang akan letak as the main 5, baru dorang akan buat training and then only they're gonna see what's going to be happening in Team Hawk masa playoffs nanti. Alright, mantap. Okay, so how about kita pass pula ke Maima lah. Maima, kita punya Pargoy King dekat Team Hawk.
Ya, betul.
Maima masuk semua Team Hawk jadi Pargoy terus.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Maima, dengan kemasukan Maima masa transfer window kan, you rasa how much actually you bantu Team Hawk untuk at least secure slot untuk playoffs ni?
Bagi saya tak adalah nak cakap bantu daripada banyak sangat pun. Dia lebih kepada saya ni macam lebih kepada bawa orang cakap. Maybe orang nampak macam main-main kan. Tapi lebih kepada leisure time lah, time training. Maybe saya ada gurau-gurau tu. Tapi selalu je lah kena tegur dengan coach. Fokus. So dia lebih kepada vibe lah maybe.
I see. So you bawa vibe yang Pargoy lah dekat Team Hawk?
Yes.
Entire team dah Pargoy sekarang?
A bit.
Wow. Ni I rasa kita boleh tengok dekat playoffs nanti. Boleh? Alright. Okay guys, so sebelum apa-apa, kita dah masa dah untuk announce MVP untuk perlawanan ni. So, korang rasa siapa yang sepatutnya layak jadi MVP? Alright, apa kata kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. Jeng. MVP jatuh kepada Iris. Wow. Jangan nangis.
Beruang guys.
Alright. Iris.
Yeah.
MVP last match korang untuk regular season ni dapat layak ke playoffs. The missing ticket. So, Iris, kita nampak banyak berubah dari playstyle Iris musim ni dengan musim lepas. Sebenarnya, apa yang Iris buat actually untuk dapat ataupun reach satu stage yang macam ni sampai MVP ni dah benda biasa untuk Iris?
Bagi saya, environment dekat sini ni tak pressure lah. Diorang lebih macam terapkan main secara enjoy, secara fun. So, beza lah masa saya kat RSG dulu, saya stres sikit, tapi tak mana RSG tak okey, diorang okey. Cuma kat sini ni environment macam family lah. So saya main pun rasa tenang lah, Alhamdulillah.
All right, thank you, Iris. Will you please pass it to Sakin? All right. Hello, sehat?
Apa?
Sehat?
Sehat dong.
Okay, so Sakin, kita dah tahu bracket playoffs. First match, Team Hak, korang akan lawan RSGMY. Kalau Team Hak menang lawan RSG, dorang akan jumpa Homeboys seterusnya. Second, are you ready to face RSGMY and Homeboys?
Ready dong. Apalagi Janus kan melawan Cibi kan. Pasti dia semangat dong.
Wow! I think that's gonna be the driving force sebab Janice nak jumpa Cibi sekali lagi, betul?
Ya.
Alright, so let's pass it to Noir. Noir? Alright, Noir. Gameplay yang sangat-sangat hebat. Congratulations on playoffs.
Thank you.
Apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans-fans korang yang datang, and don't forget to tell them to support korang masa playoffs nanti.
Kepada fans-fans Team Hak, terima kasih telah support kita orang datang dari jauh ataupun dari dekat. Jangan lupa dukung kita orang terus. So kita akan buat terbaik di playoff nanti, guys. Dan jangan lupa beli jersey kita orang, guys. Terima kasih.
Korang tahu tak, sebelum I throw you guys off, yang paling kelakar, Aiman Hak kat sana, dia cakap greet Happy Mother's Day. Dia cakap beli jersey kita. Tak apa, boleh. Congratulations, guys. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. And of course, once again, congratulations on the playoffs. Oh, alright, diorang nak Viking clap. Okay. Alright, masih diorang tengah buat Viking clap. Apa kata I throw it back to the caster sebab kita ada match lagi selepas ni. Alright, guys. Team Hak officially securing the last slot untuk playoffs musim ini. With that, mari let's throw it back to the casters for us to dissect what happened in this best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Yabambe, Team Hak 2-1 over King Empire Esports, and on the back of Iris, both games on the Terisla. Fantastic performance overall. Brick wall, whatever you call it. MVP of the match.
Literal brick wall, man. That's his entire goal. Based on his item build, he's just trying not to die as hard as he can, and even decided to opt for the Winter Truncheon at the very end just to buy him a little bit of extra time and deny poor Sasa a reset.
Poor dude. It came down to just one crucial moment, and I think that's what made that's what completed the series for me. I think it really came down to this individual heroics. Deto, when people least expect him to step up, he stepped up big time, kept KG afloat, and Noir also on the chip, really getting a lot more active this game and being able to find that winning pickoff for his team. But you also got to give it to Iris though. This man, selfless.
Truly selfless. I mean, so many times he's been fighting, and obviously just having to just take it up the bum against Thamos. Just like, what do you do? It's like, all right, I just got to do it. I just got to do it and wait. Just wait patiently. Wait for Noir to open up that portal, and then that's when he can actually jump in and make these heroic plays. Because at this point of time, I feel like because of Iris, because of the rest of Team Hak, he is just regretting not taking Purify.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even when he had Flicker, there were some moments where he should have pressed it. You know, we're probably going to see it in the highlights in just a little bit. I have a feeling that the team is just looking at Iris like, never back down, never what? Penalty zone, let's go!
No, not again. I mean, I have to admit that KGE, with the addition of Vitor here, he's doing a phenomenal job. I think he gives some real teeth to KGE. He is a legitimate threat, and Team Hak in this game started to respect him a lot more. Even Janice is making sure that he is timing to break Vitor's combos as much as he can through the, well, not through the Vengeance, but between the Vengeances. Not only that, right? I think overall, even Maima communicating with the rest of the team and also utilizing the way he opens up the map so that people don't have to show their face. Iris, for an example, or even Noir, making it difficult for people like Deto to walk up and actually search for these free ultimates.
And I think at the same time, the front to back from Team Hak is also very well played out, right? A lot of times you see KG, they are just trying to brute force their way through Team Hak, and Team Hak, they just do whatever they can to keep Saken safe. And even Maima, to a certain point, this guy has 100% team fight participation rate deathless this entire game. A core reason to how Team Hawk has been getting vision of KG and how Team Hawk has been able to really whittle down KG in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, KGE, they got to be sitting in specific bushes to actually keep tabs on the portals of where Noir is going to be, especially if they have like a timer on him, right? And I think that at least with Maima, they're making sure that checking these brushes is not an issue. Iris, the exact same way. Able to open up the map pretty confidently, because if they end up losing Janus, they almost guaranteed to lose out on a neutral objective. So I think in terms of the priority list, it definitely changed from Game 2 coming into Game 3 for the side of Team Hawk. KGE, on the other hand here, it's just unfortunate, right? Their draft, it is a good draft, but unfortunately a couple of misplays and not a strong enough snowball coming in from Sasa to close this out.
Yeah, and I think there's also this back and forth within KG itself. They make a mistake, Team Hawk takes a lead, someone else pulls it back for them. And it's just, I think the fact that Team Hawk got the mid and bottom inhibitor that early on was really what set the stage for the rest of the game. It just made life for KG so much harder to contest objectives, to actively go around the map and find these fights. And when Team Hawk said they wanted to really take on KG head on, they did it.
They did.
They straight up just ran at KGE.
They just ego challenged them, right? I mean, they tried a couple of things. Like KGE, initially it was like, okay, if Sutsujin gets the initial pick, then maybe we can actually do something, right? And then they had to change it up. They realized, okay, this is not working out. We need Sutsujin to hold on to his ult just in case something big comes in. In this case, Iris with that penalty zone catching more than one person a majority of that time. Sutsujin needs to be able to tank through it, suck up Iris, spin it back at Janus, or look to try and cancel out Janus. But more importantly so, forcing Sakin to reposition and getting him killed sometimes because Sakin did not want to reposition.
And it also comes down to how KG started to realize, or maybe Detto himself started to realize, man, we really don't have enough setup. I have to be that secondary or tier 3 layer, takes penalty zone for himself. And the patience that Sasa needs in all of that, in that short amount of time, to decide when he goes in, that is also crucial for KG, right? One wrong misstep, he gets caught by a penalty zone, it's lights out.
Yeah, the crazy part is that, like, as a cleanup marksman here in this Roger, taking out a frontliner usually isn't that difficult. Most of your team does all the heavy lifting. You just come in and Lycan Pounce one guy away. The problem is that if Sasa does go for the Lycan Pounce on some of these frontline targets, it's so easy for him to just end up being collateral to things like the Star Shatter or even just Sakin's basic auto attacks.
Yeah, and that has made, I think they were the mid-game, Sasa had a couple of fights where he was able to get those resets, right? Go in, get a kill, get out. But late game fights, it's so hard for Sasa to come alive if Sakin is in the fight, if Maima is in the fight. And even sometimes when Sakin gets pushed away, you still have a Novaria being a thorn in the side. In terms of total heal, you can see that both the junglers, they are just hanging on for dear life. Janus in particular, this man, he is such a pressure absorber in this game.
Yeah, Janus has been doing a very good job just kind of getting eaten on purpose sometimes, right? Just making sure that he can peel back for the rest of his team and hold on to as many people as possible. I think that's why we saw the definite like switch up from, oh, I need to be in front of Smooth to, no, I need to make sure that Vitor doesn't close the distance on my backline.
I mean, I'm looking at team. I'm trying to recall kind of certain moments of the game. I feel like for KG, it really felt like this could have been kind of the perfect game if we didn't have like those 1-2 moments, right, where they had kind of the slip out. I think the roughest one probably wasn't Sasa getting caught. It was the Vitor flicker.
Yeah, the Vitor flicker by the Lord. Yeah, that one was pretty painful. That one definitely was painful. I think the one thing that both of these two teams share is they really know how to punish their opponent, right? When that mistake happens, that's when you see Sakin achieve, like, you know, Rich Guy 735, the carry coming in from Maima, Sandbag obviously being Sutsujin and best wingman going over the Noir with 21. But the crazy part is that we've seen 5k gold leads be flipped over so fast within less than a minute of the fight even happening from either one of these teams.
Team Hawk at one point had like, what, 7k gold lead? And one defense from KG off of the back of Detto, they cut that down by 3.4k, right? We saw that negative Lord advantage for Team Hawk. And afterwards, another fight, again led by Detto, pushed us down to an even fight. And that's how we get, for example, Sutsujin stats, almost 300,000 damage taken.
Yeah, Man, it goes to show that like these scaling comps from the side of Team Hawk, the longer this game goes, the worse it just gets for KGE. It forces KGE to have like a higher and higher execution cap in comparison to Team Hawk, where it's the traditional front to back, right? And worse yet, people like Sutsujin and as well as Sasa, their heroes don't necessarily scale higher than their counterparts.
Let's take a look at the gold graph to better illustrate kind of how the game went on. You saw that dip. The dip for KGE, but the spike for Team Hawk at around like the 15-minute mark, right? That I believe came from after a team wipe. Yeah, a team wipe a couple of minutes before that, and then Detto starts making a play, goes back up to KGE.
Yep, 22nd minute is where you see them all like finally, oh, we're in the clear, we're dead even against our opponents, and then that one mistake and it's over. It's quite the back and forth, right? Even in the earlier stages, both turtles were quite the struggle for KGE to cleanly get. The first one is like, okay, we're giving it over to Hawk, whatever, maybe we'll get a kill off of this. And yes, they do find it, but then afterwards, once they get into the second one, oh, we're actually pretty decently strong. Third turtle, it's starting to look good, but we're training on opposite sides of the map, and once Team Hawk kind of found the formula to be able to punch KGE in the throat, catching Sasa off 2 times on his rotations, thanks to the help of Noir and his, lazy, or just didn't want to walk. He just kills it, just kills that momentum for KGE.
See, the first breaking point was First Lord. 11, 12-minute mark, that's where they found the team wipe onto KGE and really broke open the base. So I think when you look back at these highlights, you can see back and forth. I think this is one of the best performances we've seen from these two teams. Unlikely opponent. I think this series has definitely exceeded my expectations just in Game 3 alone.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to the wire here. Like, oh my goodness, the fact that Vito was able to find him in that position, then Sasa is able to flicker forward to clean it up. Like, this is the most ideal fight for KGE. And at the same time, right, the closer together you see them kind of like plump up, the harder it is, the bigger the punish is. Because keep in mind that Noir, when he does slam that ground, you can see that he marks all the targets in that area, and he's able to get that mini stun off, which is quite the big game changer in some of these moments. Most of the time, people are like, okay, you just take the damage and you move on. No, not in a game like this. Every millisecond mattered here.
Even in the fight just now, Janus had more than half health when the fight ended, right? I think KGE realized that, man, we are running out of damage, but we need Sasa, and how do we get him into the fight without compromising him? Detto was the key. This was what kept us going for a couple more minutes, but it just wasn't enough. Sasa somehow, the fact that Noir was in that unlikely position, and of course the Astro Echo from Maima really sealing Sasa's fate.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate part about it was a hard read from Team Hawk. They were just like, okay, try brush, guys. We see Sasa, we kill him. We kill this fool. We don't give him any other opportunity. And Noir, he's allowed to make that decision by himself without the rest of his team because of that darn passive.
And the ultimate, you can call your team in when you need them. And because of that series, Team Hawk actually ascends the leaderboard, overtaking KGE in terms of head-to-head. They just beat KGE 2-1. SRG, Homeboys, Toda, and RCMY, their standings remain unchanged. And the only thing that might change in the upcoming game probably will be looking at Niners. But now that I think about it, Niners can't get any further because even if they win a 2-0, so good on Team Hawk. They have averted the fate of not making playoffs.
Yeah, they really have. It's such a big win for them, and it just goes to show that everybody in the top 6 as of right now, from 3rd to all the way down to 6th place, the points are pretty close, right? It's 5-4 score, match win, loss all the way through. It really comes down to the only thing that makes the difference is how many 2-0s that you have between the 4.
Yeah, just the aggregate points, right? Who played lesser matches and won more of it. Team Hawk and KG right now just even. 11 wins, 11 losses. But, well, unfortunately enough for them, they will not be meeting in playoffs until the grand finals, which in of itself takes a Cinderella setting to happen.
Oh, who knows? Because, I mean, with considering that Homeboys and SRG just looking, leagues ahead of everybody else in the top 6s right now, it's going to be a tough say who's going to be able to take down the 2 top dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe Niners have a chance, right? Because Coming up, we're going to have Selangor Red Giants up against Niners. This is the final series of this regular season, ending it with a bang. We started the season with SRG, we're ending it with them.
Yeah, I mean, considering how SRG have been playing, this might, for all we know, this might be an absolute slaughter because they have left. It doesn't matter who they're fighting, zero mercy comes out from SRG. They aren't messing around.
No crumbs on the floor. You don't even get to get scraps. SRG has said that they wanted to go for perfect season, so you know they're not gonna fool around no matter who they go up against. Just like how you see our audience, they don't fool around either when they go for the 10 times draw for its King of Fighter 97 collab skin alongside Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's highly anticipated and you can get it now. Starting from today, actually a couple of weeks ago, until the end of May with 3 amazing skins. Valia's Kyo Kusanagi, Masha's Mai Shinarui, and also Paquito's Terry Bogard. The first 10 draw you go for, it's going to be 50% discount, and every single draw per day also gets a discount. So what are you waiting for? Go for the draw.
Go for the draw. Use the last remaining times to go for that 10x whenever you have those extra diamonds for anybody who's been mining those diamonds or who's actually want to give away. Regardless, these skins are worthwhile to invest in. Too many people walk away with regrets being like, man, I should have rolled for the KOF. It's so unique.
Yeah, no times for regret. Remember back then when people refused to go for the Cho skin? Oh, it took years for that to come back. Again, coming up next, it's going to be our last best of 3 of the regular season. Selangor Red Giants taking on Niners. A lot of people will be expecting a slaughter, but again, Niners, they have averted disaster. They have taken fate by the horns before to keep them away from relegation. We'll see if they can achieve the impossible against Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, I mean, if they do, Niners are forever going to be, I mean, literally their coach, they're going to be the antagonists of the entire league. And SRG is going to have a broken record because of them. That would be insane to watch. And they're going to be coming back next season with a vendetta.
They might not end the season as winners, but they definitely left a mark. So, Niners, this is going to be quite an experience, right? Because Niners, they brought out some interesting comps before, right? We've seen them make adjustments. The Link, for example, Max showing up big time last week. But for SRG, we'll just have to see if the KDA continues to increase in their favor.
I mean, they've got the most disgusting stats. Like, it's the worst. It's the worst to kind of explain to people how good SRG is, and they think that they're so above everybody else. Their stats, it's just, how do you, I mean, like, it's hard to say no. Innocent has got, like, what, he's still above 20 average KDA?
The easiest way to explain how far SRG is the fact that the furthest a team has been able to push SRG, that team being KG, was to break 1 inhibitor.
That's 1 inhibitor?
Just 1. That's the furthest any team has pushed SRG.
Look, I think that's not just all. Even internationally, we've had interviews with players that are praising SRG. If that doesn't say enough, again, most people don't talk about Malaysian teams, especially if they're outside of MY.
Yeah. Aside from memeing us, this is the first time they actually want to meet SRG and not for the memes and laughs. So I mean, we are going in a good trajectory, at least for SRG. But for now, we're going to take a short break. When we return, though, it's the final best of 3 of the regular season between the Selangor Red Giants and the Niners. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I got guys. Bisa guys. Baras hold dia, baras kena pikir barat. Yeah. Aja santi. I got two. Pani guys. Kat lo dah dapat mati. Bisa. Ya. Nah, see dulu. See. Go. Ya, dah mari. Tower. Wow! Target ah. Ragu guys. Tamus. Mati. Bisa Faramis? Aku ada santai.
Nathan. Depan. Kayak. Rata-rata dia. Nice mati. Lihat Ji. Buang ini. Enggak ada vengeance. Mati. Enggak ada dash. Enggak ada vengeance. Nice.
Cancel ni. Ulti Freddy. Alat. Panit. Destroy anjing. Sorry. It's okay.
Oh.
Risk.
Apa? Tambah.
Santai.
Gua tarikin. Cipul ke portal. Gua ada sisi.
Gua roti.
Gua siap ke Nathan gua. Iya. Aman. Enggak bisa masuk. Gua keikat sabar. Chip dulu.
Cip.
Ini chip. Cip. Nice.
Itu kita yang tunggu lah.
Itu kita yang tunggu lah, bro.
Mau ulti tarik.
Kena dua. Chipnya gua makan chipnya.
Terus Nathan guys. Dapat Nathan.
Nathan, lihat Nathan. Mati Nathan.
Mati.
Nice. Lawan. Rider-nya dulu. Lawan. Gak. Gua nyala. Gol. Terakhir second.
Gua gak bisa guys.
Lobat.
Mati ya deh. Teris no flick.
Berangin guys.
Para ulti ya. Ulti guys.
JJ, Roger.
GG.
Mampus.
Nice one guys. Mid nice guys.
Lihat Nathan ya. Nathan des. Lihat Nathan puri.
Gua di pas. Bisa guys.
Coba balik. Warin.
Dan gua guys.
Warin.
Dapat 3.
Nathan puri. One. Udah balik. Le.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit ditunjuk. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa. Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
I rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
맥시가 지갑니다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power up. Gazer.
Satu sekali Jeduin dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, stay, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah.
Harapan masih berpahat di hati
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
posing Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony-nya. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk kau tak bisa cuma cari. Nanti gua kasih mau.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion. Dia main lepas sudah lah. Boleh kontrol lagi lah.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
No idea. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Tapi adalah macam sikit macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap Im ni dah rasti teruk lah. Dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je senang. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. So aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua orang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Orang nampak daripada luar, orang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing typical lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Dia tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhannya yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Semua waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure dia semua mengang mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off lah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada komen korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 games like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and small like that. I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever made someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that so bad. Every season I think quite because of me because of pressure. I pressure a lot to cover me to become a best side. So I thank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya berlutut. Sampai saya berlutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, coba masa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Tentu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Yang memaafkan EJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan EJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasib dia sendiri. Tapi EJ tetap maafkan dia. Itu yang paling susah.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan Iris sebab masa kat RFG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia sebab dia nangis sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim A. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Because I thinking inside, I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the game. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
It's the gathering of the Niners and the Ultras. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL Malaysia. Season 13 is the last week, last day of regular season, and we're down to the last best of 3. Selangor Red Giants taking on Niners in just a little bit. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Gideon Q.
Look, today's games have been pretty epic so far, and hopefully this very last best of 3 series is not going to be a slaughter like everybody expects from SRG. Pretty much, I think it feels like it's guaranteed to get that perfect score, but maybe Niners can put a stop to that.
Hopefully that's the case, because SRG, they've defied the odds. They are on the brink of making history for the very first time in a local league. And they have overcome curses. When I say curses, I mean caster death curse. Me, Sadafa, Afel, try to put a curse on them, completely ignored it. So I don't know what else SRG cannot do.
They've been looking to gather, recognition from an international, and it looks like their journey starts here. I mean, if they do, it's already a statement that they're walking away from the regular season with a perfect score. But if they drop one here, who knows? It could tarnish the entire legacy.
Yeah. Speaking about legacy, we gotta talk about kind of SRG about to leave one, right? It's a legacy in the making, because no team has ever achieved a perfect regular season. No team has ever won the MPL Malaysia trophy without dropping a single game. 13 seasons in, SRG being the team that is in prime position to make that run happen.
I mean, if I have to pull it all the way back to when we were combined as MPL MYSG, the only other team that has ever done that was Nara Esports, and that's a very, very long time ago. And since that time, only Torak was getting relatively close, but did drop a game. It has been clean 2-0s all the way through the regular season.
Soy the record a little bit, right? 18-1, I believe, was the magic number. SRG, what are we looking at right now? They have played 8 series, so they are 16-0. About to be 18-0 if they walk away with this 2-0. And Niners, I think when we are in the middle of the regular season, we looked at the last match and we were like, man, Niners need to pull themselves together. They have done the impossible. They have surpassed the odds. They are not in danger of getting relegated. But now, the final boss, is going to be their closure to the regular season.
I mean, we already said in the middle of the season that it was going to be a tough journey, right? Because all the rest of their games from week 3, their last 4 games was going to be amongst the top dogs in the league, absolutely just crushing the competition. SRG, on the other hand, they took out the top dogs in the beginning, and then afterwards decided, hey, it's all the lower teams, nothing to worry about. That's why, for the regular season report card for SRG, it's an S+ for Selangor Supremacy.
Yeah, just S+, S++, S star, whatever we want to call it, right? Average KDA, uncontested, 10.2 in number 1, average damage per minute also in first place. Kill participation, not that important. They have a lot of solo kills. Average Lord A are the one in first place, right? I think followed by Team KG in second. First turrets number 2, average turret number 1. you name it. They 2-0 all the way. It's green. It's green all over.
Yeah, it just really pisses me off that they're getting an average KDA of 10.2, and it's just like, I wonder who the top team is going to be,
I wonder who's number 2. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a big separation from these guys, potentially a super team coming out of Malaysia, and maybe giving us an opportunity to see what how bright the future could be for the upcoming MSC, and maybe even M6. If we can get out of groups with this squad, we know we have hope.
Yeah, and we are in prime position because SRG, they've secured the bye, right? They don't even need to play-ins for our playoffs, which is going to be happening in 2 weeks. But we got to look at the report card for Niners as well. This one is going to be a lot more to break down. The grade is 999 for emergency averted. Well, 999 emergency hotline. And of course, currently, this is their sort of like their first season as Niners. Last season, they also sort of finished 7th under MPXNC. And you look at the records for their last 5 matches, 2-0 over Toda. I think that was the biggest win that they could have ever gotten. But they also have dropped games to Barracuda, Bounty, Hawk, and Homeboys.
Yeah, it has been a very difficult journey overall, but the fact that they're able to still get at least a game from some of the top dogs in the league means that this squadron has hope. They have an opportunity to unlock some hidden potential. Even they're ranking first in stats in terms of kill participation, so you know that this is a team fight-oriented squad.
And on top of that, their players also are individually skilled, right? We've seen them bring Max in to replace Maldives. We've seen Barbosa. We've even seen Zay from MAL, the only MAL player to get promoted, play a game or two. So I think Niners, they have that potential. It's time to see if SRG can bring it out of them. But for you guys, if you want to unlock the potential and bring it out of you can do it with Nescafe. Recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans. Grind on with Nescafe, and it can and wants to inspire your gaming spirit to keep you going.
Yeah, be like Zay. Drink Nescafe from the MAL to get promoted to the MPL, and maybe you're going to get noticed out there by some of the top dogs, and hopefully that could be a life-changing moment, not only for you, but for Nescafe.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Niners at this point of time to be able to steal away a game from SRG. Strong fundamentals, but what really makes this team so separate, not only are there fans right across from us, super loud, the game hasn't even started yet, we still have 9 minutes to go, but also their raw chemistry. It feels like there's no holes between these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the communication is flawless. The gameplay also just a cut above everyone else. It really felt like this team that just joined 2 seasons ago is unstoppable. But guess what? Enough talking. We're going to start to bring the teams in. Let's see what they have to offer, SRG and Niners.
Solano Red Giants.
With unrivaled dominance over every adversary, the red and yellow stands poised to carve their names in history with just one more triumph. But today marked the realization of their legacy. The flawless run, bow down in respect of the ruler, is Selangor Red Giants.
Niners.
Though their wings may be broken, they still stood firm with the prize held high. Rising 10 times despite falling 9. Never doubt the strength of warriors. Can they dent the perfect ending of the state rival? The Warriors of Negeri Sembilan, let's go Niners! Of course, our League Offs, head of League Offs, Cedric, alongside the coach and analyst of both teams will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. We have Coach Arcadia and Zora Vecchi from SRG and antagonist plus Orski from the Niners taking one last bow this regular season before the rivalry commences. Fist bumps all over. It's time to get the action going. SRG looking to make history, and Niners looking to deny that.
Good luck to both our competitors on stage as they set up for this final best of 3 of the regular season. Right now, the Niners, they've got to put out every single trick outside of the book. And I think, antagonist, when it comes down to thinking up some wacky strategies, so far, Barbosa has been able to kind of complement it. We've seen a lot of Ediths in our time. We've seen a lot of Selenas come out from this squad specifically.
Yeah, and Selena goes all the way back to, I think, week 1 of regular season when Niners fought against KG. Selena, Novara, they kind of took from MPL Indonesia. And I think if we were to see it, it could be today against SRG, since there's really nothing much to lose, at least for the Niners. But I think today is also a very important day, not just SRG about to make that historical run, but the messages that has been kind of floating around, right? Especially for SRG, we know that they are affiliated with the Selangor Football Club, and you know they have a message to send to the public. And I think it's very important for us to kind of embody the essence of stopping violence against the people around, against the people. Recently, we got to stand with Faisal Halim, stop the violence. And you can see, if you look in the crowd, the ultras, they are dressed in, you know, in black color, right? Just standing solidarity with the player. SRG lineup on your screens right now. Let's talk about the players.
They're playing more for themselves this time round on this day. It's going to be Stormy, Cram, Sick Guys, Innocent, and as well as Yums as their in-game leader to lead the SRG members, and as well as the hopes and dreams of their fans here today for that perfect score and to begin their legacy here at the MPL MY. This squad has been out of this world, from having the strongest starts we have ever seen from week number 1 to week number 3. This squad somehow still is able to surprise us.
Yeah, we always look at teams that start strong and we're like, there might be a dip in the middle, right? Or vice versa, but not SRG. They have been consistent all the way, and consistent feels like an understatement. They've been evolving throughout the competition. And you look at the numbers, it's as out of this world. Innocent, 15 and 7 KD. So guys, I think he's also somewhere in the tens in terms of KD, but what else can we say?
Yeah, how can these numbers not piss you off? It's just they're absolutely dominating. So guys, they're like, okay, we're not going to show his KDA, but he gets 2.2 average kills per game playing tank junglers. And honestly, that's not even his most dangerous one. The Guinevere is something you have to keep in mind for Sakai's.
You have to really be a special child to be able to see that Guinevere, right? And we haven't even talked about his assassins, which is hasn't really had the chance to play thanks to, you know, the technical style, but not that it matters too much. The opponents, though, Niners, we have Unji, Zaf, Yetri, Barbosa, and Max. Of course, Max this time as the IGL for the team. Definitely have been finding their footing. You can, you know, chalk it up to, oh, they haven't recovered fast enough, but they've done just enough to pull themselves over that finishing line, and today it's just going to be that cherry on top.
Yep, it's really no pressure for either one of these teams. It's a matter of pride, right? Let's look at the stats for the Niners here, because so far Moonji has been performing pretty well every single time he gets access to this Novaria. But besides him, right, they've gone to strategies where Zob's not playing traditional marksmen anymore, picking up the Ruby pretty often, while Max is playing the damage jungler.
Yeah, we've seen Max pull out the Roger, which is his highlighted hero. We also seen the Ling as well, and I think the Ruby influence definitely a bit coming from Barracuda themselves. There's very specific playstyle, but it's good to see that Niners are still willing to not back down, right? There have been a lot of behind-the-scenes vlogs posted by their official Instagram page where see how antagonist is always hyping the team up for them. It's all about fighting until the end. Unless the crystal breaks, the game has not ended just yet. So I think that's very, very reassuring to know that even in the darkest days, they still fight on. But I think you can say the same for SRG, right? They haven't had dark days. All they've had are just rainbow and sunshine. I wonder what Arcadia has to say about SRG. So we have a video about that. Check it out.
Even though we played a lot of heroes here in the regular season, we're still very confident with our other heroes that we haven't shown yet. Definitely, we still have a lot of strat going to the playoffs. We're very confident at the moment, and that's why these wins that we got from the previous week and up until this week, it's very important for our momentum, and we believe that momentum is a very strong concept when it comes to esports. So we're just riding the momentum. Winning 2-0 wasn't really my plan, but naturally it happened because my team is just playing really good every single game.
Now you heard it from the man himself. Winning everything was a part of the plan, but you know, by just good gameplay, it happened.
Oh,
naturally.
Man. All the other teams who have lost to SRG are just gritting their teeth. It wasn't part of the plan. What are you talking about?
Naturally?
What do you mean? Natural? It's unheard of. It is unheard of for the MPL MY. At some point, we were expecting these players to break consistency and have a little bit of fun, but even when they are having fun, they're just that much better.
I guess winning is also part of the fun, right? Even in the toughest games or games where SRG felt like they're being pushed a little bit by their opponents, they're still laughing, they're still, very chatty. And of course, we have, the Niners themselves, the Niners and the Ultras coming together again in solidarity, standing in solidarity with Faisal Halim, our national football player. And the atmosphere is just insane.
It really is.
You can let this play out. It is this chant, by the way, is just from the Ultras alone.
Yep, just from the Ultras alone. It's crazy. They've got flags, they've got everything. People, basically, it's a standing ovation consistently amongst everybody else. But let's have a look at some MPL MY insiders from Max.
Of course, the question was, what was the wake-up call that got Niners to kind of rise up? And that came after losing to Barracuda. Manager wasn't really happy, and all this while, the training to them was not enough. They were chilling a bit too much, and they don't deserve to win if they keep on going like this. And a rude awakening, right? They had a bit of reflection, and now they are back on their feet.
It's a reality check that all competitors need. At some point, you're going to be thinking, hey, man, it's not me, it's my team. And at some point, you have to come together and recognize that maybe, hey, you know what? We're just not trying hard enough. If we want this bad, we'll do everything in our power to make it happen. And look at that. Look, they even got the shirts for it, too.
Yep, the big 4 actions, call to actions today. Of course, at the same time, we gotta wish Innocent happy birthday, my dude. Just what a great way to celebrate your birthday, about to make history for the first time out of MPL Philippines.
Oh my God!
My goodness, that's
fan art! There's fan art!
Yo!
That's hot! That's hot! Look, his face, he's not even phased by it. This guy!
We need a Lycan version of that.
Yeah, we need a Lycan version of that. Oh my goodness, he's gonna pop off in the furry community. 45 seconds left on the clock, and the SRG game faces are on for the Filipinos. And there's Yums. He's having fun.
All right, game on for this guy.
Here we go. Here we go. What's the pattern? Yuzong skin. All right, cool.
This one is nice. I like it.
All right, Kimmy skin as well. All right. Now the big one.
Here we go.
Oh, not bad odds.
There's
not
3
bad
chances.
odds.
There's 3 slots. Oh, come on. There's 3 possibilities. How did that not hit?
Oh, that's so sad. Wait, one more. Do it again.
Do it now.
Here we go. Okay, decent skin. Come on.
Oh, what is that?
Wait.
Oh my God!
Guaranteed it's Terry Bogart in the house. The man finally hits it. Well done.
That's not even the bingo, right?
He just hit it naturally. It's not even the bingo.
Show the bingo. Never mind.
No!
Never mind. Let's look at the draft first. SRG against Niners. SRG blue side, Niners red. It's about to be a good day.
All right. Got to bring the energy down a little bit. Both SRG and the Niners excited for this draft. They've been hyping up the players, but it's time for the chess players, the 3D chess players, to come on stage. It's Coach Arcadia up against Antagonist right now in this draft, with SRG on the blue side as first pick and Niners on the red side as second pick. And we know that the Niners always set up for their own strategy. So far, what's been working for them is the double fighter setup with major damage on Max, and that's reliant on these flex picks, right? That's why SRG, take away the link. We don't want the extra mobility to drag out this lane. Let's also get rid of the Angela while we're at it.
A lot of respect from Coach Arcadia given to Antagonist, right? They saw that one game against Todak and they're like, okay, this is way too much. We don't want to deal with it. And we also want to make our side comfortable. We might be currently the strongest team, but that does not mean that we don't have any weaknesses, right? It's just a matter of time before someone figures it out. The question is for Niners, are they going to keep on targeting that mid side? They're going to swap a bit of attention, this time taking out the Harith.
I think that's totally fine. We've seen Zavs play into the Roger matchup before, but I think that he hasn't faced up against someone like Innocent, who he has been sandbagged before by Rubies, but always seems to come back up on top, not only just in lane, but sometimes outside of that lane, right? When they get into these team fights, that's where Innocent really, really shines. He's got a great eye for estimating his damage to get these resets consistently.
Well, you're getting banned now, so SRD taking out big abilities that allow you to rotate around the map, that allow you to be anywhere you want. I like this focus. there are also still options. I mean, the chip is always on the table. See if SRG is gonna take that away or will Niners get it. That's really a lot of a priority. Now the Matilda becomes a consideration for Niners.
I think Niners at this point are also considering the fact that, hey, Barats might just get released here, and if it does, that gives us an opportunity to be able to flex around EXP and as well as jungle, which is step one of most of our antagonists' plans, right? SRG, on the other hand, I think they're generally okay with the Barats. The real question is whether or not they're going to get their first pick priority. If so, Farmis is still a looming threat now that Valentina has been first banned by the Niners.
So they let the Matilda through, they ban out the Nolan. Of course, a minor fact about these two coaches, last time they faced off, it was like last year, right, when Homeboys won the trophy. Well, Homeboys knocked them out of the upper brackets, and quite a reunion on the stage. This Nolan ban means that Matilda goes through. SRG want that.
They're considering a number of options here, right? For the Niners, it's a lot less stress because it really comes down to what SRG wants to prioritize. I'm seeing the nod from Innocent. This could be a Roger lock-in instantly for the side of SRG. That makes sense to me. They haven't really changed their drafting pattern since the beginning of the season, right? Nobody has really been able to like shake them up, but yep, there we go. Roger, as expected. And there goes the crowd.
Release the dog. It's out of his cage again. That means that Niners now, they have access to the Matilda. So far, Matilda has not gone the game without getting picked all bans, still 100% in that overall stat. They can go for Barras Matilda. It is a very common pairing.
I feel like Niners might just go for like Barats Ruby. I think that the Barats Matilda should be the standard procedure here for the Niners, or at the very least, because I don't think they want to give Barats over to SRG. The real question is whether Yums is impactful enough on the Matilda to take it away as well.
So Matilda Ruby.
Interesting. So that means SRG is going to lock in the Barats and then hold off on their jungle pick. That means they can also get Stormy a pick here as well. It could just be the Farmis, to be fair.
Yeah, they could. Farmis, I think Novaria. You can not just hide Sakai's pick, but also make can you hide Yoon's pick as well? I think you also can. You're essentially hiding 3 different roles at once.
Yeah.
If you go for the Barats Farmis.
I mean, there's still other good picks and notable picks from SRG's side. For example, Arlon, right? On Yums. Really, really dangerous. He is not afraid. He very much plays an aggressive game, but worse yet, he outplays it 2v1 sometimes, which is another layer they have to consider. Here we go, Fredrin and as well as Minotaur.
Wow.
Pretty straightforward from SRG's side.
Yeah, very, very straightforward. In fact, just giving the Barras away to them, not a priority. And the Yuzong instantly gets locked in by Niners. They want to have that solid XP lane for year 3.
They've already revealed their entire composition to the Niners, right? Wearing their hearts on their sleeves, it makes sense. Now, SRG, they just got to clamp down on some of these damage junglers. We might actually see a scaling damage jungler, to be fair. This might be like a Max Yishun Shin situation if it really boils down to it.
What else? What else? I mean, Fanny Assassin.
What is that? Assassin is possible.
Natan? Okay, never mind. I don't think so. I don't think Natan is going to be a choice here.
It's a little difficult, right? Because that begs the question of what exactly is going to the mid lane, right? That means Matilda would have to go into the mid lane, and then Ruby is taken away from the gold? I don't see that happening just yet. Farm is banned from the Niners. Smart option.
Start to really clamp down on Stormy, who has been a very crucial playmaker, right? We already saw his Loi eliminated. No Vanity and no Faramis. I think they can go on a bit harder. Perhaps looking at Novaria next. It does leave some priority for that XP lane. Now that Yuzong is out, we have Barat still, there's Lapu Lapu. If you ever want to go down the fighter route, there's Paquito and the Benedetta for SRG.
Still, I think that SRG is in a much more comfortable position here, right? Now that they have their first 2 tanks, and especially already predetermining where their gold lane jungler and roamer is going to be, now it's all about figuring out how do we get a good EXP lane matchup, seeing the Yuzong in play. They could go for Thamos if they want to guarantee early, but they get rid of the Carmilla to ensure that Niners don't pull up some funny business.
Only 2 teams have picked the Carmilla, right? Like Niners and Team Hawk. It was a recent development also. So no Carmilla means that they're trying to eliminate the Carmilla jungle potential for Niners, considering that there's already Matilda and Ruby. What else is left in the XP lane? Damus, Phobius? Oh, Terizla or Arlet, yeah.
Yeah, I think the EXP is a little too hard to clamp on. There's too many flex picks at this point in time. I think SRG for them is just eliminating jungle options and then finding the best option to play against the Niners. They get rid of the Nana. All right, so they want to take a very direct approach. They don't want the Molina Blitz to slow them down on the initial dive. So it's about SRG, how do they start peeling backwards? I think Lilia is also a really good option, but I feel like Niners is going to pick it up first.
They definitely are lacking a bit damage right now. Fredrin and Minotaur doesn't exactly give you that. We saw a bit of that small issue when you have a very teamfight oriented comp, but Roger is the only damage dealer, right? That's what KG kind of demonstrated, where Roger at one point is going to start struggling. You need a secondary layer to that. So yeah, Lilia, I think Lilia Novaria still up on the table. While Lilia banned out, that means we are down to just Novaria and the artillery mages of Yves and Farsa.
Yeah, okay. At least I'm following along the lines of Coach Arcadia here. Now, Niners, they have to pick their mid laner here. They don't want to show their jungler just yet to give options over to SRG. SRG doesn't have a lot of dives so far, but here we go. Novaria gets locked in for the side of the Niners, and SRG must complete their comp. They're going in blind. I'm guessing... What could they go for here? Esme probably not going to be the option. They could go Benedetta. Paquito is not that bad, but you're already up against a Ruby. So it's all about peel, so Benedetta probably going to be favorable for Cram.
That's an option. I'm looking at mid also. So that's, again, right, XP lane, there's a lot of options, but for mid, what else is there?
Probably artillery mages at this point.
Yeah.
Yves doesn't sound too bad. Yves over the Farsa, only because Farsa can naturally get cancelled by both Yuzong, Matilda, Ruby, and I think that even in Stormy's case, right, he needs to get quick damage down. It's got to be a burst-oriented mage rather than long proceeded fights, just to make sure that Roger is able to find these resets.
Going for CC and Aurora!
I respect it.
Wow.
I respect this a lot. It means that even if Stormy is susceptible to dying, he has a passive that works similarly to Nana, giving him a second life and potentially an opportunity to escape.
This does change the playing field a little bit because Niners, you want to be up close and personal. You have to be in range of all these abilities from the Aurora, right? You are at risk of getting crowd control in a major way. Not just the Aurora, there is also the Minotaur to follow up.
Yeah, just a lot of ways to disengage from fights, a lot of ways to re-engage the fights as well. SRG is going to be playing a very reactive comp focused around their lanes now that they've locked the CC as well. I think at this point, the Niners, they need a way to speed things up, and here we go. It's going to be
wow!
Wow!
Talk about the final series of today.
I like this. I think it's smart because when Amon cloaks, you can't jump on him with the Lycan Pounce because you need to visibly see your target to lock onto him. Interesting strategy coming out from the side of the Niners. They're going to have to push the tempo as fast as they can, but it's all dedicated around that mid lane, right? Expect Stormy and as well as Yums to get very aggressive, to trade actively against both Munji and as well as Barbosa. Worst case scenario, it's going to be up to Cram to peel off the rest of the team, but keep in mind that if Max finds a singular kill in the side lanes, this might just snowball out of control after the first turtle.
The gloves are coming off in game one already, so let's hop into the land of Dawn. Selangor Red Giants on blue side, Niners on the red. I guess some pretty interesting first-time appearances. The debut of Aurora and Amon of all junglers in this game. It'll be an interesting one. Again, Max, he's going to be the focus of Niners. See how far ahead he can get his team.
All right, let's see this, because right now it's about lane priority. Oh
my goodness.
No. Oh no.
That's not
go back.
Right?
No, it can't be right.
I don't hear first blood yet. So.
I don't hear the first blood as well. So I'm guessing he lived and lost his flicker, and that's Barbosa, by the way. So they immediately lose out. Oh, he's alive. He's definitely alive. Doesn't lose out. He does take Purify, in a matter of fact. It looks like somebody bailed him out.
That could have been deadly. And Stormy, he's just walking forward because Jums is around, denying Munji's space.
He's like, what you gonna do, buddy? What you gonna do?
Oh! KOF skin, man. KOF skin.
Oh, boy. Man. One bad move from Barbosa, and they've already lost control over the mid lane. Litho Wanderer, don't care about it. We're going to be playing towards our gold lane regardless.
And Yums is going to just keep Munji. Look at this. The wave he's losing. This is out of He's not even going to hit two. That means he's going to hit two now.
Oh my goodness. If Stormy was just a second quicker on that stun, that would have been first blood right there.
Man, Moonji loses an entire level because of that one move onto Barbosa.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Man. And I don't even know whether they recognize that this was Barbosa's fault. That's the worst part. Moonji is like, man, I'm getting zoned out. I wonder why.
He's like, man, I could really use some help right now. Barbosa shows up, you know, with a couple of bandages. He's like, I'm here, buddy, I'm here.
Don't worry, I made it back. But look at this lane gank. Oh my god, this lane gank is actually disgusting. Niners have a good read on this, though.
Yeah. Max can't afford to wait.
It's not worth it.
Not worth it. Especially he is going to be a bit faster than Sakai's. He's already ahead in experience, so SRG is going to shove the wave and look for the first turtle.
They really shouldn't be fighting for this. They should just give this up, play on the opposite side, and look for a dive.
Wow, they used that Black Dragon form already, so there's intention, but Ye3 runs out of that. Oh, still wants to go on the Cram. Sakai continues to be on the turtle. Ye3 finding access to the back. Max has now shown himself. Sakai with the ult and the retribution to get the turtle. First blood going over to SRG, and it's in the hands of Cram.
I don't know if that was that worth it. Was that worth it, buddy? I don't think so. It really wasn't. I think that Ye3 was very confident he could at least try and break the passive of Stormy, but gets no passive, gets no flicker as well. All resources gone, and even committed to Petrify to it. So nicely done by SRG. Really holding the perfect balance of making sure that you're right on top of your neutral objective, but at the same time keeping your backline safe.
That is going to hurt Max. And Ye3, he's brought to the mid lane temporarily just to make sure that no further invades happen. But thankfully he's against a CC, right? So that wave is going to be safe nonetheless. But already we're seeing SRG making these small minor moves to start starving out Niners.
Yeah. Keep in mind that usually we expect to see SRG to make some set plays to steal away camps from the Niners, right? And I think Sakai's currently only is up by one camp. Wait.
Oh, they found Yums. They need 4 men for that.
Not even flickering out of the way. I guess he knew he was dead regardless because Max was so nearby.
CC into Yuzhong is quite a headache for Yuzhong if the CC plays the cooldown correctly, right? You are slightly shorter in terms of range. Luckily, Ye3 was able to win out that trade just now, but again, CC just pushed the wave in, so Cram gets the recall first.
I think he's going to get first push here. Yeah, he'll be able to get first push as well. It looks like Cram is going to be a lot slower to actually make up the extra time to make it to this turtle fight. Slanger Red Giants, you can see them, right? They're now proactively looking for these trades. Even for Innocent as well, he's focusing on this wave as hard as he can just so he can be part of this upcoming fight and get a lead against Savs.
Yeah. This guy's trying to get the Purify out of Barbosa, not able to do that, and Max is gonna go for the invade with Ye3 to help him. Cram, yeah, he's gonna see this now.
Wow, SRG entirely give up on this turtle. They're like, we want Max.
Yeah, Cram is gonna go onto Max with the and Youth instantly flickers the Endless Shot. Is not gonna help him. The response time is just so good, so precise from SRG.
Beautifully done. And in Moonji, all Moonji had to do was just drop down the Astral Echo towards turtle side. SRG really abusing Fog of War here. They knew that the mid-waves haven't crashed yet. They gave zero information over to the Niners of what the rotation would look like.
And Cram did have to use the Vengeance, but it's so much worth it, right? The second another orange buff given to SRG, Max, you can take the Purple, and SRG, they're not worried about rushing down the turtle. They can play this out. And Innocent, at this early timing, he is ready to fight if needed.
Yep, he's got the Windtalker in hand, and Cram is now going to start abusing Ye3 now that he's completed the War Axe. Let's see whether or not they're going to make this turtle fall into their hands, because I feel like SRG, their objective is just to slow down the Niners. They'll eventually outscale them.
Man, that heal from Yums, that is rejuvenating. Stormy, one more heal, he's going to be back to full. But I don't think Niners can contest this. I feel like you just let it go. Maybe let Max go up a little bit. That's the problem with the Ruby Gold lane, right? You need to have a stable start. Ye3 out again, Frigid Breath from the Aurora. Easy retribution for Sakai. Max spent all that time waiting only to find nothing. Cram could be the target, now pause the Vengeance, pull back by the I'm Offended. Yums is gonna use his ult as well. Cram drops, but Ye3 follows.
Unfortunate. Max, he just threw his ult at the very last second and walked away. He did not want to fall into the Minoan Fury. Whoa!
Oh my goodness, Sakai! Oh! The Purify itself, but not enough! Oh my, read that to a T. And that's mid tier 1 at 6 minutes.
Oh my god. Wow, I did not think that Sakai's had enough to actually kill there. I really thought that Barbosa was going to make it away, especially since he had Purify at the same time, right?
He even used it.
Oh.
Is this like the old Fredrin that Surkais is playing?
I don't know. It's just different when he's playing it. I don't understand why or how he gets into these types of positions, but I guess it's unlucky for Barbosa because he even used the guiding winds to kind of make distance before we saw Sakai's actually collapse on him.
Whoa! He's gonna commit the flicker. Yums goes in, gets pulled. He's underneath the turret. That control. Stormy takes aggro. Cram shows up. The damage.
It's bad.
Just a bit lacking. Max should be able to collect this. A good attempt from SRG, but Niners stop it.
Man, Cram gives up his life just so that Sakai's can take away a purple buff. I don't know how worth it was, but the idea definitely was there. At least they are aware that Aurora can disable turrets with her abilities.
Unfortunately, Cram was slightly late. I think the connection, if it was a bit earlier, that would have been a successful dive. But still, Niners, Max, especially Max, having a rough time, right? You would expect him to be either even or ahead of Surkais, but the complete opposite is happening. And now Max can't even invade because they have no info on SRG's jungle.
Yeah, no need to, right? No need to as of right now. They just have to wait patiently and allow Moon to do his work and relay the information on where the holes could potentially be. Next Lethal Wanderer falls into the hands of, oh, Max, he actually committed his retribution here. So that means Sakai's gets to be able to get this neutral for free. Top tier 1 being sacrificed.
SRG happily take this trade. But obviously the biggest advantage they have right now is the fact that the mid-tier 1 for Niners is down. And so SRG gets to play the wave a bit more. Niners is gathering at this middle lane. Zabs is in the bush, but realizes they can't find anything. Oh boy, Barbosa counted up again. This time, guiding wind to get out.
Very patient from Barbosa. Very patient. Didn't use his Purify this time around. Max is successfully able to get his orange buff, but will not have access to his purple.
It's a slow but steady strangulation from SRG. That bottom tier 2, they needed ENG to get it. Another taunt, Barbosa, they want to get something out of it, but Barbosa still holding on to his resources.
Oh!
He's a turret, ENG becomes a target, hit by the frigid path, gets pulled away by the guiding wind. Cram, a bit overextended, should go down, punished by Niners.
Doesn't find it. Sakai's and Yums had already disengaged. It was kind of up to Cram to finish off that kill. Very good idea coming up from the side of SRG. Execution could have been a little bit better, right? They got the dive set up almost perfect. They used that Frigid Breath. They even committed the ultimate to it, disabled the turret to allow Cram to jump in. And as soon as he is targeted by the turret, he uses the Lycan Pounce to basically de-aggro the turret, and Stormy walks forward into turret range to absorb it.
It's the coordination out of this world. Right now, I mean, you look at the goalie, it might not look much, just 2.4k. Also because Cram went down 3 times, but overall, it felt like it's not just 2.4, right? The grip that SRG has over this game already felt like it is a challenge for Niners, and Barbosa, he just, look, the damage from Surkais. What does he have?
Brute Force Breastplate. This guy.
First item, Brute Force Breastplate.
I'm telling you, he's so greedy. He's so greedy, and he always gets away with it because of his team. But here we go. Once more, keep in mind that at least 3 items is already complete for Innocent, right? With this setup of Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, and Windtalker, he is looking for members who are low. He is a big executioner in this game.
First Lord finally up, and SRG casually marching their way. Not sure if you saw Max though. Max could find an angle. Surkais taunt onto Zabs. Damage, control, everything thrown at Zabs. And just no way out.
Chain CC to the ground, and Zabs did not want to flicker out of there. He's holding it to try and make a play for his team, but now Niners have to figure something out. 4v5.
And that's Purify out from Barbosa. Systematically expanding the resources of Niners. Moonji needs to find info for his team, but I don't think his team can even get in. Cram is going to use his body to block this. And you can see that the entry is still committing the ultimate, but Innocent is pounding him with the damage. Actually gets interrupted by the circling eagle, but it doesn't really matter. Innocent, he's just chasing Niners away. The Surkais even waiting for the Star Shatter before the retreat.
Man, really smart, really smart. Stormy is making sure that he's covering any holes in SRG's play, right? That Tri-Brush, he is just dropping his first skill into it just to make sure if Max walks up and goes in camouflage form, it instantly breaks and he loses that movement speed and gets instantly slowed. So Stormy is making sure that Max, and as well as the rest of the team, has no opportunity to sneak into the Lord Pit.
First Lord in the hands of SRG. That bottom wave set up by Max, but unfortunately that's where the Lord spawns as well. So all that effort undone. So far, Innocent still clean this game.
Honestly, by 11 minutes, we've seen a lot of teams crumble really, really fast, right? This is kind of reminding me about like SRG versus KGE. It feels like the Niners are still holding on, and more importantly, like Max is not too far behind Sakai's overall.
But this is also what we are already used to from SRG, right? Just not much of big explosive plays. It's just small decisions that gradually gains them the lead, and before you know it, they are suddenly overwhelmingly strong. Look at the 5k goal lead already, the Lord still slowly pushing. And Max, he doesn't feel safe trying to manage the Lord himself with how much space SRG is commanding over this map.
Yeah, I think they just have to give their outer tier turrets in play and for their high ground, make sure an inhibitor doesn't fall. And then we'll see whether SRG is able to kind of hold on at this point. Niners, they need a tempo breaker here. We're all keeping our eyes on Zobs because if they're too close... Oh!
That's in already. The Frigid Glacier dropped the frozen target. It's going to be Barbosa. He managed to get out in time. Petrify used onto Innocent. Max from behind finds Stormy. Stormy still has the passive, but Max and LeShun, not enough damage! Cram survives with the vengeance, and SRG now finds that opening to get 2 of their own.
What a heal. What a heal from Yums. What a vengeance from Cram. They were waiting for that moment. Here we go. Is this endgame scenario?
Circling Eagle from Barbosa.
Oh!
They hit Innocent.
Oh!
The KDA not broken yet. Yums heals him up. And Diminuate from the top side breaks that inhibitor in one fell swoop. Under 13 minutes, Niners have lost every tower on this map.
This is why SRG is one of the best teams we have. Oh!
Looking to end the game against Frigid Glacier. Max just got back, but Zavs ain't hanging along, and now circling Eagle from Barbosa connects onto no one. Innocent is healthy, but SRG, they're gonna finally put a stop to that. Pump the brakes a little bit. There's no need to rush. There's 7,000 go ahead.
Yep, there's 7,000 gold ahead, and they don't have enough life to maintain this siege against the Niners. They've already gotten 3 inhibitors, and now, oh my goodness. AI winning prediction now falling into the hands of SRG. 81! 81! Oh my goodness, what a swing.
Just one Lord. One Lord and one push. I mean, Niners had the right idea, right? They got the targets, but insufficient damage. Max got the perfect flank, finds Stormy and Cram in the red, and still could not get any kills.
I mean, the fact is that SRG, when they actually engage in these full-on fights against the Niners, even though it seems bad, it feels like there's underlying logic behind it, right?
Yeah.
We saw all of their inhibitors end up falling because Niners have to commit so many resources to defend against the push on the bottom inhibitor that they ended up losing topside. And at the same time, Slanger Red Giants purposefully synchronized the top and bottom waves, but not the mid wave, knowing that the second wave is going to crash a little bit later, which will be just perfect for SRG if, regardless if they win or lose the fight. If they win the fight, they also get mid-inhib.
We're watching a chess grandmaster in action. Everyone's playing checkers. SRG playing chess. Second Lord coming down mid. Niners, one last defense. Circling Eagle out first. Barbosa trying to keep the horde away, but SRG about to swamp over Niners. Black Dragon form to the back. ENG as a deterrent. They gotta settle the Lord first, and they'll be able to do so, but now it's the second part.
Oh, no.
Can they get the kills? ENG try to isolate the members of SRG, but it doesn't seem to be enough. SRG is just too much.
Woo. Look at that, SRG fans. They're swinging their flags, they're happy. They know one more game is all it's going to take. One more game to have the perfect score.
History within reach, within the palm of their hands, about to grasp it. They can see it already. The record books will etch SRG as one of the titans. Feels like Mount Rushmore for MPL. But man,
crazy. You even drop it to 7. Shout outs. Holy cow, what a game that was. It wasn't even, oh man, I want to say like it was close, but at the level of SRG's playing their power spikes, it really isn't.
It was close when you look at the first 8 minutes, right? 2 to 4k goal difference, okay, manageable. And then the first Lord happened and it's like lights out.
It's lights out. Oh, this team, they're so good at the game. It really annoys me, man. Nobody has been able to put a decent fight, and I think that even for Niners, they recognize like, wow, they really put their foot on the gas when they have confirmation of item power spikes. As soon as we saw 3 items from not only Cram, but mainly from Innocent, that's when they're like, okay, we're super confident to take these fights.
And I think the manner that SRG achieves it is very unsettling in a good way, whereas it's not like they run into you and give you a KO punch. No, they just slowly beat you. They start, hitting the right points.
They shave off your fingernails and eventually it becomes the whole finger, and next thing you know, it's your entire arm. It's really a wonder to watch, right?
It is.
There is always a double meaning to everything that they do. For the early game, maybe not so, right? But in terms of macro movement, there is purpose, and that's the big difference. There's a lot of times where you see a lot of players just kind of hover around and kind of do nothing. But SRG, there's a lot of momentum and purpose as they walk through. But let's give it up for our MVP. I wouldn't be too surprised about it if I think it's, yep.
Of
Give it up
course.
to Yums.
Gotta give it to him. Minotaur, the walking fountain. He's the one that keeps everyone alive at 2 medals. He's on track and getting another one if this continues. MVP of this game, 1-1-7. Just overall, a flawless performance.
Yeah, a really flawless performance here. Not many mistakes being made by SRG's side, and finally they're kind of allowing, they're saying, hey Cram, you get to play the game for free. If you make the call, we will follow it, because the early game we're just farming, bro.
I feel like playing against SRG is essentially like you are getting waterboarded by them.
Yes!
They're just like, you can't do it.
Please, I don't know where the code secrets are. I don't know where the nuclear launch codes are. Please, man. That's not the answer that SRG wants. 14 minutes. Man, I really thought this game ended up being longer, but holy cow. 2 Lords was all it takes. 9 towers in their vicinity, and they're even able to steal away a good number of buffs at the same time.
Yeah, and not to forget that they got all inhibitors right before 13 minutes, right? And 2 minutes after that, they ended the game. So the siege was set up so well that the next Lord respawned not long after the base siege.
And even if they had, like, let's say it didn't work out, they only got 2 inhibitors because of their top and bottom setup with the minion wave management and the force fight by bot side. That means the Lord would turn Luminous, and when the Lord turns Luminous, they guarantee to break the mid. Sorry, no, it wouldn't even go there. Actually, I'm thinking too far ahead. Even SRG is in my brain.
They would still break the mid tower anyways.
Yeah.
Right? And I think when you look at Niners, when you look at the KD overall, you can also make out that this actually doesn't feel real, that SRG was so dominant, right? It's just like KD alone, it felt like, okay, bit of back and forth. We only got 13 kills across the board. It's less than a kill per minute, but the macro plays from SRG, the micro plays from SRG, it's a bit too much. Even in total damage, SRG dealt lesser damage than Niners.
That's got to be so frustrating. That's got to be so frustrating for the Niners. It just goes to show that it's just like, man, we made one bad choice, and like, obviously they made mistakes before this, but they didn't get us punished that hard.
We try to contest the first turtle. Our XP laner goes down. We lose our orange buff from that point onwards. And then we lose the mid-tier 1. I think that is also a big kicker, right? Your first turtle takes away your mid-tier 1. How are you, especially when you have a Novaria, which, let's not forget how Barbosa kind of started this butterfly effect of Moonji losing 1 level in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the worst part. The worst part is that you can't really pinpoint where things started to go wrong for the Niners. You can say, yeah, because of Barbosa at level 1, that he ruined Moonji's lane, which inevitably ended up ruining Max's lane after Cram was able to find Year 3 in the lane and win it out early on before that turtle, and then Year 3 makes the mistake of diving too far. It's just a series of choices that didn't end up well for Niners, and they didn't find the return of investment.
Gonna put Barbosa on the chopping block after this. Or we trace the origins.
We traced it backwards.
Was you, Barbosa. What were you doing?
Honestly, there's no real way of saying it, right? If we had to pinpoint it down to where it all began, it would be Barbosa. But overall, the team is just getting outclassed.
I think it's less of Niners making a mistake and just SRG being too good, right? They made the mistakes look trivial. And even in terms of turret damage, I think Innocent this game, he only had like, what, 1 close shave with death?
Yep. And that was
the bottom one, right? Yeah, when he got
inhibitor.
Got pulled by Zavs. That was it.
Oh, dude.
Ruby draft is so hard to really pull off when you don't have that good early to mid, right? Like,
that's the thing, right? I would have expected Niners to play on opposite sides of the map, or maybe not match like match SRG. But I think that also goes to show that even SRG recognizes that they cannot let Niners do what they want. So it's not like they're bullying them, they're just man-to-man defense, right? Every time you see Barbosa move across the map, you expect Max to be on that same side. And whenever that happens, and especially when you have Cram winning out on his lane, he gets to walk into enemy jungle for free to relay the information to SRG is, yes, his jungle path is still exactly the same.
The first power spike for CC, once she gets that War Axe, the damage really comes out of nowhere. I think Yetri learned that the hard way, was bullying Cram early on. He gets the War Axe, Yetri could not even get close to the CC. For me, I hope that maybe Game 2, Niners has tried this kind of playstyle in Game 1, didn't work out. Gives Zavs that traditional marksman, right? Harith, Roger, Natan, he can do it, no problem. But Hall of Famers for this game, we have Innocent, it's the rich guy, Stormy, the carry, Yetri, the sandbag, and of course, best wingman being Yums.
I mean, so far, it's been looking really, really good. And I think that most teams, especially the top 4 teams, have understood that the meta right now requires two damage-oriented potential carries, right? Your main carry and your secondary carry. And I think if Niners decide, hey, we want Zavs on a traditional marksman, who is going to be the secondary win condition? And most of the time, I would assume that they're leaning more into Max than they are leaning into Moon.
Yeah, and Moon has, I think, from the start until now, he has more of the backline utility, right? So, yeah, it definitely feels like that is what Niners have to look at next. Or even so, Max could just go back to being a tank jungler and they put everything in the Zavs basket like how they did at the start of the season. Some adjustment needs to be made by Niners, but overall, it's just SRG. This rotation is just... Who would do that, right? Teams would have normally went for the turtle, but SRG, they were 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, and they even noticed that the minion waves haven't collided, and by the time that they crossed over through that mid wave, you can't even see them. It's too late. You've already missed them. This kill as well, it just goes to show when you have a snowball, well, I can't even say it's like a hard snowball, but if you have that level lead and you have brute force breastplate, you do a lot more damage than you should be doing.
It's actually absurd. This was kind of Max's best chance. I think he threw the endless shot onto Cram because Stormy still had the passive, and regardless, right, Cram survived through the Vengeance with Yum's heals, and the rest is history. SRG, one push to get all the turrets, and another one right after that to secure the game. It really doesn't feel like 14 minutes and 55 seconds. That's the thing.
It really didn't.
It felt so much faster.
It felt like the game was being dragged on by the Niners, and they were finding any little hole that they can find some scraps of farm so that Max could keep up. He never fell below 2 levels. He only was 1 level behind, and eventually they were going to hit the level 15 cap anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. But still, I do feel that Zavs, unfortunately, just did not find that opportunity to find the big, like, I'm offended 3-man pull-in with the flicker.
I think perhaps it's also how they look at the fight, right? They realize can my team follow up? We need Max to be there. I think that's the most important part. As Yetri, it feels a bit disconnected, right? I mean, Yetri been trying to do his job, get to the back, zone out SRG, but at one point, he flies in, loses half his health bar, has to fall back. There's really nothing much you could do.
I think both Yethrian as well as Zavs felt the same treatment from Stormy. It's just, oh, come at me, freeze, and then just launch, just vomit everything onto this person. They're going to disappear in a couple of seconds. Then we pull back, wait for the cooldowns, rinse and repeat.
And even if they get poked from Munji, Yums is just like, sorry, buddy.
Nope.
You see this button?
One more. Whoa.
Wow, you hit Stormies for half his health bar. Did you?
Didn't feel it. Just a scratch, just a flesh wound. I don't know, it's tough. I think right now it's really hard to kind of crack open SRG because they have a lot of different ways to achieve their win condition, right? And I think they play around power spikes very, very well. From a drafting standpoint, number one, we got to get rid of this Roger. We got to stop giving Innocent this Roger. I think he's too good with the setup from the rest of his team. We need to also start crippling his teammates as well, right? If Yums doesn't go for something teamfight oriented and they get something like Matilda, again, a lot of the common causes is, hey, if you are playing a poke-heavy composition, take away their enchanter styles, or at the very least, people who can top up their teammates during these fights so the damage can actually stick.
If there's one role that Niners can kind of go in on hard, like which leg would you break? Is it Innocent? Is it Stormy, Sakai's?
I think it might be Cram. I think Cram needs to get targeted here. I think he plays an independent lane, but nobody's really pushed him to the edge just yet, where he's getting hard targeted every single time. You're committing resource just to dive this guy.
Yeah, he's been given like what, Barats, CC,
yeah,
X4.
He plays it all. Look, he plays it all. He needs a bad matchup, and I think he's the only other person that I can think of who hasn't been really like hard tested yet. Yums has been hard tested. We've seen it before. Same goes for even in this game. They were making sure that Sakai, sorry, not Sakai's, but Stormy didn't have his comfort picks. He ended up playing Aurora of all things, and that was just the perfect match here.
Yeah, and he still went flawless this game, right? Still went flawless somehow.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like I'm antagonist. I'm just like, how do you figure out this Rubik's Cube? There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way.
Arcade is probably looking at the drafting game and it's like, I guess we have to pull out the scrim picks now.
It's like, darn it, one of our secrets are out of the pocket. Oh no. I do hope that maybe that they could push Stormy again and force him on a Julian or something. Come on, the story Julian is
we haven't
long
seen artillery.
Oh, that's true. We haven't seen artillery.
We probably
yet.
need to ban like 10 mages. Get the Julian.
Oh boy.
Man.
It's rough. It's really rough. I don't have like a clear answer to cutting open SRG. I mean, one of these lanes needs to be able to man fight SRG one-on-one. And even that is pretty difficult.
And I think at the same time for the side of Niners, it's also, regardless of blue side or red side, it really feels like it doesn't really matter too much, right? I guess SRG, like they can only target so much. But I personally hope that Niners take blue side. We have a WhatsApp video from the side of SRG. Let's see what it is.
Aish, kalau last week 2-1 ni, ada satu lagi meme tu. Marketing susah doh.
This man.
I swear this guy.
His meme extends beyond fine print.
Yeah, it just goes to show how little they care about the loss, even if it does happen. It's just like, I've got more memes. I've got more memes. We're not even disappointed with it. Oh, they're not even thinking about the record. That's how nuts these guys are. Ah, man.
It's like, if we get 2-1, what a daring statement.
Man, these guys need to bleed a little bit more. They need to show that they're human still.
All right, let's see if they would feel nervous. Why are we asking that question? No, they're not. They already got upper bracket.
They already got upper bracket. Oh,
Yums is like, I've been there. Did you not see the 2 medals, huh?
Oh my goodness. I guess this is what he was waiting for with the 2 medals, just for this particular piece of content to drop on our screens.
So when they inevitably win the whole thing, they will lift the trophy and Yums will have 2 medals already. like we would be giving him the 3rd one and Yums is like, wait, give me the first 2 first. Let's do a rerun. Like,
one more. Let's relive history, right? Nostalgia factor first. But before we get deeper into this draft, time for the roll, baby.
All right.
Here we go.
All right, we had a Kyo today. We had Terry Bogard. Let's look for mine.
Your team is banning.
Let's see. So we get the...
Wait a minute. Wait. What? Is that the skin that I think it is?
Oh, he skipped it.
He skipped it. No. It's not the skin that I think it was. Come on.
Oh,
no!
By the way, to the people who unlocked any of the skins, you can actually do it until like, what? The end of May, and right now you can get silver ID tags if you unlock it, which basically tells you which sequence you want. I don't know how to describe. You are the X number of person to get this skin.
You have extra swag.
Your extra swag.
Yep.
Congratulations, you are the 2000 guy to get Terry Bogard silver.
I wonder. Yeah, never mind. I'm going to focus on the draft right now because right now I'm seeing that Niners, they're getting rid of the Roger. They're like, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this innocent guy being able to dive us for free. I'm sick of him having a dominant lane. Matilda is also out of the picture while SRG, honestly, they're not really changing up their bans. They're still getting rid of the lane. They're still getting rid of the Angela and Niners. Real question, do you also want to get rid of the Harith alongside it? Because Loi has been taken away by SRG.
Yeah, no bans, no changes in the bans at all. And really, I mean, the fact that they figured that the main issue was Max's lane, right? I think you really had to go above and beyond to come to that conclusion. Fredrin banned out by Niners, so we take out one of the main tanks.
Okay.
Baras, Natan,
No,
Arlet?
it's Harith, right?
Harith? Oh yeah, Harith. Yeah.
It's the pick Harith. Then Niners, I hope Barbosa plays Guinevere.
Or Guinevere first pick.
They're like, so guys, today I want you to go full damage Guinevere.
And then by the 4th pick, they're like, Yums, you're on Guinevere.
yeah, they just switch it up. The guys is like, no, Yums, save me, Yums. You got those 2 medals for something, right?
Yeah, Hyrule first pick, no questions about that.
Okay, no surprises. Niners. How are they gonna play this one?
Innocent doesn't look happy about it. He's like, man, no Roger, seriously?
I feel like every single time he makes his way from the gaming house of SRG and he's in the van with the rest of the boys, he just puts in the AirPods and starts listening to Who Let the Dogs Out, just on repeat.
Okay, instantly Novara pick, so giving Moonji and Edith, all right, single target control. But that's a very early Edith review. That's so early.
Yeah, why are they... Okay. It's still flexible between Barbosa and as well as Ye 3. So this is technically a support EXP flex. I'm still very curious to figure out what exactly is Zab's going to play against a very dominant laner like Harith, or if he's going to get that extra little bit of support. I think right now the Niners are trying to figure out what exactly Yums and as well as Stormy is going to play. Maybe this will give an idea, because Valentina gets locked in for the side of SRG.
Oh, get the Sakai's Assassin. But if you pick Edith early, let's say it's a potential flex, I feel like it's so risky, or it's way too risky to have a chance to assign to Ye 3. I think then his matchup is going to be so much tougher. This has to be almost a guarantee Barbosa Edith. Again, it feels too early for me.
Yeah, I think it's still a little too early.
I think
here.
Arlet would have been a better pick.
I mean, if they do want to go for it, they can lock into Arlet, and then they have the extra bit of flexibility depending on the matchup, right? I mean, worst comes to worst, you get the Yutong. Okay, sure, whatever. More dive to a composition that plays like on both extremes of backline and as well as frontline.
Okay. Gonna the Ruby again. Still no clear indicator of where this Ruby and Edith are going to go.
Atypical of antagonist. He's holding on to his mastermind, his evil plans. Let's see where the bads are, and maybe we can get a little bit of a hint there, right? Because we know that Nolan, for a fact, is going into the jungle for the side of SRG, which begs the question whether Max wants to opt for a high mobility assassin, right? They don't have Link, so it could be Hayabusa. Let's not forget that even Hellcurt is available this time around, and Hellcurt not that bad, especially since he has an inbuilt silence, which goes very well against spellcasters like Valentina and as well as the Harith.
And paired up with the Novaria, right? Like unlikely teammates. See the Grok taken out. Niners starting to, again, clamp down on Yums.
Okay, if they want to get rid of the Grok, it just indicates that they want to play a heavy dive composition. Still, no indicators of specific heroes just yet.
They might have to review the jungler first, unless they don't mind breaking that flex, the concealed flex pick. For the fourth pick. What is going to go for?
I suppose. Again, SRG not deviating from what they have prepared for today to get that perfect streak. Gets rid of the Carmilla. All right, Niners, give us something here. Give us something to work with.
Are you going to ban the Yums Minotaur?
That was the problem in the last game. The Yums Minotaur made it impossible to finish off my targets.
I mean, if you want to play a dive comp, that could be a priority.
I suppose, but I think that they can still punish Yums worst comes to worst, right? It's not like there isn't counterplay around it. I just think that the Niners, it's difficult for them to actually find their footing and get that early momentum, right? I think if they play around that early momentum, that's going to be more important than Yums getting the Minotaur. But that's just me personally, right? We see the Arlet ban.
Wow.
The Niners side, okay.
I suppose they could still take the Minotaur for themselves if they want. You break the flex, of course, but you will be able to hide Max's pick until the very end, right? In case they want to give him the Assassin, which I feel like there is a chance. I mean, Barrage and Boxer are still on the table, but it doesn't feel like that's where Niners are heading. They need some big damage dealers.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that Niners are getting rid of like really strong disengagers, really strong engagers, just goes to show they're probably setting something up for maybe Max this time. SRG, I think they're sniffing it out. They understand that, like, okay, if they get rid of the Arlo and the Grok, we're going to follow this up by getting rid of the Fanny. Very smart option for the side of SRG.
I love that ban. Max looks over and is like, oh, they got us. They got me.
Good read. Good read.
That's the only different banned from game 1.
Yeah. Really high level stuff. I mean, SRG, that's what I'm telling you. No mercy, no crumbs. They give nothing over to the... Oh.
So this is a Ruby gold lane guaranteed.
Yeah, Ruby gold lane guaranteed. Yuzong in the EXP and Edith going to be played as the support. SRG need to keep in mind about potential assassin junglers. Is there anything else that could really enable their comp for Yums as of right now? The Matilda has already been banned out.
CC Minotaur? You can go back to that.
CC Minotaur. They can technically play a little bit more early game oriented if they wanted to, but they have Nolan on their side.
Thamus?
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe Thamus is a good potential here. Deals well against both Yuzong as well as Ruby. Can eventually get into the anti-heal sector. This one's tough. Let's see how SRG handles it.
Oh, okay.
Show to Rizla.
Wow. So big team fights, pick up potential. If Niners want to go for Assassin, they gotta think twice this time.
I like it. Because now that you have Rizla, you have the extra flexibility of not only being able to forcefully push your lane, but still being very impactful in these upcoming fights. I was thinking that at this point, they've already got too much damage, so it doesn't make sense if they want to build into something along the lines of Benedetta, for an example. Or even if they pick up Paquito, it's probably going to be Brute Force Breastplate into War Axe or something along that sort, right? The Hesu build from Barracuda.
Final pick, we're gonna see what Max is gonna get. Assassins again, higher boost up. I don't know if you wanna go back to the Amon. If you wanna play it safe, I can't even say Baxia because they don't have the damage, right? So Amon again, we do a run it back. Not much choice left for Niners.
All right, this one's gonna be a little rough for the Niners here. I think it really comes down to who's able to find that first blood, and SRG, they're going to set up for it. I think the Niners, they got to be very, very careful with the way that they have managed their waves here. They need to make some hard reads on SRG. It's not like they're not telegraphed, but finding that information, it's all up to Munji to be able to sniff them out. Game sense at an all-time high for both of these teams.
With how SRG's team comp, they can be around the map at any given time. Nolan, Cho, Valentina. Niners have one last chance. Gonna put a black stain on that record of SRG. Let's find out as they head into the land of Dawn for game number 2 of this best of 3. Selangor Red Giants on blue side, Niners on the red.
All right, let's jump into this. Let's see where both of these junglers are going to start and where the priorities are going to lie for both teams. This is an important one as the legacy is about to be made by SRG. The question is whether the Niners are able to tarnish it.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
One game away from history in the making. SRG ever so close. Very excited to see Sakai's on that Assassin. So we've been blessed with that appearance. And at least this time when you had the Edith and Novaria, you're not worried about getting punished early on by SRG's Romans. And Edith to help you manage to wave a little bit better.
Yeah, just stay. At the very least, Barbosa even opted to go for Brave Smite this time. Interesting. Okay, so he's not even going to go for Concussive Blast. He knows that the natural Earth Shadow should be enough to kind of skew the lane in favor of his side of the map. But Stormy, he's not going to make it easy here, right? He's not going to make Unji breathe in lane. He's going to deny as much EXP as he can.
Oh, they found Sakai's. That's the dash to get out Earth Shadow to stop Stormy. And for Yums, he even took the adaptive damage for his first tier emblem. So that early game tempo from Yums, it might catch Niners off guard. Barbosa completely zoned away from his natural route. Has to make that big roundabout to get to Munji.
Yeah, Amon gonna end up on the bottom side of the map before he hits level 4, and the same can be said, but Sakai's is already there. He needs to kind of exercise his lead against his opponents, and for SRG, I mean, you can see that Harith, he is just hard shoving this lane, right? He is making sure that he is giving enough space for Sakai to actually face check it, while at the same time just hurting Zaos. But he can out-sustain this lane for the time being. He can take as many synchro fissures as he wants, and as long as there's a wave, and especially if there is River Crab, he can heal back up.
And you are disabling the Ruby by just keeping her underneath the turret, right? She needs to guard her structure, and she also needs to make sure that she doesn't go down. Of course, the mid and XP laners are gonna kind of tussle for level 4. Both of them will hit it in time. And obviously, SRG will get there first. Both assassins. At least for Sakai, he will go for the purple buff before they go for the turtle.
Oh, Max finally hitting level 4, but Sakai's, he's fast, and he's already ahead. He's already level 5 right here.
Level 6?
My God.
2 levels ahead. Yum's instant flicker finds the pig. Bosa could not respond. In the blink of an eye, he goes down. Yetri petrified onto Stuck Eyes. And Stuck Eyes bleeds out to the Shard residue. Stolen Black Dragon form. Stormy finds Max and LeShard does not enough. Stormy collects the kill. And Cram even gets away.
Both Black Dragons finding their target. Stormy tries to outplay this.
But he has Yum's with him. And the Terrify stops the entry. Following up, SRG gets a freebie. Moonji responds.
That's what we want to see from the Niners. Consistent trades against SRG. It may not be the best situation in the world, but at least you're not giving them a free game. Got to make them work for every inch.
Yo, Yus predicted the dash. Gets knocked up and still has the follow-up with Jit Kundo. Unbelievable mechanics.
Disgusting. Yums is just so disgusting. Here we go. Once again, contesting for the turtle. So guys, they can delay this. The guys is about to hit level 7.
Cram is low in the red. Needs to heal up with the wave a bit. The entry, effectively pushing him away. Black Dragon from not up just yet. But Stormy, he's going to have it soon if he steals this one. But he's holding on to the ultimate. Not in a rush, the tree. Okay, matching out the combo a little bit. Stuck Guy just walks in with the red tree, and now penalty zone.
Oh!
It is easy pickings 2 for SRG.
Man, they make it look easy. They make it look like they're chewing food in this game. Like this is nothing off their backs, no sweat whatsoever. Every decision they made thus far is just working out for them so conveniently. And now, 4 minutes into the game with a 3K lead, this is like the worst possible scenario for Niners.
Even more dire compared to the last game. Oh no, Yu's gonna see this.
He's gonna kick.
Here comes the kick. Here comes Stormy. Max is gone. Collected by Innocent. Barbosa, Primal Wrath Flicker. Can't do much aside from that.
Jeez, they know exactly the position of Max because he's cleared up that top side. So now they just need to position themselves for a gank on the bottom. And right now, SRG, like you mentioned, their draft has very high mobility. As long as they stay ahead of the game against the Niners, it is just so difficult for Niners to finally break the tempo, or at the very least maintain or match up the tempo.
They have completely nullified Zav's purpose in this game. He lost the bot tier 1.
Uh-oh.
What is Zav's gonna do? He's not gonna do anything.
He used,
sure.
Dude, that's the timing of that. He used the Furious Dive to clear the wave, and then it so happened that Harith was walking up.
You know, SRG make it look so effortless. You know the feeling of back in school, you walk by someone that you hate, you walk by the table, you just knock the bottle.
Yeah, that's
knock that pencil case. Get them a kick in the shin.
It's too real. It's too real, man. Oh, dude. Especially when they're trying to like balance on the chair as well with 2 legs instead of 4. Oh, man.
And this is, does this classify as cyberbullying?
I don't think this is cyberbullying. Like, SRG is giving respect to the Niners, but they know that they're ahead. They know that they're better. They're not messing around with the Niners by like purposefully delaying the inevitable. they're just outclassing them. And
Okay, they find Cram, but no follow-up. Yums again. Find the pig. This time onto Zavs. What can this man not do? Bruce Lee incarnation. Year 3 ain't getting away. Max finds the kill finally onto Stuck Guys, but ends up going down. SRG finds 4 kills and it's tier 1 mid to go down.
Oh my God. Niners just got bored. They got desperate. They're like, we need something back. We need it so bad. And oh my God, Stormy losing 50% of his HP just to try for an I'm offended on some of the backliners here. They're going to be able to get out, but dude, I think this game is already over. SRG, I don't see them losing the snowball unless they make a mechanical mistake.
Yeah, me too. I think you can straight up just call it right now. Third total, non-contest, and yep.
Nobody took Purify on the side of the Niners. Niners, everybody there is just literally trying to survive or make a play to turn things around SRG. And SRG is closing their hands tight. There's no gaps between their fingers.
They got the baby grip.
They got the baby grip.
They got the baby grip. I mean, Niners heroes can't even take Purify, right? That's the worst part. None of them functions well or wants to take Purify.
Oh.
All right, Niners. What else you got?
I don't know. This is the earliest checkmate I've ever called. Usually I wait for the 10K mark to know for sure because usually there's an opportunity. But it feels like right now, Niners, right, even if they want to find the play, what would that play look like? you pull, I think it's you pull Sakai's and you also have to catch Stormy at the same time with the I'm Offended or maybe an Earth Shatter. I think that's one way. Even Year 3, right?
Oh my goodness. Okay, didn't follow up with that one. Yus didn't follow up with that kick, but man, that's the Earth Shatter. Combo out from Niners. Damage. Is it enough, Cram? He's gonna throw his life away in the back. Guys, this time needs to get out. Barbosa though is low. They break the combo on the Harry, but it isn't. He's going past enemy lines, and yeah, 3 dies in the back. Max also cannot survive. Stormy with the stolen. I'm Offended to get Zal's back. Innocent does go down, but the cost is just too much. Team wipe in favor of SRG.
I'm so mad at Niners now. It's official. I'm mad at them. I'm so mad. What are they doing? What are they doing? They saw Stormy use all of his cooldowns. They start backing away, and that gives you a 6-second window to punish. And Year 3 saw that. Where was the rest of the team? That is so unacceptable. Oh, man, I feel so bad for Year 3. He is finding these really good opportunities, but unfortunately, it's either he's going without the consent of his team or the Niners are just not talking to each other.
I think you're in defensive mode. You just forget that opportunities present itself. They even got Innocent. I mean, that was towards the very end, but imagine if Niners were a bit more connected that fight.
Yeah.
Best possible combo, right? You literally were talking about it. I'm Offended, Earth Shatter, follow up instantly. And still, best chance kind of squandered.
Man, that really hurt me. That really hurt me. Oh, dude, that was like the prime opportunity. I mean, obviously, it would have been great if they also caught Stormy in the mix, which I think, again, probably caused a little bit of hesitation from the side of the Niners, but I think that's the best one, the best opportunity they've had in a while in this 9-minute game.
I mean, Innocent literally just ignored the front line, right?
Yeah!
Went straight for Moonji.
Oh, boy. Okay, so Moonji now has Lightning Truncheon. 8K ahead for the side of SRG. Let's see whether or not SRG makes a mechanical mistake.
They do see you, but again, all 3 waves will be synced up. Innocent will go and cut that bottom wave. I think SRG waiting to repeat the all inhibitors in one goal run.
Oh, this is such beautiful position from the side of SRG. Just look at their positions, right? They're expecting to eventually, the Magic Sentry is eventually going to come out, and when it does, but that's only when the inhibitors come out, so they walk up forward, they send Yums for the potential pick. Oh!
Good!
Oh!
This is the catch you need. Niners perfectly prepared. Well done.
Yeah, 3, he's playing on top form here. What a petrify save!
And Barbosa forced to go for the early immortality just because of how far they were behind. All right, Innocent in front of the turret. Yeah, no petrify, but turret shield can only hold on for 1 wave. They took care of the Lord thanks to Max. So this time, Niners will not lose any inner tier structures yet.
Yep, they're still in this game.
Oh, so guys, all right, overextended, punished by Max. SRG loosening that grip a bit.
Was that a limit test? Was that a limit test for Sakai's? I don't think he needed to do that, but he did it anyways, right? I mean, at the most, he did get a flicker out, right?
Yeah, he got Zal's flicker. My God, that damage. What was that?
I mean, it's Innocent, man. He's been farming this entire game. He's 5-1-4, uncontested. I think he went for his greedy build of like Starlium Scythe, Feather, yep, Holy Crystal.
Yep, Holy Crystal.
Jeez, this guy.
He's going Winter Truncheon next.
He's gonna go Blood Wings.
Oh,
he's gonna go Blood Wings, I swear.
I swear, if it's a Blood Wing and he just let that Health Crystal sit there, he has to be a Winter Truncheon.
Oh.
He's greedy, but he's not that greedy.
I would like to believe that, but something in my gut tells me that if this game is going to invigorate him and really start put a burning passion in him to win it at all costs, then maybe he'll go for the Winter Truncheon.
Red pill, blue pill. I get 1 more kill. Okay.
Oh, okay, it's Winter Truncheon. Okay.
All right.
Woo.
All right. Woo.
He is a human being, and he does think for himself. Thank God. Oh, imagine if he went for Blood Wings. Oh, he would have been such a greedy little innocent player. Oish.
He would be greedy and, like, you can't say anything about
what? Sakai's just bought GDS.
Why not, right? Why not?
I think at this point, Sakai's is looking over at Innocent. It's like, you had too many days where you had fun. It's my turn now.
Yeah, they were like, dude, why are you buying GDS? Movement speed. Do you not read? Huh?
Yeah. Imagine if if one day, one of these fights, I'm gonna auto somebody to death, and that last hit, it's gonna be a crit.
Yeah. Like Innocent bought GDS on Roger. I can buy GDS on Nolan. What's the problem? And you're like, sorry.
I'm sorry, Sakai. At this point, we're just role-playing SRG members until this game is done. Niners, they literally cannot do anything. They're not even willing to walk out past their inhibitors. That's how dangerous SRG is right now.
Even with a Novaria, it just does not feel safe enough. Gotta clear waves, gotta check vision. Magic Sentry, Barbosa is gonna use it now. Well, the only thing it reveals is that SRG about to storm the front. Lord is still not there yet. It's not synchronized as SRG would have wanted it to be. Endless shot already thrown out, tossed at Sakai's.
Wow. Looks like Sakai's has a bit of beef with Max here. He saw the 1v1 opportunity, and instantly when you saw the retry come up, Max replied with his own retry.
All right, bottom inhibitor, gone.
Guaranteed, okay. Next waves from top and bottom. They just give it up. Okay, interesting.
Playing it slow.
SRG, they recognize that they're not that strong on the siege. They need Niners to bite on something first.
Well, next Lord we go. It's just prolonging the suffering of Niners. I mean, look at the network. SRG, they're about to hit that. It's not even critical mass. They're about to hit full build.
I think here's the problem, right? If they don't try and end this game now, Niners is going to hit the 42k mark, wait.
See, Yums, a kick again. Flicker this time finds Yentry, but his combo gets broken. But oh boy, they found Moonji in front of the crystals. The guys, he's gonna go down to max, but Barbosa still dies even though he has immortality, and this should be it. SRG finding all inhibitors, 3 kills. Zavs and Max, the remainder of Niners, stand against SRG.
They don't have good wave clear.
I don't think they have much left. The wave is coming in. Zavs the next on the chopping block. SRG looking to complete the perfect run, and they have achieved it. History in the making. First ever of its kind. Legacy etched in the record books of MPL Malaysia. SRG 2-0. And an 18-0 regular season.
Look at the faces of the members of SRG. To say that they wanted the perfect run here at the regular season, that's just, you're disrespecting them. It's all natural. SRG fans make the rounds. GG, well played.
Red Wave conquers the entire league. Just the roar of the stadium, the crowd going absolutely ballistic. A culmination of more than almost 2 months of effort, and beyond that, behind the scenes, and Niners can only gracefully accept this defeat. SRG started the season with a bang, taking down Homeboys 2-0, and they ended it with a perfect ending.
Perfect ending here, a beautiful story. Another representative that we are hoping to see make it out of playoffs and break the biggest curse we have in MPL MY.
What a journey it has been for Selangor Red Giants. I can't wait to see and hear what they have to say about this win. Let's talk to Rose. Rose, take it away.
Legacy baru, record baru. And guys, Selangor Red Giants just made history in MPL MY. Sepanjang 13 musim, kita tak ada lagi pasukan yang dapat sapu 2 berbalas kosong untuk 6 minggu regular season. Guys, give it up for Selangor Red Giants! What an amazing run this regular season. First of all, Sakai's.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Apa perasaan tengah duduk atas? Paling atas untuk regular season, tak pernah kalah pun 1 poin.
Rasa macam gaya lah juga. Sebab lagi tak pernah kalah 1 game pun kan. Tak ada team yang boleh kalahkan kita orang. Macam mana tu?
Wow, macam mana tu? Okay, so sekarang you cakap kan macam mana? So kita dah tahu bracket playoffs macam mana. You kalau Todak dengan KGE dulu, lepas tu siapa menang akan jumpa korang. You rasa you guys boleh mengekalkan tak momentum ni sampai grand finals and sampai champion lah, tak jatuh pun 1 poin?
InsyaAllah, of course boleh.
Alright, so kalau let's say lah kan, you guys actually wrap up this season tanpa kalah pun, apa pasukan dekat international scene yang korang sangat-sangat nak jumpa dan kenapa?
Happy brand kot sebab dia dah seru kita. So kita sahut dia.
Wow, Selangor Red Giants tak main-main tau. Dorang nak kejar terus the world champion AP Brand. And of course, AP Brand pun nak jumpa dorang. Okay, so sebelum apa kan, apa kata kita pergi MVP dulu? Boleh? Boleh. So untuk korang, siapa MVP anda? Okay, so apa kata kita tengok MVP untuk perlawanan ini? In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. MVP untuk perlawanan ini jatuh kepada Yums. Wow, Yums. Yums tadi masa first game kan, Yums tunjuk medal. Yums tak dengar apa dia cakap. Tengok apa dia. Okay, tadi masa MVP, Yums tunjuk 2 medal. Adakah ada bau-baunya medal ketiga untuk Yums on the way datang?
Bau kuat sangat.
Kuat sangat. Yums dah lama main dalam MPL ni tapi tak pernah lagi dapat rekod macam ni. So, berapa yakin SRG untuk masuk ke playoffs dan dapat rekod macam ni juga?
800%.
Wow! 800%. Alright, Yums, can we please pass it to the coach? Coach Arcadia. Alright, dorang dah sapu semua team. Kita kena bagi mic dekat the mastermind juga, the drafter. Alright, so coach, you guys honestly a very amazing run this season. But is it alright if we know, like, what was your expectations coming into this playoff? And honestly, what was the biggest factor that you guys actually performed this well this season?
As for the expectation, we were expecting to really win a lot of games. We just before the start of season, we're just really happy with what we are getting in scrims, and going into the start of this season, it's just we just need to translate our scrims to the regular season, and we're very happy that we were able to do it. And as for the biggest factor, I would say it's our teamwork. Like every single player, every single coaches, and even our management, I think all of us contribute in a way that the team will be better. And that's why I want to give my appreciation also to Zach and Gojes. Even though you guys were not able to see them play in this regular season, I just want to say that without these two hardworking boys, our historic regular season wouldn't be possible.
I love it. I love the family bonding. I love the teamwork. All right, can we
And
please pass the mic to... you're not
This
done.
last one.
Oh, sorry, coach. Sorry.
It's okay. And then just last one. Also, I just want to say that getting this fit, it wouldn't be possible also for all of our fans. We won't be able to get this without your support. So, terima kasih semua. And we promise that we will carry this huge momentum going to the playoffs. Thank you.
All right, can we please pass it to... siapa dulu? Yums dulu ke Gorgeous? Okay, Gorgeous dulu. Can we please pass it to Gorgeous? Diorang tengah bincang. Okay, Yums dulu. Yums MVP tadi. Dia nak last. Dah jangan gaduh, guys, dah menang. Diorang nak gaduh, dah jangan gaduh. Yums cakap, Yums nak cakap benda something tadi, dia whisper lah. So, come on Yums, apa tu? Apa yang Yums nak buat actually? Kenapa you tanya I pula apa yang you nak buat? Come on Yums, apa yang Yums nak buat? Yums, come on lah Yums. You ada something nak bagi kan? Tak ada. Guys, Gorgeous dah nak jadi host. Dia suruh I tanya soalan lagi. Tapi sebenarnya dah tak ada soalan.
Apa?
Budak-budak ni kan dah menang, dah tak dengar apa host cakap.
Sabar.
Okay.
Okay, I have my flow.
Oh, you taunting host. Okay, silakan.
Okay, berdirinya aku kat sini bukan untuk taunting, bukan untuk trash talk ke apa. But seperti mana yang kita tahu, wirakan kebangsaan kita iaitu Faisal Halim telah ditimpa musibah. So insyaAllah saya akan bacakan doa. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Segala puji hanya Engkau ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Penyayang lagi Maha menyembuhkan. Sesungguhnya Engkau Maha mengetahui bahawa pemain bola kebangsaan kami Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Halim telah ditipu musibah yang menyayat hati dan merisaukan kami ya Rabb. Engkau berikanlah kesembuhan kepadanya. Engkau angkatkanlah darjatnya asbab kesabarannya mengharungi dugaanmu. Dan Engkau pemudahkanlah ya Allah baginya segala urusannya. Syafaqallah syifaan ajilan syifaan la yugadiru ba'adahu sakaman. Engkaulah Tuhan yang menyembuhkan dan juga yang memberi kesembuhan dan perlindungan. Engkau lindungilah jua ya Allah pemain-pemain bola kebangsaan kami dari musibah yang memudaratkan dan dari bala bencana dan wabak penyakit. Hanya kepadamu lah ya Rabb kami memohon pertolongan dan perlindungan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. And untuk Faisal Halim, semoga get well soon and cepat recovery. Kami semua berharap Faisal Halim dapat kembali balik kepada performa dia dan dapat main bola. Kami semua menunggu Faisal Halim.
Thank you very much, Gorgeous, and may Faisal Halim get well soon. Alright, before we wrap things up, can we now please pass the mic to Yums?
Ada lagi? Bukan.
Oh, okay, ada lagi.
Cancel.
Oh, cancel. I yang tak kena brief dengan SRG ni. Go.
Okay, tambahan. Sempena Hari Ibu, saya juga ada ucapan kepada ibu saya. Iman saya sangat kepada ibu. Terima kasih sebab jaga iman. And saya juga wakil kepada ibu-ibu daripada tim-tim saya yang ibunya jauh, yang hanya support dari jauh. Terima kasih sebab support kami dan kepada ibu-ibu yang datang tengok MPL, yang support MPL. Selamat Hari Ibu. And ada special juga Mama Stormy, silakan. Kalau korang nak tahu, walaupun parent kami semua jauh, Mama Stormy lah yang akan jadi mak kita orang. Dia akan selalu belanja kami makan, layan kami macam anak sendiri. And Stormy.
All right, this is such a heartfelt moment. And first of all, Mama Stormy, happy Mother's Day. And of course, bukan tu sahaja, it's also Innocent's birthday. So, happy birthday, Innocent.
Nyanyi kat sini.
Gorgeous nak nyanyi.
You, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Innocent. Happy birthday to you.
All right. Thank you so much kepada Selangor Red Giants. You guys may now go celebrate the history you guys just created. Thank you so much. Wow, I just nak cakap, kalau Gorgeous dah pegang mic, stage ni jadi stage Gorgeous dah, bukan jadi stage Rose dah. Tengok, dia pun tadi siap briefing I apa yang sepatutnya yang jadi. Anyways, besides the point, this is it, the last day kepada regular season kita. I would just like to say terima kasih kepada semua fans. I would like to say thank you to all the fans who have tuned in and watched us worldwide. We will be coming back for the playoffs soon. And obviously, happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers out there. And that includes my mommy. I'm pretty sure you're watching right now. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. With that, let's throw it back to the casters. And I will leave you to the hands of our handsome casters to wrap up our regular season.
Thank you very much, Rose. Of course, again, happy birthday, Innocent. Happy Mother's Day to everyone celebrating out there. And congratulations to Selangor Red Giants on a historical run in the regular season. Unheard of throughout the inception of MPL Malaysia. So many memorable moments today. Of course, SRG, the Ultras playing out the final lap of SRG as they exit the arena.
Oh, they even have a walkout parade. That's how crazy they are right now, making every moment cheery here, every moment lively here at the MPL arena. Overall, things have been rather crazy. New legacies have been made, and this is only just the build up to the playoffs.
Yeah, and speaking about playoffs, of course, the most important thing is to look at the state of the regular season by the end of everything and followed by the playoffs bracket. We'll show that in just a little bit, but at least now we have a rough idea of how it's gonna pan out, right? We'll talk about the post games first just to get the formalities out of the way, and also just marvel at how good SRG played that game.
I mean, give it up to our MVP of the match here. Without a doubt, it goes to Yums. His coverage is ridiculous. The moves that he is making, mechanically, he is sound. We've always known that, but now that he is being able to channel all of his energy into not only his mechanics, but looking at the game as a whole, he is just one step ahead of his opponents. And the only time he dies, oh no, somebody conveniently is able to react faster than he can pull off the move.
Why does he have a magic blade? That's my only question. He has reached that point. This game more dominant than the previous one, of course, ending around the same time frame, 14 minutes, 36 seconds. This game felt like it was over by the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult, right? Every move that Niners make is another profit for SRG. They're just waiting for the engagements from the Niners because inevitably they will outscale them. But I would say that even SRG were not playing disrespectfully this game, right? They were making sure that they allowed Niners space, just enough space to let them pull the trigger before they take them head on.
Yeah, and sometimes you just give Niners that confidence. When they make the move, that's where you punish them. But of course, in a sense, KD is going to take a bit of a beating with that one death. Thank you, Zafs, for decreasing that amount. But still, overall, in this game, SRG, that's complete domination. Innocent, doubling the damage of Munji and Max.
Jeez, these numbers are rough. Like, usually you would expect a Novarian to have the highest damage, but he is also totaling up with Maxon as well as Ye3. All of them just trying to finish off targets.
Even Stormy was able to kind of play that frontline role, right? A lot of this credits to Yums for his setup. You look at the entirety of the game in terms of damage taken. Yums and Cram, they are the only ones in the front line. And overall, it's just the setup that SRG has and the follow-up that they were able to kind of coordinate just makes everything look so perfect.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, man, look at the turret damage. Am I surprised? Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all. Holy cow, this is just brutal stuff going through these formalities.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is happening.
It kind of looks like SRG fans.
Like, is that like a fan signing session? Like, what?
I don't think it's a fan signing session. I think that they're trying to start a cheer war with the Niners on the opposite side.
Yeah, so they are gathered like right in front of the Niners.
There's even a spotlight on the Ultras as well. Wait, I'm looking around to see if there's anything else. It is quite the gathering in front of the Niners. I think they're going for their photo before they actually participate in the cheer battle. That's what I think is going on.
Yeah, just great spirits. Again, if you've been active on social media, they were partnered up together for today's occasion. Yeah, it seems like the fans are going at it. Or at least they were attempting. A bit of waving. They're packing up the flag, so they might take this outside.
It sounds like a bad thing, but man, it's going to be so loud outside, I swear. If both parties, especially with the Niners on top of the SRG fans, it was loud inside the arena. I can't imagine when they have unprecedented free control outside.
All right, calm down, that gentleman. That drum needs a break.
the poor drums.
Man had to get one last note in.
Oh, man. As we look through the highlights of this game, I think it was very evident here that SRG came extremely prepared. A lot of the habits were exploited, and more so, they learned and got the feel of the Niners off of game number 1. So game number 2 didn't feel too different at all.
Yeah, game 1 was them slowly just choking out Niners, watching their face turn purple. Game 2, they just ran at Niners with just full speed ahead. Never giving Niners the time of day to just take a breather. Every time, like, Niners is just on guard.
Yeah, I mean, see, every single time that they make these moves, right, it's all about getting Niners in a position where they're actually going to participate in these fights. Like, as much as SRG runs at the Niners, they're not overextending, right? They're just trying to see what are the trigger points from the Niner sides behaviorally to actually pull it.
Yeah, and just now we saw the kind of the best moment for Niners. They unfortunately were not able to capitalize on it. This final part, as much as Niners were able to get 2 kills in return, it just did not matter. SRG too far ahead. With this series concluded, that also concludes our regular season. It means we get to look at our standings one last time before we head into playoffs. SRG just perfect, 27 points, 18-0 in terms of game wins, and 9-0 in terms of match win-loss.
Yep. With that being said, SRG at number 1, Homeboys at number 2. They will be advancing to the next round of the upper bracket straight away, while everybody else, Todak in 3rd, RSGMY in 4th, Team Hawk in 5th, and King Empire in 6th will have to duke it out to see who will make it into that upper brackets against Homeboys or SRG. To everybody else, the Niners, Monster Vicious, you managed to hold on to your spots, and next season we hope to see you get stronger. Barracuda, good luck. We'll see whether they're going to hold on to their spot. And that will be concluded on the MAL finals happening 2 weeks.
In a week, we got a week's break, and yes.
And then week's break, yes. So in the next coming 2 weeks. Bounty, good luck. I mean, to them, we'll have to see whether they make it back to the Champions Conference. Now, ooh, look at that bracket.
This is what we've been waiting for, of course. For the first time ever in MPL Malaysia history, we only got 6 teams in the playoffs, and it's all best of 5 galore until the grand finals, where we have our ceremonial best of 7. Toda takes on King Empire Esports in the first best of 5, followed by RSG Malaysia against Team Hawk. Winner of the first series takes on SRG. Winner of the second one takes on Homeboys, and at that point, it's just double elims all the way until grand finals.
Yeah, the bracketing is unfortunate here because, again, even if you get decent placings like Todak and as well as KG, they end up having to face each other off very early on. So, again, fans are going to be right at the edge of their seats, even for RSG and Team Hot fans. Because keep in mind, for the play-ins, it's single round elimination. If they lose their series, it's over. And then once you make it to the upper bracket semifinals, you can breathe a sigh of relief as you get pounded by SRG or Homeboys.
It's going to be such a poetic sequence if Toda somehow makes it to SRG, if they overcome KG, because last season they also had to play through play-ins, and the team that knocked them out was SRG. In fact, Toda has not won against SRG since last season. It's 2-1 in the regular season, 2-1 in playoffs, and this season it was 2-0 in regular season, so we'll just have to see. Playoffs day number 1. We have Toda against King Empire Esports, followed by RSG Malaysia against Team Hawk. These two are the series that you gotta watch out for. Remember, it's no longer best of 3, it's best of 5.
Yep, it's gonna be a very long day. That's why there is a literal 4-hour duration between both of these games. We expect it to be long. We expect to see the best from these teams.
And this is also going to be, the first time where whether you are upper or lower bracket, you have to play a best of 5. It's not just a test of skill, it's a test of endurance, a test of how deep the pockets go.
Yep. Man, it has been quite rough. It has been quite rough for all of these teams, but keep in mind, for you guys, coming to the arena was free off charge, but this finals is going to be extra spicy, and we, considering how packed this arena can get, hopefully for you guys, you're going to book your tickets early. You need to watch these games. You might not have another chance.
On May 30th, it's going to be our play-ins, the series that you saw just now. It's free entry. Then for May 31st and June 1st, ground floor is 10 ringgit per ticket. The terrace seating is going to be free entry, but for grand finals, ground floor sold out, so you only have terrace seating left. That's going to be 10 ringgit. It's only available on June 1st, so mark that down on the calendar because mark my words, you're going to need more than just your phone. You're going to need multiple devices because that website is going to start crashing.
Oh, yeah. I was not looking at the graphic. I did not realize that the grand finals has already been sold out on the ground floor.
Oh, boy.
We only announced this yesterday as well, at towards the end of the show. So this is kind of nuts how quickly it went away.
SRG fans, Come on.
that's how you're gonna play him. Not the Homeboys fans, or even Hawk, or maybe even I don't know. Maybe the Niners are just like, we're salty. Take up all the grand final slots.
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious, right? Niners, they take all the spot and no one shows up for playoffs now. That would be a tragedy.
That would be a tragedy. But man, everybody's enthusiastic for the upcoming playoffs here. I'm enthusiastic. I'm pretty sure you're enthusiastic about it as well.
Yeah, I'm super excited because this is it's history in the making, right? We call this the new era, and indeed we have seen evolutions of teams. It's SRG's third season and they got a perfect run, outdoing teams who've been here longer than they have. So we've gotten the attention of the international team. So many things to unpack, but that is it for now. The regular season has concluded. We'll see you guys on May 30th for the playoffs. My name is Husky alongside Gideon Kill. On behalf of all our colleagues, we wish you guys a good night. See you on May 30th.
Usong ada Petri guys ya. Dapat.
Ui, boy, bodoh ni. Nah, nice one. Nice one. One.
Nah. Wasmi.
Dapat.
Dapat.
Aman. Cin. Nice. Hidai.
Nice one. Kau deh.
Dapat.
Hold it.
Nice.
Nice. Lebih.
Oh,
lebih.
Boleh. Bawa.
Nice.
Asal tak boleh kick
Okay.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Nice.
Easy shot. GG.